within the room, it will be absolutely terrifying. Let alone villas, the entire mid-level city would probably be razed to the ground. Therefore, at this moment, Su Chen was carefully controlling his body to achieve a balanced state of body, thus completing the alchemy process in the furnace as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if the alchemy furnace explodes, the consequences would be unimaginable. Only after the alchemy is completed and the danger is minimized can the energy in the room be fully absorbed into the body. It lasted for about 2 hours. Su Chen Kai has just finished refining the pills. However, the energy inside the room is getting stronger and stronger. It even created an invisible pressure, squeezing his body. Large beads of sweat dripped from Su Chen's forehead. He used his spiritual power to control himself as he slowly descended and landed on the ground. This finally relieved Su Chen's anxiety. He looked at the lightning filling the room and instantly felt a headache coming on. Where did these lightning bolts come from? He tried to absorb the lightning, but it only made it more violent. Even if he learned the 5 Thunder Fist, even if his control over lightning had reached its peak. But faced with the lightning before him, he was completely unable to control it. How could he possibly unleash such terrifying lightning? Could this be the prototype of the 5th Thunder pattern in the 5 Thunder Fist? Su Chen realized an extremely terrifying possibility. If this is truly the prototype of the 5th Thunder pattern in the 5 Thunder Fist, that 5th lightning pattern is simply too terrifying. Even in its rudimentary form, it possessed an energy that even he feared. What level would it reach if it were to reach its peak? But now, let alone cultivation. He doesn't quite understand how to handle this. If not handled properly, you yourself could be in danger. It might even harm others. So Su Chen slowly tried to absorb it once again. Suddenly, Su Chen realized that going too fast would cause his soul to feel like it was being torn apart. However, if absorbed slowly, the tearing sensation becomes extremely mild. 1670, Chapter 1670. This drug must be banned. Therefore, Su Chen immersed himself in absorbing energy. 2 days have passed. Su Chen discovered many benefits from this. This special energy was actually able to enhance his spiritual power. At the same time, it made his lightning power even purer. However, the energy is limited and cannot be generated continuously. As for where this special energy came from, he had no idea. After absorbing it, he also tried to activate the 5th lightning pattern. But there was absolutely no progress. Unlike the first time I activated it, there was a special feeling. Having gained nothing, Su Chen had no choice but to give up and wait until he returned to Daxia to ask Zhang Tiangang what exactly happened. At the same time, after 3 days, Professor Xia has basically determined that the medicines from Zhuyao Group are qualified. This is absolutely a major breakthrough for the medical community. Although it's not a breakthrough for a major disease, there might be such a fast-acting drug. It can better and faster serve the people. But this morning, Professor Xia then felt extremely uncomfortable all over his body. Vomiting and diarrhea. His face turned deathly pale. At first, he thought it was just a mild side effect. So I plan to personally experience the final state of these side effects. But by noon, Professor Xia nearly fainted. Fortunately, Professor Du was there to keep an eye on things, otherwise, the situation would have deteriorated to a very dangerous level. As they approached, Professor Du conducted a thorough examination on him. After the examination, the result was drug poisoning. Moreover, it's a cumulative poisoning. Fortunately, the detoxification method is not difficult. For the 2 professors, it was a piece of cake. What kind of medicine does this bamboo medicine group actually produce? It's only treating the symptoms, not the root cause. It can cure colds and flu, but it can actually poison people. Isn't this just making things worse? No, this drug must be banned. Professor Xia was extremely dissatisfied. Ironically, he even praised it a couple of times at the opening ceremony of the bamboo medicine group. Fortunately, he didn't make his statement too definitive at the time. Otherwise, if he were to make any comments in this situation, it would be tantamount to shooting himself in the foot. He was just suffering from excessive internal heat, but after taking the heat-clearing and detoxifying capsules from Zhuyao Group, he actually got poisoned. Isn't this a huge joke? Has anyone ever heard of taking an antidote and actually detoxifying the body? Professor Xie was furious and immediately contacted the Bamboo Medicine Company. We demand that Shinshu Pharmaceutical Company stop selling 3 of its products. However, Professor Du's mind was not on this. His eyes kept looking at the capsule in his hand. Although the test results did indeed indicate drug poisoning. And these past few days, Old Man Xie has only taken medicine from Zhuyao Company. Because we are also worried about drug resistance developing between them. Old Xie had never taken any other medication. Now, with this inexplicable poisoning, a normal person would only think that it must be drug poisoning caused by the Shinshu Pharmaceutical Group's medicine. But he felt something was very wrong. Although Old Xie's condition is chronic drug poisoning. But it's somewhat different from what he knew. He had previously visited the owner of the Bamboo Medicine Group. Logically speaking, the alchemy skills of the Great Xia dynasty far surpass those of ordinary pharmaceutical methods. Even though the Zhuyao Group's products directly borrowed from pharmaceutical techniques, they are still far superior to ordinary pharmaceutical methods. How could such a product be produced that would also generate toxins in the human body? Moreover, the medicinal materials they extracted contained absolutely nothing that could harm the human body. 1671, Chapter 1671 Professor Xie's Fury. Unless there is a mutual antagonism between the drugs. Upon thinking of this, Professor Du's expression changed slightly. He immediately stood up, a move that nearly startled Old Man Xie. Old Du, what's wrong with you, jumping up and down like that? Old Xie asked in confusion. Wrong. That's very wrong. I need to start researching the interactions between the drugs immediately. Give me 1 day. After saying that, Professor Du immediately left the office and ran towards the research lab. Old Xie was completely bewildered. If he weren't still feeling quite unwell, he really would have liked to follow along and see what Old Man Du was up to. After receiving Professor Xie's notification, Zhuyao Group was also somewhat anxious. Zhang Na couldn't understand it at all. Is the medicine poisonous? She herself ate it a few days ago, and it wasn't poisonous at all. Why are they saying it's poisonous now? And it was Professor Xie who said it himself. Professor Xie ordered them to stop selling the 3 drugs and to rectify the situation. Otherwise, the matter will be reported to the relevant authorities for investigation and punishment of the Zhuyao Group. Professor Xie's tone was full of anger, and he didn't seem to be lying. If it weren't for Professor Xie's high position and great power, she would have almost thought that the Luo family had bribed Professor Xie. Even so, she still had no doubt that there was nothing wrong with the medicine Su Chen had made. After thinking it over, Zhang Na decided to go to the city hospital herself. Only by going there in person can you find out what really happened. In the afternoon, after calming down for a while, Professor Xie slowly went to the research room to find Professor Du. Meanwhile, Professor Du was checking each and every one of the drugs. See which drugs will produce toxins or cause adverse reactions with other drugs. Although it seems like a trivial matter. However, each one requires trying 36 kinds of medicinal materials. This is definitely a very difficult job. Of course, this is also what Professor Du is best at. So it's very easy to do. Old Du, you wouldn't be thinking of making this kind of medicine again, would you? It's poisonous, it's poisonous. Even if you actually made it, I doubt anyone would dare to eat it. Professor Xie was speechless upon seeing Professor Du's behavior. Upon hearing Professor Xie's words, he stopped what he was doing. A look of doubt crossed his eyes. Aren't you more familiar with the alchemy techniques of the Great Xia dynasty than I am? Do you think that if it were the alchemy techniques of the Great Xia dynasty, would they make this kind of mistake? Professor Xie immediately provided an answer to Professor Du's question. Of course not. Unless someone deliberately arranged for it to be mixed with poison. Otherwise, with the profound and extensive alchemy techniques of the great Xia dynasty, how could they possibly make such a mistake? Professor Xia's answer was resolute. But as soon as he finished speaking, his expression changed slightly, and he sensed that something was not right. How? Don't tell me these medicines are actually related to the alchemy techniques of the great Xia dynasty. Professor Xia asked cautiously. Professor Du nodded slowly. That's right. I went to the bamboo medicine group a couple of days ago. I also had a brief chat with the boss behind the bamboo medicine group. These three medicines are indeed based on the alchemy techniques of the great Xia dynasty. Even though it's just borrowing, do you really think that someone who even knows alchemy techniques would make such a fatal, basic mistake? As soon as Professor Du spoke, Professor Xia's expression changed. If it really is the alchemy technique of the great Xia dynasty, then this matter is indeed a bit complicated. You old codger, why didn't you say so sooner? 1672, Chapter 1672 Drug Poisoning. Professor Xia suddenly remembered that he had just notified the people at the bamboo medicine group. The Shinshu Pharmaceutical Group was ordered to suspend operations for rectification, and all its sold medicines were recalled. If the result is really as Professor Du said, then hasn't he done something extremely foolish? You might end up making a huge fool of yourself. Moreover, Professor Du sensed something was amiss from the beginning, yet he didn't tell him. It's nothing, you're doing this for the sake of the general public. If it's truly a misunderstanding, then clearing the name of Zhuyao Group will suffice. But what if I'm wrong? Professor Xia also carefully considered what Old Man Du had said. Now that the notification has been given, he naturally can't take it back. He nodded. Alright, then you can start researching it and come up with a perfect answer this morning. For him and Old Man Du, it was not difficult to give the bamboo medicine group a good reputation. As long as he and Old Man Du speak at the same time. The rise and fall of the Zhuyao Group can happen in the blink of an eye. Of course, they must act in a way that is in accordance with their conscience. Regardless of the outcome, they will report the truth to the public. Because the advertising for these three drugs was too outrageous a couple of days ago. Now everyone is waiting for their answer. He believed that once he confirmed the authenticity of the three medicines, the reputation of Maju Pharmaceutical Group would immediately be swept up. If true, Zhuyao Group could become a giant in hires industry overnight. If it's fake, the Zhuyao Group will also be wiped out in an instant, probably drowned out by the public's curses. Just as the two were studying dozens of medicinal herbs, their assistant ran in to report that Zhang Na, the president of Zhuyao Group, wanted to see them. Zhang Na was very nervous standing at the hospital entrance. Having come this far, Zhuyao Group is just one step away from truly getting on the right track. But now this mishap has occurred. She just called Su Chen to ask about it. Let's see if Su Chen has a better idea. But Su Chen's opinion was that she should do it according to her own ideas. I'll handle anything, no matter how big the problem is. Although she believed that Su Chen really had this ability. But she didn't want to be just a useless person hiding in the shadows of others. So she also hoped to do things well and gain Su Chen's approval. Seeing the two professors was the only thing she could do. Only by figuring out what kind of poison the two professors are talking about can we solve the problem at its root. About 10 minutes later, Professor Xia walked over from not far away. Cough cough. This isn't the place to talk, let's go to my office first. Zhang Na was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, it was Professor Xia himself who came down. If she could have sensed the obvious change in Professor Xia's tone compared to his tone on the phone earlier. Has the situation taken a turn for the better? Zhang Na wasn't in a hurry and followed Professor Xia upstairs. Upon arriving at the office, Zhang Na immediately asked Professor Xia what exactly was wrong with the detoxification capsules. Why would they say it's poisonous over the phone? Immediately afterwards, Professor Xia placed several medical examination reports in front of Zhang Na. Drug poisoning. I did not take any other medications during this period. It's been almost 2 months since the last dose of medication. Professor Xie's words surprised Zhang Na for 2 seconds. The information confirms it was indeed drug poisoning. Could it really be a problem with their Bamboo Medicine Group's detoxification capsules? That's impossible. 1673, Chapter 1673. Another rejection. Zhang Na immediately refuted the data after seeing it. I'm taking the medicine myself, and I don't have any symptoms at all. Professor Xie, isn't there some misunderstanding here? Zhang Na still believes in Su Chen's medicine. She herself had tried it, and that was just one of the reasons. The biggest reason comes from Su Chen. If Su Chen spent hundreds of millions to build his company, and he's just using fake medicine to fool the public, all for the sake of making money. Su Chen has far too much of an idiot in his mind about the Koreans. Given Su Chen's personality, there's no way he would do something like that. You must understand, this is a peak 9th tier powerhouse. There are just so many ways to make money. There's absolutely no way I would choose this method. Therefore, in her eyes, there was absolutely no way there could be a problem with Su Chen's medicine. The problem is definitely on the other side. Cough cough. Even if you don't come, I'll probably call you again. You've probably met Professor Du before. He is currently investigating all possible problems. Since you've also taken this medicine, confirming that it's probably not toxic, we might need more time to investigate. Professor Xie didn't make any absolute statements. Of course. As a professor, it's highly unlikely that he would humbly apologize to Zhang Na. The only thing we could do was politely ask Zhang Na to wait a little longer. During this period, you do not need to recall the drugs you have sold. However, if any situation arises, the Zhuyao Group may bear the responsibility. As long as you are willing to take responsibility, I do not object to the Zhuyao Group selling the medicine. Upon hearing Professor Xie's words, Zhang Na's face lit up with joy. As long as the 2 professors from the medical school don't make any absolute statements, there's still time. Then thank you very much, Professor Du and Professor Xie. If there is any need for assistance, our Zhuyao Group will definitely provide full cooperation. Even if I can't solve it, our chairman certainly can. Zhang Na quickly replied. She believed that Su Chen would not refuse as long as this matter could be resolved. This? Really? Professor Xie looked all mysterious. Zhang Na immediately sensed something was wrong. Well, that depends on what it is, Professor Xie, please explain. Although Su Chen can do most things. But that doesn't mean Su Chen is willing to do anything. We'd like to meet the pharmacist who made all 3 medicines. Only by seeing him will we know whether this medicine is harmful or not. Professor Xie's words left Zhang Na speechless. I have to see Su Chen again. Professor Du had been rejected once before. Professor Xie also wants to see him. But this time she chose to directly refuse Professor Xie. After all, Su Chen had refused Professor Du's offer before. I definitely won't agree this time either. I'm sorry, Professor Xie. I'm afraid I can't agree to this. To be honest, this medicine was made by our chairman. He didn't want to show his face, and I couldn't force him to. Therefore, our Bamboo Medicine Group really cannot satisfy this need. Professor Xie was also somewhat disappointed upon hearing Zhang Na's words. There is no medicine in the entire country of South Korea that can stump both him and Old Man Du. But this time, it stumped them. This shows that the other party is no less capable than them in medical research. It might even be higher than them. How could they not want to meet someone like that? All right. If that's the case, then your Bamboo Medicine Group can only patiently wait for the outcome. 1674, Chapter 1674. The note. During this period, you can sell medicine, but you cannot conduct any advertising. As representatives of the medical community, we naturally have to take the lead. Zhang Na nodded. As long as she doesn't obstruct normal business operations, she certainly can't go too far. Moreover, I need to go back and discuss this matter with Su Chen. After thanking Professor Xie, Zhang Na left the medical school. Inform all employees to resume normal operations. She returned home. She hadn't seen Su Chen for several days. When I asked Su Chen these past few days, he kept saying that he was in seclusion. As soon as I entered the door today, Su Chen was sitting in the living room. So, has the problem been solved? Zhang Na sat down opposite Su Chen and shook her head somewhat discouraged. You can sell them, but you can't advertise them. Because of Professor Xia's poisoning. We must wait until the results are in before we can start any publicity. Su Chen was not surprised by this result. Instead, he smiled. Although he hadn't known old man Xia for very long. But he did have some understanding of people's work style. He took out a pen, and then a piece of paper. I wrote a few words on the paper. Deliver this to Professor Xia tomorrow. If they still have questions after watching it, then it proves that their skills are not up to par. Su Chen said with great confidence. Actually, when Zhang Na first told him about this, he had already guessed all the possibilities. Of course, he couldn't possibly suspect that there was something wrong with the medicine he had concocted. You can doubt his character. One can also question his morality. But you must never doubt his abilities. How many people in the world can compare to the medicine he concocts? Zhang Na smiled and nodded. She was naturally very happy that Su Chen was able to solve the problem personally. As long as Su Chen is willing to solve it personally, then this problem will naturally cease to be a problem. Zhang Na opened the note written by Su Chen. There were a few words written inside. Why worry about not having a reason? Zhang Na naturally couldn't understand the meaning behind those words. As per Su Chen's request. The next morning, Zhang Na went to the medical school first instead of the company. She told Professor Xia that the chairman they were meeting had something to give them. Upon hearing this, Professor Du ran even faster than Professor Xia. He immediately came downstairs and asked Zhang Na what it was. Zhang Na took out the note. Professor Du was overjoyed, thinking it was a method for making medicine. However, when it was opened, there were only a few words inside. What's this? Professor Du asked, quite puzzled. Zhang Na couldn't explain it either. My brother just asked me to bring this over and give it to the two professors. He also said, if you can't understand. This only shows that your skills are not up to par. Zhang Na spoke cautiously. Professor Du's face twitched. Not skilled enough? Zhang Na smiled awkwardly. She would never have dared to say those words. But Su Chen made her insist on speaking. If they hadn't said anything, these two might have just thrown the note away. But saying it makes a difference. Both of them are professors in the medical field. The most important thing is one's own ability. If you are not recognized by others, you will probably feel a lot of dissatisfaction. So if the two of them had any self-respect, they would probably focus on studying those 4 words. Once you understand the meaning of those 4 words, you're not far from the answer. Although she had no idea what Su Chen was really up to. But since Su Chen said so, she had no choice but to do as he said. 1675, Chapter 1675. When one is determined to find fault, one can always find a pretext. Cough cough cough. What do these words mean? I understand a little bit now. I'll take it back and take another look. A single sentence, I'm not skilled enough, effectively shut down what Professor Du was about to say. Professor Du could only slink away with the note in his hand. Looking at Professor Du's expression, Zhang Na couldn't help but find it amusing. They were also shocked by Su Chen's abilities. I have never shown my face in front of the two professors. But a single sentence, a few words, can make the two of them waver. This kind of ability is probably unmatched by anyone else in the entire South Korea. However, the current problem has been alleviated. She then drove away to her company. Professor Du, however, was not feeling so good at this moment. On his way back, he kept thinking about 4 words. I've been trying to figure out what it means. He racked his brains but still couldn't figure it out. In the end, we had no choice but to take out the note and study it with Professor Xie. When Professor Xie saw the 4 characters, he was initially completely confused. This is not a medicinal herb. This prescription is not a prescription. The answer is not the answer. What exactly do these 4 characters mean? Professor Xie studied it for an entire afternoon, and the more he looked at the 4 characters, the more familiar they seemed. If I'm not mistaken, the meaning of these 4 characters cannot be understood using our Korean language. Professor Xie stroked his chin thoughtfully and said. Before he became famous in his early years, he traveled to many countries for exchanges. At that time, he experienced the languages and cultures of many countries. Among them, the Great Xia is the most profound and extensive. He immediately went online and searched for those 4 words. The 2 of them had actually tried searching at the beginning. However, even with South Korea's search engine, it is impossible to explain the meaning of these 4 characters. When Professor Xie felt that these 4 characters were related to the Daxia culture, he realized that he should search for foreign cultures. A quick search revealed the answer. Professor Du quickly came over as well. Unable to defend oneself? What does this mean? The 2 were completely baffled, because the explanation also failed to provide any correct answer related to medicinal herbs. No, look at the sentence before that again. If you want to find fault, you can always find a pretext. The 2 spent a long time trying to detoxify themselves. What was the meaning behind it? Suddenly, their eyes met. The 2 suddenly realized a possibility. Someone has framed me. Although they had a hard time understanding what it meant. But at least most of the concepts have been figured out. In their Korean way of understanding, it also means being framed. If it really was a frame-up, then this matter is starting to take shape. Wrong. Professor Xie suddenly looked at the note. I knew it looked so familiar. This is the cultural language of the Great Xia. Why did they use the culture of the Great Xia dynasty to remind us of this? Thinking of this, Professor Xie immediately called Zhang Na. Xiao Zhang, there's something I need to ask you seriously, and you must answer me honestly. Is the boss behind you connected to the Great Xia dynasty? Zhang Na was stunned for a moment. Su Chen wouldn't allow her to reveal her identity. But how exactly did Professor Xie and the others find out that Su Chen was connected to Daxia? I'm not entirely sure about this either. Our chairman just told me to give it to you. Zhang Na still chose to keep it a secret. Even if Professor Xie and Professor Du have already guessed it. She's unlikely to admit it willingly. Really, I wonder if I could meet him. I also know many people at the Great Xia Medical College. Professor Xie tentatively continued to ask questions. 1676, Chapter 1676 Forcing the Great Xia. Moreover, I used to frequently travel abroad to exchange medical knowledge. Even if your boss isn't from Great Xia, he should still have a deep understanding of Great Xia. Perhaps I've met him before, or even traveled to Daxia together. Please arrange a meeting between us. It would be beneficial for you to find out about your products as soon as possible. Professor Xie wasn't particularly interested in this pharmaceutical person at first. But now, after being bothered by these words, he instantly felt that something was wrong. The mysterious figure behind the Bamboo Medicine Group must be connected to the Great Xia dynasty. If possible, he would also like to have the other party participate in the Korean Medical Advancement Research Project. Despite hearing Professor Xie's words, Zhang Na still chose to refuse. He didn't need to ask Su Chen about this at all. Professor Du's response last time was the best example. Since Su Chen can refuse Professor Du, then Su Chen definitely won't see Professor Xie either. I'm so sorry, Professor Xie, but this is not something I can decide. The chairman is very busy and simply doesn't have time. Please understand and don't make things difficult for me. Zhang Na smiled and said. Professor Xie frowned. Even with his connections, is it still impossible for him to meet the mysterious boss behind the Bamboo Medicine Group? After thinking for 2 seconds, Professor Xie continued to ask. How about this then? Just tell me your boss's name, that should be fine. Since Zhang Na wouldn't make arrangements for him, he would have to find out for himself. With his influence in South Korea, it wouldn't be difficult for him to investigate someone. Zhang Na did not refuse Professor Xie's request. Even if he didn't say it, it would be very easy for Professor Xie to find out the name. To the outside world, Su Chen has always been known by the name Chen Shu. So Zhang Na also told Professor Xie the name Chen Shu. After receiving the name, Professor Xie quickly hung up the phone. They've obviously gone to find out who Chen Shu is. Zhang Na didn't care. In short, as long as Su Chen doesn't give in, and as long as Su Chen doesn't want to see anyone, she can't make arrangements on her own. Professor Xie wrote down the two characters Chen Shu. Then it was given to the hospital's senior management for investigation. Just like with the Luo family, we'll start by investigating the two Chen families. Meanwhile, at the border of the Great Xia dynasty, the four major nations are currently searching for Su Chen's whereabouts. Even the strongest figures from several countries joined forces to put pressure on Great Xia. Make the Great Xia hand over the people. The top management of Daxia was also in a real bind. Su Chen is not in Great Xia at all. Besides, even if they were still in the Great Xia dynasty, they would never hand over people willingly. Let's not even talk about how incredibly talented Su Chen is. It is also the hope for the future of Great Xia. Take the fact that Great Xia would never betray its own people. For example, even if Su Chen were just an ordinary person, Great Xia would never back down. Of course. Faced with so many powerful beings at the human spirit level, the Great Xia dynasty could not maintain a hardline stance indefinitely. They leaked the video of Tianmen chasing Su Chen. At the same time, they informed the major powers that they were also searching for Su Chen. It's not that we don't want to pay, it's that we're not in Daxia and simply can't pay. Such a delaying tactic, coupled with their attitude. The major powers would naturally not act with brute force. So they sent people to search around the border of the Great Xia. Report it immediately if you spot Su Chen. They actually believed what the higher-ups of Daxia said. Because they have already made contact with Tian Tong, the Grand Elder of Tianmen. Tian Tong told them that Su Chen was indeed not within the territory of Great Xia. Otherwise, once they enter the territory, their sect leader can kill them. As for where Su Chen went, Tianmen is also searching everywhere for him. 1677, Chapter 1677 Investigating Chen Shu. Meanwhile, the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens in China had just settled in Zhengzhou with Zhang Tiangang. Zhang Tiangang was almost always at the Kai family's house. The Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens was invited to Zhao Di's house. With two powerful figures in Zhengzhou, no one can dare to offend them. Unless the sect leader of Tianmen comes. But Tianshan didn't bother to deal with Zhengzhou, such a small place. After all, Zhengzhou was originally considered relatively barren by Tianmen. At the same time, without Zhang Tiangang and Zhou Tianshuanu, the strongest people in Zhengzhou would only be 4th or 5th tier spirit practitioners. In his eyes, Tianshan could wipe out an entire group with a wave of his hand. When Chu Nanda of the Chu family first learned that Su Chen had left his Xia, he even went to the Kai family to prepare to wipe out the entire Kai family. But Zhang Tiangong's appearance disrupted the balance. Although Chu Nanda was not afraid of Zhang Tiangang, he was no match for him if they really fought. In the end, he could only swallow his anger and slink away. As for Xiao Ningning, after returning to Jiangcheng, she simply moved in with Wang Wenlan. She has always managed her Jiangcheng branch office very well. Back in Jiangcheng, her mood improved considerably. It's no longer as oppressive as before. Perhaps it was returning to this place that brought back memories of the past. Su Chen has been gone for over a year, and she misses him terribly. But at least now she's gotten used to life without Su Chen. She believed that as long as she kept waiting, Su Chen would definitely come back sooner or later. But time waits for no one. Although she is only in her early 20s, she is still quite young. But in order to have more time to wait for Su Chen, besides her regular work, she also started to make the most of her time to cultivate herself. After all, the lifespan of ordinary people and martial artists is different. Right now, she only has the strength of a martial arts grandmaster. At most, they'll only live for 100 years. They are worlds apart from Su Chen. Su Chen might return 100 years later as a young man. But what will she be like 100 years from now? If she doesn't improve her skills soon. Even if there is still hope for her to be with Su Chen in the future, when she stands next to Su Chen, people will probably only think of her as Su Chen's mother. 2 days have passed. Professor Xia has been having people keep checking on Chen Shu's whereabouts. But to no avail. Neither of the Chen families has a person named Chen Shu. This puzzled Professor Xie. Who exactly is Chen Shu? If he has such abilities, he shouldn't be an unknown figure in the entire Korean peninsula. But why can't we find anyone named Chen Shu? In the entire country of South Korea, there are a total of 32 people named Chen Shu. He has already had these 32 people investigated one by one. Of the final 32 people, none of them were the owners of the Zhuyao Group. Professor Xia became even more suspicious of Chen Shu's identity. At the same time, Professor Du also put aside his research on the products of Zhuyao Group. Because of those few words. At this point, they had already shifted their focus to framing him. As for who framed them, they already have a clue. Why did Professor Xie suffer from drug poisoning? And after several days, they finally extracted the poison from Professor Xie's blood. It is indeed very different from the medicines produced by the Shinshu Pharmaceutical Group. It's even impossible for new toxins to be produced. Therefore, the person who framed the Zhuyao Group must be a competitor of the Zhuyao Group. It's highly likely that so many pharmaceutical groups in higher city would do something like this. After all, if the products of the Zhuyao Group are genuine, it would be a huge breakthrough for the entire medical industry. But to its competitors, that's a monopolistic practice. So how could other companies in the same industry possibly remain calm? 1678, Chapter 1678 Next Steps. However, investigating the truth is not the responsibility of their medical school. They only need to give the results they know. After all, Zhang Nao wouldn't even let them meet with the boss behind the scenes, so they had no obligation to help with the investigation. However, as professors, they did not have the actual authority to notify the Zhuyao Group not to advertise the drugs. But what they say also carries authority. As long as they say it, the relevant departments will do what they say after hearing it. After all, they are more authoritative than the relevant appraisal departments. For a moment, things came to a standstill. The Zhuyao Group cannot advertise, but it can sell its products. If any problems arise with the medication, Shinshu Pharmaceutical Group must take responsibility. Zhang Na was also somewhat disappointed with this result. After all, everyone wants to soar to new heights when the group is developing. At the same time, she also hoped to achieve something to show Su Chen. But I never expected the result to be like this. Although drug sales are relatively stable, some people are gradually using drugs from Shinshu Pharmaceutical Group. But that's not the effect she wants right now. Based on her original estimate. After the opening ceremony of Zhuyao Group, the medicines will definitely sell like hotcakes. It might even spread its fame to the capital at an extremely fast pace. That was when the Zhuyao Group truly became famous. Unexpectedly, this kind of thing happened at the opening ceremony. Professor Xie also refused to prove the innocence of the drug. As a result, the Zhuyao Group got through a period of time peacefully. The Luo family also remained quiet for a while. Only after confirming that Professor Xie's side had provided an answer did they begin preparing for the next plan. At first, they were genuinely worried that Professor Xie would investigate thoroughly. After all, given Professor Xie's abilities, it's entirely possible that the toxin might be produced by other drugs. Fortunately, Professor Xie didn't notice. "Grandpa, what should we do next?" Luo Chang was full of confidence at this moment. The first step has already been successful as long as we bring down the Zhuyao Group. What does Chen Shu behind it matter? As long as Zhang Na and Chen Shu don't get the support of Professor Xie and the others, the Luo family has plenty of ways to deal with them. After all, the Luo family dared not provoke Professor Xie's influence. Without Professor Xie's interference, the Luo family could easily deal with Zhang Na and Chen Shu. Even if Chen Shu is a spirit-level expert, even if he is stronger than his grandfather, it doesn't matter. They still have a 7th-tier expert in their capital city that they can mobilize. Arrange for 2 more people who have drug purchase receipts from Zhuyao Group. Make them take the same medicine as Professor Xie, and it would be best if they were killed. Upon hearing his grandfather's words, Luo Chang immediately understood. Grandpa wants to use public opinion to completely destroy the Zhuyao Group. Okay, Grandpa. Luo Chang smiled with satisfaction. The biggest producers of public opinion are undoubtedly the people. If it can be proven that the medicines of the Zhuyao Group are indeed problematic, it will completely crush the Zhuyao Group. No matter how powerful Chen Shu is, he would never dare to take action against the people. If you dare, that would be even better. At that time, the collapse of the Zhuyao Group will be just a matter of a moment. Luo Chang immediately went out to arrange for someone to do it. In this world, money can make the devil turn the millstone. If the price is right, there are plenty of people who will do it. Su Chen hasn't inquired about the company's bedchamber attendance these past few days. Zhang Na reported to him on the current status of the company. He didn't care. After all, what he needs is not to rise to the top in one step. Instead, it's about stable development. So this outcome was within his calculations. 1679, Chapter 1679 Black Mountain Axe. The sudden rise to prominence and rapid spread of fame of the Zhuyao Group is not necessarily a good thing for him. What he needs is a place where he can conceal his identity and develop steadily. Just as he was refining pills, Zhang Na called him. His tone was very urgent. Zhang Na told her that someone was deliberately causing trouble at the company. They even vandalized company equipment. Where are the bodyguards I arranged for you? Su Chen asked in confusion. They went to my house. My parents were being harassed by the Luo family, so I sent them over, but they haven't come back yet. Zhang Na also felt some regret. I wish I had kept one by my side. Now a bunch of thugs have actually caused trouble at the company. They came in and, without a word, accused the Zhuyao Group of not knowing the rules. They even targeted their own employees. Don't worry, I'm coming right away. Don't get into conflict with them. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen quickly put on his clothes and went out. Meanwhile, at this time, the office area of the Bamboo Medicine Group was bustling with activity. 5 or 6 thugs, carrying things in their hands, started smashing the computer desks and chairs in the office area. Several employees tried to fight back, but they were all beaten up. Gentlemen, aren't you afraid the security team will come looking for you by doing this? What have we done to offend you during the opening of our Zhuyao Group? Zhang Na shielded her employees behind her and asked somewhat angrily. Opening for business? Your Bamboo Medicine Group dared to open for business without our permission? Aren't you going to find out who's in charge here? Without paying the fees, who gave you permission to open for business? The man in the suit in front of me was holding a baseball bat and was fairly handsome. Zhang Na couldn't understand how a man like that could do such a thing. Is this what they call a suit-wearing thug? This is the territory of Half Mountain City. Whose permission do we need? Did you obtain permission from the Song family to do this? Zhang Na brought the Song family out. However, the other party burst out laughing. The Song family? The Song family is barely able to protect itself. What right do they have to interfere with you? Zhang Na's expression changed slightly. How could the Song family be in such dire straits even when they can protect themselves? The Song family contacted her just a few days ago. Could something have happened? Since you don't understand the rules, then let me teach you a lesson today. Bang! The man struck again with the stick, smashing a table to pieces. Although this is a city halfway up a mountain, but it's also our Black Mountain Axe territory. Not to mention you, even the Song family has to abide by our rules. Since you are the first group company in Half Mountain City, then they should follow the rules even more. After all, if the big shots don't even follow the rules, how can the little ones follow them in the future? According to the rules, your Bamboo Medicine Group needs to pay us Black Mountain Axe $1 million in protection fees every month. The man said with a smirk. Zhang Na's expression changed slightly. $1 million. Is this a robbery? Zhang Na was a little angry. He. You're absolutely right, let's just call it a robbery. Don't even think about reporting to FBL, they can't touch my Black Mountain Axe. Zhang Na fell silent instantly. Black Mountain Axe, of course she knew about this organization. It can be said to be the biggest villainous organization in all of South Korea. Let alone higher city. Even in the capital city, the Black Mountain Axe holds a certain status. It can be said that they are even stronger and more powerful than the Luo family. The Luo family can only be considered the largest white area business family in the entire higher city. But the Black Mountain Axe is the complete opposite. It is the largest criminal organization in the entire higher city. 1680, Chapter 1680 Zhang Na injured. An organization that even the Luo family wouldn't dare to offend easily. Unexpectedly, the Black Mountain Axe has come to their Bamboo Medicine Group. Give me your answers. Either give me the money. Either close down. We, Black Mountain Axe, don't have that much time to waste on you. Zhang Na looked at the employees behind her, her heart filled with conflicting emotions. Should we wait for Su Chen to arrive, or should she pay first? After all, the Black Mountain Axe is not to be trifled with. Su Chen is unwilling to reveal his identity, so in the end he might have no choice but to pay money. Our boss is coming right away, you should wait until he arrives before you talk. Whether it's paying up or closing down, our boss will tell you the answer. Zhang Na decided to wait for Su Chen to handle it. Luckily, she had just called Su Chen. After all, the other party is Black Mountain Axe. Even if her bodyguards are around, they probably wouldn't be able to handle this situation. After all, it's an organization that even the Luo family wouldn't dare to provoke easily. Her bodyguards were at most second-tier experts, and they dared not approach Black Mountain Axe. Bang! Sheba! Are you deaf to what I'm saying? I don't have time. Everyone at Black Mountain Axe is very busy. So what if your boss comes? Does he dare not pay? If you don't pay, we'll shut down. But even if you close down, do you know what the outcome will be? Even if they don't pay, you still have to pay this month's amount first. The man roared angrily. The company employees were so frightened that they all backed away. Zhang Na also retreated repeatedly. The opponent has reached the level of a terrestrial immortal. If a fight breaks out, she can barely hold her own. But the company's employees may get injured. I'm giving you 1 minute. If you don't pay, I'm going to get physical. The man said viciously. A group of 5 or 6 people waited with smiles on their faces. Zhang Na's eyes were fixed on the doorway. I kept praying in my heart that Su Chen would come quickly. Only Su Chen can handle this matter. With Su Chen's strength, he is more than capable of crushing Black Mountain Axe. Whether Su Chen wanted to reveal his identity or not, or whether he wanted to cause trouble for $1 million, she couldn't make that decision for him. The man looked at his watch. When the minute was up, the man waved. The people behind him all surrounded him. Fight, kill one of them and it'll all be blamed on headquarters. Give me the money or I'll beat you. As soon as the man gave the order, 5 or 6 men around him immediately began to act. Zhang Na exhaled and sent those people flying. The man was also taken aback. Sheba. So he's a martial artist, and quite strong at that. The man's face lit up with joy. Let me. He jumped up, his long, slender legs swinging out repeatedly. He immediately started fighting with Zhang Na. Everyone else, beat them to death. Zhang Na's expression changed drastically. She lacked the strength to protect others and could only be constantly restrained by the man. Several people were injured in the process. You don't go too far. Zhang Na is angry. She rushed over without hesitation, wanting to protect her employees. The flaw was revealed in an instant. The man behind her stretched out his foot and kicked Zhang Na, sending her flying several meters. He can barely take care of himself, yet he has the mind to worry about others. The man smiled confidently. Zhang Na wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and tried to get up. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through me. It looks like her spine was broken. President. What, you're not convinced? Keep going. The man waved his hand, looking defiant. How about I give it a try? Suddenly, an invisible pressure descended upon the office area. Chapter 1681 The Arrival of Dominance. The man suddenly felt his body sink. Black Mountain Axe? Is that amazing? Su Chen's voice slowly drifted over. Amidst the noise, a heavy footstep could be clearly heard. The scene fell silent instantly. All eyes turned to the doorway. Brother Chen. You finally arrived. Zhang Na's face turned deathly pale. If Su Chen doesn't come soon, she won't be able to hold on. It doesn't matter if she gets injured, but if a company employee gets injured, she, as the company president, won't be able to explain herself. What cattle and horses? The man turned around and looked in Su Chen's direction. You dare interfere in the affairs of my Black Mountain Axe? Are you looking for death? I am Black Scorpion, the head of the higher city branch of Black Mountain Axe. Black Scorpion spoke sharply, though he was also somewhat shocked. This bamboo medicine group actually has such a powerful figure. Black Scorpion, I think you should just be called Black Heart. I don't know anything about the Black Mountain Axe. All I know is that you dared to cause trouble at my Zhuyao group. Then they should pay the corresponding price. Before he finished speaking, Su Chen was already in front of Black Scorpion. With just a slight movement, Black Scorpion was lifted up. Snap. Was that the hand that was moving just now? Before Black Scorpion could give an answer, Su Chen twisted and broke his right hand. Black Scorpion is a ruthless person too. Even with one arm twisted off, he didn't let out a scream. But it was extremely painful to endure. Oh, your patience seems pretty good. As he spoke, Su Chen made another move and twisted off Black Scorpion's other hand as well. After doing all this, Su Chen threw the Black Scorpion on the ground. In the blink of an eye, he was back beside Zhang Na. He took out a pill and gave it to Zhang Na to take. You should heal your wounds first. Su Chen had already seen Zhang Na's injuries. It is indeed a cervical vertebra that is misaligned. The problem isn't that big. Alright, your turn is next. Su Chen just turned to the other members of Black Mountain Axe. Several forces instantly enveloped them all. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on my bamboo medicine group will not leave unscathed. Su Chen was also very domineering. Men, get your hands on them, if you kill them, it's on me. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, dozens of men from the company rushed forward. He started punching and kicking those 5 or 6 people. Screams filled the air, overwhelming each other. As for Black Scorpion, his hands were crippled, and the intense pain made it impossible for him to stand up. You said you're the head of Higher City Branch, right? Who is the strongest in your branch? I'm giving you a chance to have him come and save you. Su Chen walked up to Black Scorpion and took out his phone for him. Black Scorpion's features were contorted in pain as he stared at Su Chen. He never expected that anyone would dare to challenge their Black Mountain Axe. They even went so far as to punish him so severely. If you don't fight, I'll kill you right now. A murderous aura flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Black Scorpion was stunned for a moment. He had a feeling that if he didn't do as he was told, he might really be killed. His name Ishi's name is Black Panther. Su Chen found Black Panther in his contacts and dialed the number. After the call connected, Black Scorpion immediately cried for help. Black Panther told him to bring his men over immediately. Black Scorpion was not happy beforehand. He didn't want to show it. Black Panther is a peak 5th-tier powerhouse. If Black Panther comes, the Bamboo Medicine Group will be finished today. But he couldn't let anyone see the joy in his heart, otherwise the people from the Bamboo Medicine Group would probably all run away in fear. And the man in front of him, he was determined to kill him with his own hands. 1682, Chapter 1682 Black Panther. You have 10 minutes. If they don't show up, I'll cripple them. Suchin said coldly. He doesn't have that much time to waste. This clown is nothing but a buffoon, he's not worth spending too much time on. You dare. You can't mess with Black Mountain Axe. Suchin hung up the phone before the other person could finish speaking. In other people's eyes, there are too many people he shouldn't mess with. After hanging up the phone, Suchin looked at the other people in the company. Take a head count, especially making arrangements for all the injured. Suchin said coldly. Zhang Na's assistant nodded quickly and then began to tidy up the scene. 5 minutes later, the assistant told Suchin. The total number of employees is currently 38. Not one is missing. But everyone gets hurt. Most of them were minor injuries. However, several male employees were seriously injured and are still lying on the ground. Zhang Na's injuries are also quite serious. Suchin also gave out pills and had his assistant give them to the male employees. Finally, his gaze fell upon the Black Scorpion. You only have 3 minutes left. Black Scorpion remains silent, his expression tense. He's no match for them if he makes any threats now, he might get taught a lesson again. Although there were only 3 minutes left, he believed that Black Panther would definitely make it. You need to know the speed of their Black Mountain axes. If a member has an accident, the rule is to send someone to the scene within 10 minutes. Even if Black Panther can't arrive within the specified time. But members of the organization who are nearby will come as soon as possible. As long as someone comes, we can continue to stall for time. If we delay until Black Panther arrives, everything will be resolved. He didn't believe that the person in front of him was a match for Black Panther. 2 minutes passed. Black Scorpion kept staring at the entrance, cursing under his breath. If they hadn't come soon, they would have really been in deep trouble today. Just as the group was feeling tense and fearful, a commotion arose outside. Who is it? Dare to touch the people of Black Mountain Axe. Hearing the sound, Black Scorpion breathed a long sigh of relief. Looks like we made it. Black Panther led the charge in, and an invisible pressure emanated from him the moment he entered. However, this pressure vanished instantly after meeting Suchin. Black Panther's eyes subtly changed. Who can rival higher? Apart from that old man from the Luo family who could fight him, no one in higher could withstand the aura he released. Who exactly are you? After Black Panther entered, his gaze fell on Suchin's back. He originally planned to unleash his full power and wipe out everyone here. But to my surprise, it was blocked. You're the strongest he was talking about? Suchin gave an irrelevant answer. Black Panther hesitated for 2 seconds. He looked Suchin up and down, analyzing Suchin's approximate strength. He was younger than him, but he exuded an unfathomable aura. This aura felt like a stone sinking into the sea. I don't know, how did my Black Mountain Axe men offend you? Doesn't Black Mountain Axe have that kind of face? The Black Panther's aura has calmed down. He had already discerned that the young man before him was stronger than him. If it really came down to a fight, he would be no match for him. So if he knows he'll suffer a loss and still insists on going forward, then he's just a fool. What is a Black Mountain Axe? Even if it's Black Mountain Axe, does it have the right to cause trouble at my Bamboo Medicine Group? Now I'm giving you 2 choices. Suchin showed no respect whatsoever, coldly replying. 1683, Chapter 1683 completely powerless to fight back. First, everyone who came today, stay here. You can consider attacking together. Second, let's see how to handle this. After all, my company has suffered heavy losses, and everyone has been seriously injured. If I can get your forgiveness, I might consider letting you go. In fact, Su Chen had already decided to kill him. But if you think about it carefully, once someone dies, the seriousness of the matter will immediately change. That would definitely attract unnecessary attention. So if this matter can be resolved peacefully, he won't continue to hold a grudge. Black Panther glanced at the employees in the hands of the Bamboo Medicine Group. Some employees only had minor scrapes, but they were told they were seriously injured. The young man in front of them was clearly trying to extort money from Black Mountain Axe. Brother Leopard, hurry up and make your move. Grab him. I'm going to kill him myself. Black Scorpion said fiercely, he's in so much pain, why isn't Black Panther making a move yet? Looking at Black Scorpion's appearance, Black Panther narrowed his eyes, clearly displeased. It's one thing for Black Scorpion to be less skilled than others. They don't even have any vision. They didn't even understand the opponent's strength, yet they dared to make a reckless move. Isn't this blatant suicide? Even he was no match for the opponent's strength, so how dare Black Scorpion? Friend, since our people injured your people, you have also injured mine. I think we should call this even. After all, Black Mountain Axe is a well-known organization in the capital. Even the strongest among them has the strength of the 8th rank. It's not worth ruining our relationship over these things. Black Panther chose to swallow his anger and seek peace. But that doesn't mean he'd gamble with the reputation of Black Mountain Axe. After all, if they really lose money, Black Mountain Axe will lose face big time. After all, the main business of Black Mountain Axe is collecting security management fees. In layman's terms, it's protection money. But if he gets blackmailed this time, what will become of Black Mountain Axe's prestige? Even? Are you trying to threaten me with an 8th tier expert? Su Chen's eyes were icy cold. Or do you think I would care about an 8th tier expert? As soon as he finished speaking, an aura instantly pressed down on the Black Panther. Heibo felt as if his mental energy was about to be shaken to its limit. Oh, it can even withstand a 6th tier opponent. What about the 7th tier? Su Chen continued to apply pressure. Black Panther suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. I can give you the time to choose. If you can't take it, you can speak up. Su Chen continued to apply pressure. If he weren't worried about revealing his identity, this Black Panther would already be dead. Even the entire Black Mountain Axe will perish. How could he possibly play childish games with this Black Panther here? Black Panther suddenly knelt down on the ground with a thud. The immense pressure made it hard for him to breathe. He could feel that the pressure had reached the peak of the 7th rank. Even the 8th rank. If this continues, he could very well die here. He never expected that the young man in front of him, who was even younger than him, would have such terrifying strength. Faced with such pressure, Black Panther could no longer hold on. I'm willing to negotiate compensation. Black Panther managed to utter those words with difficulty. Upon hearing this, Su Chen withdrew his pressure. Wouldn't it have been better to make a decision sooner? This was your own choice, I didn't force you. Black Panther's lips twitched at Su Chen's words. Was it voluntary on his part? He had never seen such a voluntary approach before. It's so annoying to say things like that. 1684, Chapter 1684 Absolute Oppression. When the Black Mountain Axe gang goes to collect protection money, they always say this last thing after receiving the money. Make them say that they gave it voluntarily. They could clearly sense that the other party was extremely angry. Now he has the same feeling. The words spoken by Qin Shu in front of them were almost identical to those of the others, and they sounded extremely irritating. Alright, I've already come up with a compensation plan for you. These few injuries aren't as serious, so each of them will receive $200,000 in compensation. These people in the middle are seriously injured, each will receive $500,000. Su Chen pointed to more than a dozen employees whose faces were scratched and even had some bloodstains. The rest are all seriously injured. These employees are in serious condition. They may need to stay in the hospital for 6 months. They might never be able to walk again in their entire lives. I won't try to extort you. $2 million per person will suffice. Black Panther's face instantly darkened. This is outrageous. They even said they didn't want too much. Let's not even talk about the huge amount. Take the injuries the other party sustained, for example, they're not worth the price at all. The injury from the $200,000 was just a scrape. Even those who lose $500,000 will only end up with bruises and swelling. $2 million is even more outrageous. He was just beaten until he vomited blood, or he broke 2 ribs. Oh right, and my CEO too. She's the face of our Bamboo Medicine Group. Now it's also seriously injured, which means that the Bamboo Medicine Group can no longer operate normally. The Bamboo Medicine Group will probably have to close for the next month, and you'll have to make up for the losses. Not much. The monthly turnover of Zhuyao Group is at least 10 million. Black Panther was completely speechless. They, the Black Mountain Axe, have always been ruthless and treacherous. No one can outdo them in their criticism. But even now, he still feels that he is too insignificant. Chen Shu is even more ruthless than them. In this way, they only physically assaulted someone, yet they have to pay out more than $20 million in compensation. And no one suffered any particularly serious injuries. Furthermore, is Chen Shu lying to ghosts? Does the business have to shut down just because the CEO is injured? Does this company have to function without a CEO? Who would believe such nonsense? What, do you have any other opinions or suggestions? Su Chen asked coldly. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. The meaning is very clear. Black Panther had no choice but to agree. Black Panther was almost speechless. He's been heartless for decades, and this is the first time he's ever wanted to call someone else heartless. This is beyond black. Compared to their Black Mountain Axe, it is far superior. Since there are no objections, here's the money. Seeing that Black Panther didn't speak, Su Chen held out his hand, indicating that Black Panther could pay quickly. The amount is a bit large. I don't have that much on me. I might need someone to bring it over. Black Panther had no choice but to compromise. There was nothing he could do but compromise. He was no match for Chen Shu. All I can say is to spend money to avoid further trouble. He'll report the matter to his superiors and then make a decision. How? The amount is a bit large. I'm not so happy with that. Su Chen smiled. This is just a price that hurts people. And what about all the equipment in my company that you damaged? Back then, these devices were the most expensive and highest spec available on the market. Black Panther's heart skipped a beat. He wasn't shocked by what Su Chen said, but by the fact that Su Chen was lying through his teeth. 1685, chapter 1685. Whatever I say, that's what it is. Those computers, though expensive, were just ordinary office computers. The price of each one will absolutely not exceed $2,000. I'll give you $10,000 for each one. And the tables and chairs are all made of solid wood and genuine leather. Black Panther's expression calmed down. He knew he was definitely going to get scammed today. Now Chen Shu stands on the high ground. None of them were a match for Chen Shu. Chen Shu can say whatever he wants. They had absolutely no room to bargain. How about this? I'll give you a discount. 22 million beautiful bills. Take the money and leave, or we'll have to keep you here. Black Panther nodded quickly. Wait a moment, I'll have someone bring it over right away. Su Chen didn't refuse. He believed that once Black Panther experienced his strength, he would not harbor any thoughts of resistance. Otherwise, you're just courting death. About half an hour later, Black Panther's men finally arrived. Zhang Na has recovered quite a bit. The others recovered as well. Seeing that the people from the Bamboo Medicine Group who had been injured earlier were recovering one after another, Black Panther was shocked. He recovered so quickly. But he still needs to pay more than 20 million. Black Panther looked completely exasperated. This is blatant extortion right in front of him, and so brazenly at that. They didn't put on any act, and they didn't give me any face at all. This is completely trampling on his Black Mountain Axe's dignity. A surge of anger welled up within Black Panther. This matter will absolutely not be easily forgotten. He simply didn't believe that a young boy could have the strength to contend with their Black Mountain Axe. I don't know if we'll be able to leave. We still need to take him to the hospital. Black Panther looked at Su-chan with a wry smile, and then at Black Scorpion. Okay, that's it. Oh, right, take this 10,000 yuan, consider it his medical expenses. Su-chan sneered and looked at Black Scorpion's severed hands. Black Panther took the money, but felt it was an insult. No one at the scene was more seriously injured than Black Scorpion. But they only gave me 10,000 yuan. The others don't seem to be injured, so let's just leave it at that. You can go now. Black Panther didn't say a word now. No matter what Chinshu said, he could only endure it. He led his men and had them carry the Black Scorpion away immediately. Watching Black Panther and the others leave, Su-chan sneered inwardly. This Black Panther is quite patient. However, aside from enduring it, he didn't believe Black Panther would dare to resist. Faced with absolute power, anyone's limits of patience can be magnified infinitely. Brother Chen, if we do this, won't we completely offend Black Mountain Axe? I've heard they're a very troublesome organization. After Zhang Na recovered, she happened to see all the members of the Black Mountain Axe gang who had already walked away. Su-chan shook his head. Difficult to deal with, only for the weak. I wouldn't mind if they came back to deliver the money again. At this moment, all the employees of Zhuyao Group were very happy. They all received compensation, and exactly as the boss had requested, not a penny less. This was originally a disaster for them. But unexpectedly, it turned into good news. However, they regarded the people of Black Mountain Axe as if they were nobles. If it weren't for the Black Mountain Axe people, they wouldn't have received this windfall today. At the same time, Su-chan's strength far exceeded their expectations. A man who isn't even afraid of the Black Mountain Axe. It seems they made the right choice coming to the Bamboo Medicine Group. After leaving the Bamboo Medicine Group, Black Panther threw Black Scorpion into the hospital. At the same time, report the situation immediately. 1686, Chapter 1686, Encountering Su-chan. After all, they lost so much money for no reason. Even if he doesn't report this, he still won't be able to explain it when the accounts are finally audited. The organization's management is extremely strict. Let alone more than 20 million US dollars. Even if it's $1 million US dollars, the authorities will eventually investigate and find out the truth. So no matter how embarrassing this matter was, he had no choice but to report it. After this incident, Su-chan felt that his identity was probably not far from being exposed. After all, even an organization like Black Mountain Axe has gotten involved. If he swallowed his anger and chose to back down, that would certainly not be in his nature. If they were to do that, the Chuk Yak Group would not be able to establish itself in South Korea for long. Therefore, he had no choice but to risk being discovered and lay the foundation for the Bamboo Medicine Group first. But the most important thing is to improve our strength. If he can raise his strength to the human spirit level in a short period of time, these problems will no longer exist. Su-chan ordered Zhang Na to recall all the bodyguards. Starting today, I will be at the company and on my way home at all times. Ready anytime, anywhere. After all, he didn't have much time to manage these miscellaneous matters. He could clearly sense that he was approaching a breakthrough. Although breaking through to the human spirit level is not easy, he believes that as long as he can find a way, breaking through to the human spirit level is just around the corner. Su-chan asked Zhang Na to take care of everything at the scene, and then went home alone. At the same time, Professor Xia and Professor Du happened to arrive at Zhuyao Group together. After several days of research, they have finally made further progress in their study of the antidote. Meanwhile, they also made new progress in the matter of the bamboo medicine group being framed. The two of them came together today to have a final negotiation with Zhang Na. If Zhang Na is willing to introduce them to the pharmaceutical professionals behind Zhuyao Group, then it won't be difficult for them to help Zhuyao Group prove its innocence. The two got out of the car and saw a group of people staggering out of the Zhuyao Group. And it looks like he's injured. Neither of them stepped forward immediately. After all, no one knows what exactly happened inside the Zhuyao Group. I sat in the car for about 10 minutes. Professor Xia was also getting impatient. Why don't you just go and see for yourself what's happening up there? Just as Professor Xia was about to get out of the car, Professor Du stopped him. Wait a minute, look, someone else is coming down. Professor Du pointed to the main entrance of the Zhuyao Group. A young figure went downstairs, turned left, and left in the opposite direction from them. Professor Xia didn't take it seriously at first. But after that figure had gone far away, he suddenly realized that something was not right. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Chase after them. Drive. Professor Xia was extremely excited. He felt that young man's profile looked very familiar. I keep trying to remember where I saw it before. It took me a while to realize. What's wrong, Lao Xia, did you run into someone you know? Professor Du asked, quite puzzled. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and catch up with them. Professor Xia instantly became quite angry. At that moment, he only cared about the young man who had just left. Although Professor Du was puzzled, he still told the driver to speed up. The vehicle chased after the direction Su Chen had just left in. But when they arrived at the entrance of the Banshanshide residential area, the figure had vanished without a trace. Professor Xia quickly got out of the car and looked around at the empty space. Professor Du followed him down and asked him what had happened. Could I have seen wrong? 1687, chapter 1687. Perhaps I misread it. Professor Xia sighed deeply. He didn't think he could be mistaken, but why did that person look so much like him? Old man, what good news are you keeping from me? Professor Du was getting a little impatient. He had been asking for ages, but hadn't received a single answer. Professor Xia glanced at him before slowly explaining. Do you remember the little master I told you about a long time ago? When I went to Daxia, he taught me a lot from that young master. He is also the most knowledgeable and profound medical person I have ever met. Professor Du suddenly remembered. A few years ago, old man Xia went to Daxia and was always amazed by Daxia's medical skills after he returned. Of all the people, old man Xia praised the young man the most. Even after several years, old man Xia would still occasionally mention that person. What, could it be that he was the one just now? Professor Du asked in surprise. Professor Xia hesitated for a few seconds, then finally shook his head. I don't know either, they're just so alike. Perhaps I'm seeing things. The two old men stood there for a long time, but still couldn't see the figure from before. Forget it, I think we should go to the bamboo medicine group first, maybe they can give you the answer there. After thinking it over, Professor Xia could only nod in agreement. Perhaps the only thing we can do is ask the Shinshu Pharmaceutical Group. After the two elderly people got into the car, they returned to the building downstairs of the Zhuyao Group and went upstairs together. He also had two spirit-level bodyguards with him. After going upstairs, the two old men were shocked. At this moment, the Zhuyao Group was in complete disarray. It's obvious that someone disrupted their event. Professor Xia looked at Zhang Na, who was not far away. What's going on? Professor Xia asked in confusion. Zhang Na never expected the two professors to come. She told the two of them about what happened when Black Mountain Axe came over. The two of them didn't say much. After all, this has always been Black Mountain Axe's style of doing things. Even if they have the ability to influence, they won't easily interfere for the sake of a bamboo medicine group. We're here today because of the antidote. The two elders then revealed their purpose. Zhang Na was shocked to learn that he had come for Su Chen. These two old men are really persistent. Why do I have to see Su Chen? Although the two elders were determined, her outcome would not be shaken. The answer was still a refusal. Even if she couldn't clear Zhuyao Group's name, she couldn't possibly arrange for the two old men to meet Su Chen. Little girl, you'd better think this through. After all, this concerns the future development of your bamboo medicine group. Professor Du said meaningfully. They've tried to persuade them many times. But for some reason, Zhang Na's attitude remains so firm. Is meeting this pharmaceutical executive more important than the future development of the entire group? I'm sorry, professors, this is not something I can decide. I am truly grateful that you made the trip in person. But I can't decide this, so. The two looked at each other. It seems that the bamboo medicine group is really determined. Little girl, let me ask you a few questions. Can you answer them truthfully? Professor Xia looked at Zhang Na with a serious expression. Zhang Na also felt that something was wrong. But since Professor Xia had said so, how could she refuse? I wonder if your pharmaceutical engineer is a young man. That question hit the nail on the head. Zhang Na was also taken aback at first. How did Professor Xia discover this? 1688, Chapter 1688 Professor Xia's suspicion. Zhang Na hesitated for 2 seconds, then slowly nodded. Professor Xia's eyes lit up, and he continued to ask questions. Was it the young man who went down just now? Zhang Na's answer left Professor Xia completely bewildered. So many people went down just now, I don't know who you're talking about, Professor Xia. Our boss doesn't come to the company often, and when he does, he's always in a rush, so I don't know who Professor Xia is talking about. Zhang Na skillfully avoided Professor Xia's question. Professor Xia was somewhat helpless upon hearing this answer. The answer was already right in front of us. If Zhang Na answers yes, then he is 80 to 90% certain that the person he just saw was probably Su Chen. One last question, I wonder if the pharmaceutical company behind you is surnamed Su. Upon hearing this, Zhang Na was surprised. Fortunately, she had prepared herself mentally beforehand. So when Professor Xia asked that question, she didn't show any surprise. She smiled slightly and shook her head. No, our boss's surname is Chen. Didn't I tell you that before, Professor Xia? Although she appeared calm, she was now 100% certain that Professor Xia knew Su Chen. Otherwise, how would they know that Su Chen's surname is Su? I never expected that Su Chen would meet so many people after coming to South Korea. First it was the Song family, and now Professor Xia has appeared. The Song family treated Su Chen with utmost respect because Su Chen was their benefactor. But Professor Xia is different. She dared not acknowledge Su Chen's identity, and she couldn't be sure whether Professor Xia was Su Chen's enemy or friend. She could only tell Su Chen about this after she got home. As for whether or not Su Chen should respond to Professor Xia, that's up to Su Chen himself. When Zhang Na answered the question, Professor Xia paid close attention to Zhang Na's expression. He could detect any slight change in Zhang Na's expression from subtle details. But even after Zhang Na finished answering the question, he didn't notice anything strange about her expression. This proves that Zhang Na was not lying. Or perhaps Zhang Na was relatively calm and didn't tell the truth. Regardless, the young man he saw today bore an 80% resemblance to Su Chen. Alright. Since we have been able to verify that there are no problems with your bamboo medicine group's products, I will issue a statement to prove their authenticity. As for how you use my words, that's up to you. Professor Xi still chose to help the Zhuyao group. They came here today with the attitude that if they couldn't reach an agreement, they wouldn't offer any help. But it wasn't until he saw the young man from before that he realized things couldn't be that simple. Thank you so much, professors. Zhang Na was overjoyed. The two professors have made their comments. Then their bamboo medicine group will be able to fully unleash its potential. After speaking with Zhang Na, the two elders also chose to leave. Once downstairs, Professor Xia immediately arranged for people to keep watch nearby. He had to find the young man he had just seen. Even if it's not Su Chen, even if it has nothing to do with Su Chen, he will investigate until he gives up. At the same time, he also arranged for people in the vicinity to check the flow of people coming and going. He didn't let any person with the same symbol escape. Halfway up the mountain, this place is the Song family's territory. Professor Xia arranged for many people to search for Su Chen's whereabouts here, which of course could not be kept secret from the Song family. 1689, Chapter 1689. It's impossible to lose money. After learning about this, Song Qingji went to Su Chen's house in person. After all, if Professor Xia finds out Su Chen's whereabouts, the matter could be serious or minor. Su Chen had previously instructed the Song family to conceal his identity. Later, after investigation, they learned that Su Chen seemed to be being hunted down by a coalition of powerful figures from many countries. Therefore, the Song family has always maintained a zero-leakage policy regarding Su Chen's secrets. They also hoped that Su Chen could stay in Half Mountain City for a long time. This way, at least they can do their part. But if Su Chen's news were to leak, those international powerhouses would probably flock to South Korea to find him. Ignore him if he finds out on his own, so be it. Zhang Na was sitting opposite Su Chen. Zhang Na then told him about what had happened before. He also told Su Chen that Professor Xia might know him. But Su Chen didn't seem surprised. And he acted like he didn't care at all. It's clear that Su Chen really does know Professor Xia, otherwise he wouldn't be acting so casually. When will our Bamboo Pharmaceutical Group's drug advertising begin? Leaving aside Professor Xia's matter, Zhang Na immediately inquired about the company's affairs. According to her, this should have been promoted long ago. After all, a newly established company should quickly make an impression in the public eye. However, when the drugs had problems before, the Shinshu Pharmaceutical Group didn't make a sound for a month or two. If this continues, they will soon disappear from the public's memory. You can make all the decisions, you can do it according to your own ideas first. I'll let you know in advance if there are any problems. Hearing Su Chen's words, Zhang Na also looked helpless. It seems Su Chen is really planning to wash his hands of the business. But it's alright, Su Chen's original intention was to train her. During this time, she also studied a lot of business management methods. She also has some thoughts and insights on this matter. Since Su Chen has given her free rein to do it, why shouldn't she do it? 2 days later, the Zhuyao Company's advertising campaign officially kicked off. However, problems arose on the very second day of the initial promotion. One of its street front stores is said to have sold medicine that caused a death. Upon learning of this incident, Zhang Na and other senior executives of the Bamboo Medicine Group rushed to the scene. This is only the first battle for the Zhuyao Group, and such a major event has already occurred at the very beginning. When Zhang Na arrived at the scene, it was packed with people. The deceased's family dragged him directly to the entrance of the pharmacy. They also kept cursing the Shinshu Pharmaceutical Group for making dirty money and harming consumers. Zhang Na looked at the scene, her face gradually turning ashen. Many people at the scene were cursing and demanding an explanation from the Chayao Pharmaceutical Group, otherwise all the residents of Higher City would raise the entire Chayao Pharmaceutical Group to the ground. Mr. Zhang, what should we do now? Let's deal with the aftermath first. Compensate those who should be compensated, and appease the public first. The assistant standing nearby quickly asked Zhang Na a question. But Zhang Na appeared unusually calm at this moment. Su Chen had told her that the more chaotic the situation, the more important it was to stay calm. At least she's now a peak martial arts master. If you panic in the face of this situation, you don't deserve to be the CEO. No. Zhang Na immediately provided the answer. There is absolutely no way there could be a problem with the medicines produced by our Bamboo Medicine Group. If our Zhuyao Group handles the aftermath and pays the compensation, then this reputation will be firmly established. 1690, Chapter 1690 arouses public outrage. Therefore, this matter must be investigated. After saying that, Zhang Na took out her phone and contacted the hospital's professionals. After making the call, Zhang Na walked up to the deceased's family. Don't worry, everyone, my Zhuyao Group is not a small company. We dare to do what we do and take responsibility for it. If it really is a problem with the medicine from our Zhuyao Group, we will definitely give the family a satisfactory answer. But before that, an investigation must be conducted. The deceased deserves to be exonerated, and so does our Zhuyao Group. Therefore, until we get a result, we hope everyone will remain rational and put away your anger. Zhang Na calmly finished saying all these words in one breath. After saying that, I breathed a sigh of relief. However, her words did not quiet the people present. What a lousy company. The results are already laid out before us, how could they be false? I think your Zhuyao Group is just bullying its customers because you're a big company. Right. Big businesses bully their customers. The person is already dead. Are you expecting your Bamboo Medicine Group to investigate for a year and a half? In an instant, the place was filled with noise. Another heated discussion. Pay me money, and my family too. They also took medicine from your Bamboo Medicine Group and felt they were losing money. If anything happens to them, I will definitely not let your Bamboo Medicine Group off the hook. Pay up. Pay up. The two people who lost money were propelled to the top. Everyone is resisting the answer given by the Zhuyao Group. All they wanted was a satisfactory answer, and that answer was to lose money. There were even people throwing things at Zhang Na. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Get out of the way, all of you. At this moment, Zhang Na's bodyguards all attacked, their powerful auras sending the ordinary people flying back several meters. What, are you angry that your lie has been exposed? Or are you saying that your Bamboo Medicine Group intends to kill us in front of everyone to silence us? These words caused even more chaos at the scene. There were even a few who were fearless and insisted on stepping forward, ready to beat someone up. Looking at this, Zhang Na felt a surge of anger welling up inside her. Dare to step forward again, and you will be killed without mercy. Zhang Na's bodyguard roared. Fine, you've already killed one, so you're not afraid to kill a few more, are you? Your Zhuyao Group disregards the laws of South Korea. Let's see how much guts you have. The man who had been shouting rushed forward with a stick in his hand. Enraged, the bodyguard prepared to take action. Stop, don't hurt them. Zhang Na's words immediately made the bodyguards stop what they were doing. But just as the stick in the man's hand was about to fall on Zhang Na's head, suddenly, one of the bodyguards stepped in front of Zhang Na. The man's stick smashed straight down on his head. However, suddenly the crowd went berserk and they all grabbed their weapons and started fighting. All the bodyguards surrounded Zhang Na, protecting her tightly. Zhang Na was protected by several bodyguards. Although she was not injured, she was devastated at this moment. She simply couldn't understand what had happened. That's why these people hate their Bamboo Medicine Group so much. Doesn't the Zhuyao Group have the right to conduct an investigation after such an incident? Should the Hsinchu Pharmaceutical Group just voluntarily pay out of its own pocket when something like this happens? Then tomorrow, the Zhuyao Group can declare bankruptcy and close down. Even if Su Chen has abundant funds, even if he doesn't go bankrupt. But if the money is actually lost, it means that the Zhuyao Pharmaceutical Group itself has admitted that the drug really has a problem. 1691, Chapter 1691 Uprising. Who would dare to buy products from major groups in the future? That outcome is no different from bankruptcy. Mr. Zhang, let's go first. The situation is too complicated. Let's wait for a professional specialist at the hospital to examine it. The assistant also hid next to Zhang Na. Even if Zhang Na's bodyguard were a spirit-level martial artist, he wouldn't be able to withstand such a beating if things continued like this. Enough! Zhang Na suddenly stood up, her aura shaking off the bodyguards protecting her. As she stood up, a shovel struck her right on the head. Instantly, a warm current slowly flowed down from my head. Mr. Zhang. As blood dripped from Zhang Na's head, the atmosphere instantly turned cold. The man carrying the shovel was also stunned for 2 seconds. Two didn't mean to, who knew you'd just recover? They never intended to harm Zhang Na, who is a woman. I just wanted to teach Zhang Na's bodyguard a lesson. Let Zhang Na know that she shouldn't think she's something special just because she's a martial artist. No matter what, Zhuyao Group will not shirk its responsibilities. But if any of you use this to bring down the Zhuyao Group, then you are underestimating us. Things have escalated to this point today. I will not let this go, and neither will the Zhuyao Group. Until then, we await the results of the investigation, including those from the deceased's family. If it's really because of the medicine from my Bamboo Pharmaceutical Group, we'll repay you tenfold. But if you don't, you will pay 10 times the price for what you did today. Zhang Na's face darkened completely. She originally wanted to resolve this matter calmly. But later she discovered that things had gone beyond her expectations. What happened today must have been orchestrated by someone. That's why it deteriorated to this extent in such a short period of time. Since someone is deliberately manipulating things, the Zhuyao Group must take a tough stance, otherwise they will only be bullied. Starting now. If you dare to harm any employee of my Zhuyao Group again, my bodyguards will make him pay. Just as you said. The Bamboo Medicine Group has plenty of money. Anyone who's got the guts and a death wish can come up and give it a try. You lot, if any of you dare to come any closer, kill. I will take full responsibility. Zhang Na's momentum instantly surged. The moment that word kill was uttered, several bodyguards unleashed a fierce aura. For a moment, it really scared everyone present away. They had a feeling. If this continues, the female president of Zhuyao Group might actually order her bodyguards to kill someone. Just then, the hospital staff arrived. They stared at the scene, utterly stunned. In addition to the dead, several people were injured. Experts, please examine this body and determine the true cause of death. The hospital's experts nodded and ordered the body to be removed. Meanwhile, the man who had been shouting the loudest earlier had disappeared without a trace. He watched the corpse being dragged away, a cold smile appearing on his lips. He has achieved his goal. Once the body was removed, his mission was complete. The rest will be taken over by the Luo family. He just found it somewhat ridiculous that Zhang Na thought she was so clever. Do you think you can get the answer by sending the body to the hospital for examination? The Luo family knows far more people at the hospital than the Zhuyao Group does. The Luo family had already made arrangements at the hospital. Whether it was here or at the hospital, the result and the answer would be the same. 1692, Chapter 1692 Zhang Na's determination. Ultimately, the responsibility will fall on the Hsinchu Pharmaceutical Group. The man lit a cigarette, put on his hat, and disappeared from the crowd sight. After Zhang Na adopted a tough stance, no one dared to move forward any further. After the body was taken away, Zhang Na also went to the hospital for treatment. And this news spread rapidly. The entire city of Haier, and all the news media, are talking about this. In just one afternoon, the news became known to everyone. Of course, Su Chen, who was focused on his cultivation and enlightenment, was unaware of this. Professor Xie and Professor Du were also puzzled when they heard about this. But they didn't interfere too much. After all, this is a matter for the Zhuyao Group itself. They both need to conduct further research on the new drug. After Zhang Na was bandaged up, she was sent back to Half Mountain City. It wasn't until evening, when Su Chen went downstairs to rest, that he discovered Zhang Na had a bandage wrapped around her head. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. What happened? Su Chen asked calmly. Zhang Na smiled. It's nothing, I just bumped into something at the company. Su Chen didn't say anything, but he knew from Zhang Na's eyes that she couldn't possibly be alright. He poured himself a glass of water and took out a pill. Take this, it will help your wound heal faster. After saying that, Su Chen sat down. What happened again? The Black Mountain Axe men are here again? Su Chen asked calmly. Zhang Na shook her head. No, it's just. Zhang Na felt extremely aggrieved, and all she could tell was Su Chen. Before she came back, she still felt a little scared and fearful. But after returning here, she felt completely safe. Because she knew that Su Chen was in this villa. This man is capable of crushing everything. She also knew that if she told Su Chen, he could resolve the issue quickly given his abilities. But she felt that doing so would make her appear too weak and incompetent. So even though she told the truth, she didn't ask Su Chen for help. I want to solve this problem on my own after all, it's also a test to hone my abilities. Su Chen frowned. Of course he knew what Zhang Na was thinking. But now it has angered the people, and even the entire higher group is paying attention to this matter. If not handled properly, it could even drag Zhang Na into an unavoidable storm. This matter seems to be more serious than he imagined. Zhang Na's abilities are limited, she might not be able to handle it well. However, seeing Zhang Na's insistent attitude, Su Chen could only smile and nod in agreement. Zhang Na's attitude is enough to prove that she has grown a lot during this period. After examining Zhang Na's injuries, Su Chen didn't ask any further questions. But the very next morning, Zhang Na left home. Su Chen, wearing a black hoodie, followed him out. Although the plan was to let Zhang Na handle this matter herself. But once things get beyond Zhang Na's control, he, the boss behind the scenes, has no choice but to step in. Otherwise, if things worsen, it could cause Zhang Na a lot of trouble. After Zhang Na entered the company, she began to inquire about the autopsy report. Although Su Chen was sitting in the car, he could still hear what was being said upstairs. Once you reach his level, you can hear sounds clearly from 100 meters away, as long as you are focused. Mr. Zhang, the hospital gave us the results this morning. The results show that it was indeed our drug that caused the death. The deceased had gone to the hospital for various examinations 2 days before his death. 1693, Chapter 1693 More tricks. The hospital's examination showed that the man is in excellent health in all aspects. Now the public opinion is even stronger, and the criticism is entirely directed at our bamboo medicine group. Zhang Na's assistant nervously reported the current situation. Zhang Na's face turned very ugly when she heard the result. With such things happening one after another, if the pharmaceutical manufacturer wasn't Su Chen, she would really have some doubts about whether the problem truly lay with the medicine. However, she thought about a lot of things yesterday. This matter is not that simple. She could already tell something was amiss from those 2 short sentences. You mean, the deceased had a medical checkup at the hospital before taking our bamboo medicine group's medicine? The assistant nodded and placed the deceased's medical examination report in front of Zhang Na. After Zhang Na saw it, she realized where the problem lay. She's not stupid. If she can't even see through such a low-level trick, she shouldn't be the CEO. Why would the deceased go for a medical checkup before their death? Then he died after taking their group's medicine? This alone is quite obvious, someone is trying to frame the Zhuyao group. And in such a fatal way. However, such low-level tricks will fall apart once the evidence is found. Go contact the doctor who performed his physical examination that day. I want to talk to him. Zhang Na immediately came up with a solution. However, Su Chen, who was downstairs, couldn't help but shake his head after hearing these words. Zhang Na's solution was still somewhat lacking. Simply searching for evidence won't solve the problem. Even if Zhang Na manages to find the evidence this time. Even if Zhang Na can solve this. But what about next time, and the time after that? Addressing the root cause of the problem will only ever be a temporary fix. If you know that someone is deliberately framing you, then you should find the real culprit first. Only by letting the public know who framed the Shinshu Pharmaceutical Group can the other party be prevented from using the same methods to target the Shinshu Pharmaceutical Group next time. Zhang Na clearly didn't realize this problem. She just wanted to find evidence to prove that Zhuyao Group was innocent and that everything behind it was a deliberate frame-up. But she overlooked the true purpose of the enemy lurking in the shadows. However, Su Chen had a general understanding of the current situation. Although the situation has deteriorated significantly, it is still under his control. Let's wait and see how Zhang Na handles it. If it really doesn't achieve the effect he envisions, then it won't be too late for him to take action. 2 days have passed. Every day, a large crowd gathers in front of the Zhuyao Pharmaceutical Group. They're all demanding explanations. In the last 2 days, there have even been quite a few patients vomiting blood. At that time, the Zhuyao Group required them to go to the hospital for a physical examination. Check if the problem stems from drugs produced by the Hsinchu Pharmaceutical Group. But the patients all refused. They stubbornly insist that the incident occurred after they took medicine from the Zhuyao Group. This left Zhang Na speechless. They managed to bribe so many people and deliberately create such a huge commotion. Which competitor did this? She hasn't been to the company for the past 2 days, she's been going to the hospital every day. After 2 days of investigation and questioning, Zhang Na sensed that something was amiss. Not only the patients, but even the hospital has problems. The previous physical examination report of the deceased had many blanks in many data points. The hospital, however, refused to provide an answer. There is only one answer. The cause of death was indeed related to drugs from the Hsinchu Pharmaceutical Group. That one sentence almost declared the responsibility of the Hsinchu Pharmaceutical Group. However, there is no written data to prove the deceased's physical reactions after death. 1694, Chapter 1694 Meeting with Professor Xie. Zhang Na also realized that things were getting increasingly serious. Emergency public relations measures were immediately arranged. Minimize the impact as much as possible. The Zhuyao Group has only been established for a short time, yet it is already facing such a major accident. The media has even blocked the company entrance and the doorstep of my home. We are determined to ensure that everyone in the company has to be unable to go home. Helpless, Zhang Na could only consult the professional and authoritative Professor Xie and Professor Du. However, Professor Xie didn't say much when faced with this question. They are engaged in medical research. It is not related to forensic autopsy. Although given their status, they are fully capable of intervening. However, they will not overstep their bounds and interfere in the affairs of other departments just for the sake of a bamboo medicine group. Although they are very optimistic about the products of Zhuyao Group. We also believe that the products of Zhuyao Group are very likely to lead the pharmaceutical industry to greater heights in the future. But they have done what they should have done and helped what they could. As for how far it can ultimately go, that depends on the Hsinchu Pharmaceutical Group itself. Faced with Erlai's attitude, Zhang Na knew that this matter had probably exceeded her ability to handle. If this situation isn't resolved soon, it will escalate to a certain point. The relevant authorities will probably step in. It even led to the immediate dissolution of the Hsinchu Pharmaceutical Group. Helpless, Zhang Na had no choice but to report the matter to Su Chen. At first, she tried to solve it herself. After all, Su Chen wanted to see her abilities, and at the same time, he was also training his own abilities. But now it concerns the very survival of the entire company. Her abilities no longer need to be demonstrated. The most urgent task right now is to solve the problem first. Brother Chen, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Zhang Na said dejectedly. Su Chen glanced at Zhang Na, then shook his head. This has nothing to do with you. Some problems are beyond our control even for me. If such a thing happened, there might be no way to avoid it. Su Chen's words left Zhang Na completely confused. When this happened, didn't you think about what the root cause was? Why are these things happening to the group one after another? Didn't you ever suspect that it might actually be medicine? Su Chen asked calmly. Zhang Na thought for a few seconds, then slowly shook her head. With Appa's abilities, there's no way he could be lying, so there must be another reason. I suspect that the company has been secretly attacked. Zhang Na analyzed her own thoughts. Su Chen chuckled softly. Then why are you so determined to find evidence of being framed? So what if you find it, you can prevent it this time, but what about next time? Su Chen's words were like a sudden awakening for Zhang Na, and she seemed to understand something. Appa, Appa, you mean? Should I first find the mastermind behind this frame-up? She really hadn't thought of that before. Because it has always been misunderstood by the public. That's why she's determined to clear her name in the public eye. Only by finding evidence of false accusations can the public know that bamboo medicine is innocent. But she never imagined that she could wash once, and then a second time, or even a third time. Now that Su Chen has said it, she has finally realized the truth. Whitewashing is the only way. However, it's not always necessary to find evidence of a false accusation to resolve the issue. On the contrary, finding evidence of a false accusation only solves the surface problem. An opponent lurking in the shadows will always have countless opportunities to launch a sneak attack from behind. 1695, Chapter 1695 The Capable Prevail. But who is the mastermind behind this, and where should we begin to investigate? Go and call Professor Xie over tomorrow. Haven't he always wanted to see me? Say yes. Su Chen decided that he should take the initiative to resolve this matter himself. Zhang Na's abilities are still somewhat lacking. If this continues, the Hsinchu Pharmaceutical Group will be deeply embroiled in public opinion. Even if the culprit is eventually found, the Zhuya Group will likely be severely affected. Zhang Na was stunned. Didn't Su Chen say he absolutely refused to see Professor Xie before? Why are you suddenly willing to see me again? Did Su Chen first ask Professor Xie for help in investigating the body, starting with the corpse? Would someone like Professor Xie give him that kind of face? Although Su Chen is very capable, even if Professor Xie knows Su Chen, he might not necessarily give him face. However, when Su Chen asked her to inform Professor Xie, she didn't say anything more. She called Professor Xie first thing the next morning. Upon hearing this, Professor Xie immediately rushed over. He was simply too curious about the boss behind the Bamboo Medicine Group. Since the other party was willing to see him, he was naturally more than happy to do so. Upon arriving at the villa entrance, Zhang Na personally greeted them. Professor Xie looked around. Why was Zhang Na the only one who came out to greet him? Who is the boss behind the scenes? Why is he so arrogant? Professor Xie, please forgive me, Appa is inside, I'll take you in. Zhang Na also noticed Professor Xie's dissatisfaction. After all, given his status, it doesn't seem very friendly for her to come out and greet him alone. Professor Xie didn't say anything and followed Zhang Na inside. In the villa's enormous living room, a man is sitting with his back to the sofa. Come in when you hear footsteps. He put down the newspaper he was holding. Appa, Professor Xie is here. Professor Xie, please have a seat, let me make you some tea. The words had barely left his mouth. Thump! Zhang Na had just taken a step out. Professor Xie immediately knelt on the ground. They stared blankly at Su Chen, whose face was now turned towards them. Professor Xie, what's wrong? Zhang Na was completely baffled. Why did Professor Xie suddenly kneel down? Little master. Professor Xie's eyes were red. He excitedly knelt down and went towards Su Chen. How old are you to still be doing this? Get up and speak properly. Su Chen said coldly. But Professor Xie refused to get up. Our Korean culture is different from that of Xia. The capable are the greatest. Young master, you have taught me so much. Without you, I wouldn't be where I am today. You shall accept my kneeling and worship. Professor Xie's words completely baffled Zhang Na. She could guess that Professor Xie must know Su Chen. But I never expected it to be this kind of relationship. Is Professor Xie Su Chen's apprentice? Their top medical professor in South Korea is actually Su Chen's apprentice. This is simply unbelievable. Su Chen is still so young. He has reached the peak of the 9th level in martial arts. Is their medical skill really that top-notch? I told you to get up. Do you expect me to kneel down and talk to you forever? Su Chen spoke sternly. Zhang Na, who was not far away, was completely stunned. In all of South Korea, the only person who would dare to speak to Professor Xia like that is probably Su Chen. Even high-ranking officials in South Korea have to address Professor Xia as Old Xia when they meet him. However, Professor Xia, who is now respected by everyone, is kneeling in front of a young man. Okay, I'll get up. Professor Xia staggered to his feet, a smile spreading across his face. Only now did he realize that there really was a powerful force behind the Bamboo Medicine Group. This also confirmed his previous idea. 1696, Chapter 1696 Professor Xia's Excitement. After Professor Xia stood up, he respectfully sat down opposite Su Chen. Little master, I knew I wasn't mistaken that day. But why won't you see me? I've actually been hoping you'd come to Korea all these years. Professor Xia was extremely excited at this moment. Su Chen was the most influential medical teacher to him. At the same time, Su Chen's medical talent was the best he had ever seen. He had even invited Su Chen to come to South Korea with him before. They also promised that as long as Su Chen was willing to go to South Korea, he would definitely be able to become a top professor in South Korea in the future. But Su Chen refused without any hesitation. Although she only learned the basics from Su Chen. But he benefited greatly from it. At that time, he even wanted to stay in Daxia and learn medicine from Su Chen. But Su Chen didn't stay in Great Xia for long either. Finally, it is said that he went to the north. At the same time, as an expert from South Korea, he cannot stay in Daxia for an extended period of time. As time went by, he lost the opportunity to learn from Su Chen. I just don't want to see them, there's no reason why. Also, keep my presence in the Great Xia a secret, no one must know. Professor Xia nodded quickly. Su Chen has always had this personality, and he was already used to it. Oh, right, little master. So, you're the boss behind the Bamboo Medicine Group? Professor Xia's expression changed drastically. If that's the case, then it's really ridiculous. After all, he knew very well that the Bamboo Medicine Group was definitely being framed. But he didn't stand up and say a good word for them. Let things have developed to this point. If Su Chen got angry, he really wouldn't know what to do. Su Chen nodded. Now that you already know, and you've met with me, you should know that there's nothing wrong with the medicine, so I'd like to hear your opinion. How should this matter be handled? Professor Xia paused for 2 seconds. What else can we do? If only I had known earlier that the Bamboo Medicine Group belonged to you, master. No one can touch it, and no one can spread rumors about it. Rest assured. Professor Xia patted his chest confidently. I'll go back and immediately bring the body here. I'll examine it personally and give a detailed report. Also, I roughly know who framed the Bamboo Medicine Group. Zhang Na, who overheard these words, was stunned. It seems that Su Chen's words still have an effect. Unexpectedly, Su Chen is Professor Xia's mentor. So young, yet so accomplished. Moreover, Professor Xia's attitude was practically like he was worshipping Su Chen. Seeing Professor Xia's attitude, Zhang Na breathed a sigh of relief. With a heavyweight like Professor Xia involved, the problems of the Bamboo Medicine Group can naturally be solved. However, when Zhang Na heard Professor Xia say that he might know who the mastermind was, she also perked up her ears. I was drugged once before. According to the investigation, the clues we've traced are at the Luo family's residence. I just don't understand why the Luo family, which doesn't have any similar businesses, would target the Bamboo Medicine Group. The Luo family. Professor Xia had barely uttered those words. Zhang Na's expression changed drastically. It's actually the Luo family. She said that the Luo family had disappeared without a trace during this period. It's as if they've given up on causing her any trouble. I never expected them to be hiding in the shadows and doing bad things. Su Chen finally understood. If it's the Luo family, then everything makes sense. The Luo family should know who the real boss behind the Bamboo Medicine Group is. 1697, Chapter 1697 Chasing People Away. Therefore, the Luo family's target is not the Zhang family. It was specifically targeting him and Zhang Na. After all, the Zhang family didn't suffer any losses in the process. Of course, that's because the Zhang couple probably did a lot of flattering and ingratiating things behind each other's backs. I will personally go and handle the Luo family's affairs. As for the evidence, you collect it for me and then hand it over to Zhang Na as soon as possible. As for the production of those 3 medicines, now that I've already met with you, I will grant you certain rights. City Hospital, you are entitled to one of our spots. Professor Xie nodded quickly. Thank you, young master. Professor Xie's tone became hesitant and trembling, as if he wanted to say something. Yet there's something about it that's hard to talk about. Su Chen glanced at it and then spoke speechlessly. Ask me anything. He had spent half a month with Professor Xie and knew his personality well. This is how they react when faced with any medical problem. I can't believe that after so many years, you're still the same as before. Hey. Professor Xie gave an awkward laugh. I do have a question I'd like to ask you, regarding critical illnesses. Professor Xie then began discussing medical issues with Su Chen. Zhang Na sat to the side listening with great interest. Since taking over the management of the Hsinchu Pharmaceutical Group, she has also been intensively studying medical knowledge. I also want to learn more. If possible, she would even like to switch careers and become a doctor. After 2 or 3 months of effort, she was indeed able to understand simple basic knowledge. But medical knowledge is vast and profound. Let alone 2 or 3 months, even if it takes 2 or 3 years, she would probably only learn the basics. Many people spend their entire lives just getting started. It can be said that in the field of medicine, there is no end to learning, there is never a limit. Although she didn't know what level Su Chen belonged to. But judging from the respect Professor Xie showed to Su Chen, she knew he must be very capable. The level of skill here is definitely beyond the comprehension of a beginner like her. 2 hours had passed since the two finished their discussion. Zhang Na was terrified many times during that period. Su Chen actually called Professor Xie stupid as a pig. You know, if someone else had said that, they probably would have been in trouble. But Professor Xie, like a child, just awkwardly scratched his head and laughed twice. Moreover, Professor Xie meticulously recorded every word Su Chen said. Professor Xie listened attentively, and she listened intently as well, afraid of missing any exciting details. Even when it was lunchtime, Professor Xie still had no intention of leaving. Su Chen couldn't stand Professor Xie's nagging any longer, so he took the initiative to see the guest out. You should understand and implement what I'm saying before you come back to me. Otherwise, no matter how much I tell you, he simply won't be able to absorb it all. Su Chen's words indirectly served as a reminder to Professor Xie. After all, Professor Xie is quite old and has spent his whole life studying medicine. My mind is already filled with too many chaotic thoughts. Although the human brain can store knowledge endlessly. But if it's too much, it can also overload the system. Okay, I'll come another day. I'll arrange a meal for the young master in a couple of days. Su Chen didn't say anything, and asked Zhang Na to see the person off. Professor Xie had a smile on his face the whole way out. He was completely different from how he was when he spoke to her before. As Professor Xie reached the door, he turned around. Miss, I'm so sorry about before. 1698, Chapter 1698 Examining the Corpse. I had no idea that the boss behind the Bamboo Medicine Group was my junior apprentice. I will start making arrangements as soon as I get back, and I will definitely give Zhuyao Group a fair and just result. Zhang Na smiled awkwardly. Don't say that, Elder Xie. I lied to you before when you asked me if Appa's surname was Su. In principle, I should apologize to you. Zhang Na also said modestly. No. I know my junior master's personality. Since he doesn't want to reveal his identity, then no one should reveal it to him. It's perfectly reasonable for you not to tell me. If you tell me without his permission, you're in big trouble. Professor Xie not only didn't blame him, but also seemed very understanding. This relieved Zhang Na. At least Professor Xia didn't blame her. Then we'll have to trouble Elder Xia with the rest. Professor Xia nodded and said, "It's all right." Then he got in the car and left, repeating that he would come back in a few days. After seeing Professor Xia off, Zhang Na returned to the house. Su Chen was already asleep on the sofa. Clearly, he must have been sleepy from Professor Xia's nagging. Half an hour later, Professor Xia returned to the research institute. He immediately called the director of the city hospital. And they ordered the director to immediately transfer the deceased's body to their research institute. Professor Du was also somewhat shocked when he saw the way old man Xia was being held down. Didn't they say they wouldn't interfere? Why are they suddenly interfering again? And they even transferred the body to the research institute. What's wrong with that old man Xia, going crazy in broad daylight? Never mind that, just come with me to see the corpses later, you'll get your reward afterward. Professor Du looked at old Xia's shifty-eyed appearance with disdain. What benefits could this old man possibly offer him? He has no shortage of money or connections. His medical skills are no less than Professor Xia, so what else about Professor Xia could attract him? I figured out the drug resistance properties of major diseases that you researched before. Isn't this a benefit? Boom. This is hardly a benefit. This was like a bolt from the blue, striking Professor Du squarely on the head. Professor Du looked at Professor Xia in disbelief. Old man, you're not kidding me. I've been studying this for so long and still can't figure it out, and you figured it out in just a short while? Old Xia smiled smugly, clearly looking very confident. No, that's impossible. Could this be related to that corpse? Professor Du frowned in disbelief. Why is it that after all these years, he hasn't made any progress, while old man Xia discovered it before him? It's a secret, I can't tell you. Let's go and figure out what's going on with the body first. We must find the evidence and clear Zhuyao Group's name. After saying that, Professor Xia led the way out the door. Professor Du pondered the words he had just heard and sensed something was amiss. Originally, old Xia was indifferent to the bamboo medicine group. If it can be developed, great, but if it cannot be developed, don't interfere too much. But now they're offering to help, and they're saying it so decisively. Isn't this practically a reaction to a split personality? Unless the bamboo medicine group just presented something that even old man Xia found astonishing. Could it be that the anti-tumor substance for serious diseases was obtained from the Zhuyao Group? But is it really possible for a small company like Zhuyao Group to know about such things? Professor Du followed, completely bewildered. 1699, Chapter 1699. Two people accepting bribes. We've arrived at the dissection room. The deceased had already undergone an autopsy. All the data were also placed in the dissection room. There were two experts standing inside. The two experts could hardly hide their ashen faces when they saw Professor Xia and his companion arrive. He forced a smile at the two of them. He walked respectfully to the two of them. Thank you, Elder Xia, Elder Du. We've finished analyzing the body. Let our men handle the dirty and tiring work. Yes, the environment is too complicated. We'll just report the specific results to the two elders. The two of them talked back and forth. Old Xia glanced at the two of them and knew without a doubt that there was something wrong with them. Do we need you to teach us how to do things? Or do you believe you are more capable than us? Professor Xia said coldly. He had always suspected that the deaths were not caused by the drugs from the Zhuyao Group. Furthermore, after meeting Su Chen, who was the pharmaceutical engineer they had been longing for, he became even more certain of his thoughts. If even the medicine that Su Chen personally concocts can have problems, then, in the entire South Korea, I'm afraid there won't be any medicine that's safe. So there's no need to overthink it, there's definitely something fishy going on. As for what kind of trickery it is, they'll only know after they see it for themselves. After all, the Luo family holds a high position in Higher City, and bribing one or two hospital experts is a piece of cake. Upon seeing Erlai's attitude, the two men's expressions instantly turned even more unpleasant. Get out of the way. Professor Xie didn't waste any more words with the two of them. He stepped aside from the two men and walked to the corpse. He glanced at the examination data. He was furious. You can explain yourselves, and I'll consider giving you a chance. A living person can lie to another. But the dead don't. Data shows that the other party died from poisoning. This poison has absolutely nothing to do with the 3 medicines from the Bamboo Medicine Group. Such an obvious answer, yet these 2 hospital experts are blatantly lying. We don't know either. But, maybe I misread it before after all, I've been working non-stop for several days. The 2 wanted to use this as an excuse. But this can only fool a 3-year-old. What's more, standing in front of them were 2 professors. Do you think it's credible to say something like that? Explain. Why did you frame the Zhuyao group? Who arranged this? Professor Xie didn't want to waste any more words. He slammed the autopsy report heavily on the table, his tone extremely angry. If you confess honestly now, I might spare your careers. But if you remain obstinate, from this day forward, your careers are over. You all know very well that Professor Du and I are capable of keeping our word. Upon hearing this, the 2 were so frightened that their legs went weak on the spot. He immediately knelt down. He crawled up to the 2 of them. Grandpa, we were wrong. We admit it, we confess everything. The 2 immediately backed down. They can't gamble with their future. After all, the 2 elders are heavyweights in the medical field. Even a seemingly innocuous remark, once uttered, could very well affect their future. Record all the evidence you present and hand it over to me. At the same time, who is the other party, and what methods and purposes do you intend to use to frame the Zhuyao group? The 2 fell silent instantly. Record it? Aren't you just ruining your own future? 1700, Chapter 1700 Finding Evidence. Once all the evidence is recorded, they won't be able to choose their own future. Even if Professor Xie and Professor Du let them go, they will still have no way out once the video is released. What are you hesitating about? You can rest assured that I will not release any evidence of your crimes. The 2 looked at each other. Professor Xie is a man of his word. If we agree not to disclose it, they will feel more at ease. Immediately, the 2 chose to compromise and recorded all the evidence on their phones, including the receipt showing that the Luo family bribed them with $5 million. Upon hearing such a huge sum of money, the 2 elders' expressions changed drastically. I never expected the Luo family would be willing to spend so much money just to let these 2 experts say a few lies. Just how deep is the hatred between the Luo family and the Zhuyao group? They're not even in the same industry, yet they've achieved this. Could it be that Su Chen's concealment of his identity is related to this? Is the Luo family targeting Su Chen? If that's the case, then the Luo family is in for a lot of trouble. Su Chen is his master. Let alone whether Su Chen would let the Luo family go. Even if he were willing, he would never let the Luo family go. After collecting the videos, Professor Xie nodded in satisfaction. Get out of the city hospital, and don't let me see either of you again. I will give the video to the person in charge of Zhuyao Group. I promised you I wouldn't publish it, but whether the people from Zhuyao will publish it or not depends on how you beg for their forgiveness. Upon hearing this, the 2 men looked ashen-faced. Isn't this pushing them off a cliff, forcing them to their deaths? Once it's handed over to the Zhuyao Group, we'll find out they were the ones pulling the strings behind the scenes. Would the Hsinchu Pharmaceutical Group refrain from releasing the video in order to clear its name? Thank you, Elder Xie, Elder Du. How could you go back on your word? The 2 were somewhat angry. They only recorded the video after we had agreed on that. I never expected Professor Xie to say such a thing after the recording was finished. What do you mean by not keeping your word? Wasn't I clear enough? I said I wouldn't disclose it, but I didn't say I guaranteed that the people at Zhuyao wouldn't disclose it either. Alright, I don't want to waste my breath on morally corrupt people like you. Since you've chosen to accept bribes, you should bear the consequences. After saying that, Professor Xie took the autopsy report and went out with Professor Du. The two men slumped to the ground, their faces ashen. They never expected that this matter would alarm Professor Du and Professor Xie. They do this kind of thing quite often. But the two professors have never come forward to inquire about it. Why did it have to be them this time? Other experts at the hospital have done the same thing. This time, they've really run into a lot of bad luck. Walk. One of them got up from the ground. Where are you going? You're not thinking of doing something rash, are you? The person who got up was still quite sober and rational. Now that it has happened, staying frustrated won't solve anything. To resolve the issue, the Hsinchu Pharmaceutical Group must make a trip there. Let's go to Zhuyao Group together. If they really decide to announce it, then we will. A sinister glint flashed in the man's eyes. Professor Xie smiled after receiving the results. I didn't expect to get the evidence so quickly. Now he can finally give Su Chen a satisfactory explanation. You old codger, why are you acting all crazy after just one trip out? What on earth happened? 1701, Chapter 1701 An Exciting Future. Professor Xie was overjoyed at the thought of meeting Su Chen. The simplicity of Su Chen means that many questions hidden in his heart will soon be answered. Of course, he didn't just want Su Chen to answer his questions. It was genuine respect for Su Chen from the bottom of his heart. After all, when it comes to studying medicine, they don't look at age, they only look at ability. Su Chen's abilities are beyond doubt and will earn his eternal respect. Don't worry about anything. Just know that from now on, we should treat the affairs of the Zhuyao Group as our own. We will try our best to meet any request from the Zhuyao Group. At the same time, we will fully cooperate to help promote the Zhuyao Group. Professor Du was speechless after hearing what Professor Xie said. When did this old man Xie become such a sycophant? Even if a mere bamboo medicine group has immense potential, it's not worth them doing this. What you do is no problem for me. But I've never liked doing things that aren't related to medical research. Go ahead and flatter him yourself, I'm not going to play along. Just hurry up and keep your promise and give me the thing. Seeing Professor Du's expression, Professor Xie could only manage a helpless, bitter smile. If Su Chen hadn't forbidden him from revealing his identity, he really would have liked to teach Professor Du a lesson. Old Du always boasts about how superb his medical skills are. How capable am I? If you don't compare them to someone like Su Chen, they do have quite impressive abilities. But compared to Su Chen, Old Man Du's abilities are like those of a child. It's absolutely not worth mentioning. Okay. However, you're wrong about one thing, helping the Zhuyao Group is equivalent to helping your medical skills improve even further. Before long, the medical field in South Korea will be completely transformed. Professor Xie said confidently. Since the Bamboo Medicine Group was founded by Su Chen in South Korea, it is assumed that many medical techniques will be passed down to them. As long as South Korea seizes the opportunity. Even a Burke from Daeha could drown the entire medical community of South Korea. He experienced this firsthand after arriving in the Great Xia dynasty. Western medicine in China may be similar to that in Korea, and is not necessarily better than that in Korea. But the Great Xia has traditional Chinese medicine, which is unmatched by any other country. The ancient Chinese medical traditions passed down for thousands of years are far superior to those of Western medicine. Keep bragging. I see you're exaggerating your abilities more and more, aren't you afraid of it exploding? Old Man Du doesn't believe it at all now. Professor Xie had no choice but to shut up and stop talking. Seeing is believing. Old Man Du didn't believe it, and naturally, he couldn't convince him with words. However, he believed that once Professor Du experienced Su Chen's prowess, he would believe that everything he said today was the truth. After the two returned to the office, Professor Xie passed on the knowledge that Su Chen had taught him to Professor Du. Professor Du didn't believe it at first. After all, the medicinal herbs that Professor Xie mentioned were not precious at all. That's a serious illness. Can common medicinal herbs cure serious diseases? That's no joke. Professor Xie told him to study it on his own, as he needed to go and help with the Zhuyao group's affairs first. It doesn't matter if old man Du doesn't believe it. After all, if it were him, and he didn't know Su Chen, he wouldn't believe that this medicinal herb was a key ingredient for serious diseases either. But the current outcome is different. 1702, Chapter 1702. Professor Xie makes his appearance. Su Chen is the master he admires the most. He would believe Su Chen unconditionally no matter what he said. Even if Su Chen said that excrement could cure diseases, he would not doubt it for a second. Who can blame them when Su Chen's medical skills have reached such a terrifying level? Let's not talk about anything else. If there were a way to resurrect the dead, he believed Su Chen would definitely be among the top contenders. Those were the first people to learn it. However, Professor Xie was unaware that Su Chen had already performed the work of bringing the dead back to life and restoring flesh to bones twice. If Professor Xie knew that Su Chen had really resurrected the dead, and even restored their physical bodies, he would probably faint. 2 days later, Bamboo Pharmaceutical Group held a press conference. Media from the entire city of Haier, and even neighboring cities, were present at the scene. People are questioning why the Zhuyao Group would produce something harmful. What exactly is the purpose of the Zhuyao Group? Do they want to poison everyone at Haier? Such a huge accusation has been placed on the head of Zhuyao Group. But Zhang Na remained calm at this moment. The fact that their bamboo medicine group was able to hold a press conference today shows that they came prepared. At the same time, she also prepared all the evidence to completely prove the innocence of Zhuyao Group. Everyone, I know you have many questions in your hearts. But that's not important now. I will answer all your questions at once right away. At the same time, there is a new autopsy report. A smile appeared on Zhang Na's face. This problem has been bothering her for many days. She tried everything but couldn't solve it. Unexpectedly, Su Chen easily got Professor Xie and the others to step in and solve the problem. She also realized the importance of having a reliable man by her side. Nonsense. You were the ones who poisoned him, and you're still trying to deny it. They don't even try to compensate the family members. Do you think you can make the dead speak? The scene gradually became chaotic. Zhang Na looked at the person who spoke, her face still showing a calm expression. It's obvious without even thinking that this person was sent by the Luo family to cause trouble. They wanted to create public panic and plunge the Shinshu Pharmaceutical Group into a media storm. On the day of the incident, most of the people targeting the Zhuyao Group were probably sent by the Luo family. But things are different now. The Luo family's plan was completely miscalculated. Don't worry, I can't even get a living person to talk, let alone a dead one. You might not believe what I'm saying. So today, I've invited the most authoritative expert for everyone. He is also a professor of national caliber. Please welcome Professor Xie to explain the new autopsy results. As soon as Zhang Na said this, everyone's eyes turned to Professor Xie, who was entering from backstage. Many people were shocked. Professor Xie. The Shinshu Pharmaceutical Group actually managed to get Professor Xie to come. Moreover, judging from this, Professor Xie also participated in the autopsy. For a time, many people began to suspect the background of the Bamboo Medicine Group. What kind of person could possibly get a professor of Professor Xie's caliber to take action? Professor Xie's expression remained calm after he took the stage. Everyone, please be quiet. I hope no one interrupts me when I announce the results. At the same time, if anyone thinks that I am incapable of proving myself, they are welcome to raise that question. After Professor Xie finished speaking, no one in the audience said another word. Everyone stared at Professor Xie in disbelief. 1703, Chapter 1703. Proving Innocence. Everyone is waiting for Professor Xie to announce the results. The people sent by the Luo family all looked grim. Today, they are determined to destroy the Zhuyao Group. I never expected that the Bamboo Medicine Group would be able to invite Professor Xie over. The Luo family didn't tell them Professor Xie would be coming when they sent them. How can they create chaos in front of such a powerful figure? Professor Xie was a big shot who solved an infectious disease problem in South Korea a few years ago. The public has great faith in Professor Xie. Their few words had no effect. It seems their mission today is truly doomed to fail. Everyone, please look at the big screen. Professor Xie took the microphone and began explaining the autopsy results using the most professional terminology. All the news is being broadcast live right now. This was also to prevent the Luo family from paying to alter the broadcast after it was recorded. Therefore, this live broadcast can be said to have touched the hearts of all the people in Higher City. The explanation lasted about 5 minutes, but the people from the news media still couldn't understand the result. Only a few professionals present understood the situation. The final result. The medicines from Juyao Group have no side effects. I think I've already mentioned this before. At the same time, the death of the deceased has nothing to do with the medicine from the Bamboo Medicine Group. He committed suicide by overdose, and it was poison. These words immediately caused an uproar at the scene. You may doubt my medical skills. But you can't doubt my character. Therefore, I, Xie, am entitled to bear all the consequences. Not a single lie. After Professor Xie finished speaking, he patted his chest and said earnestly. This left everyone even more puzzled. Such a professor of national caliber. In order to prove the innocence of the Shinshu Pharmaceutical Group, he actually risked his own reputation. If there is even the slightest mistake, Professor Xie will truly be ruined. But it was because of his words that he touched the hearts of many people. They may not trust the Juyao Group, but they trust Professor Xie. Now, the rest is up to Mr. Zhang. IDE confirmed it's all over. Old Xie stood up and left with a smile. Zhang Na also said thank you. At this moment, all the media cameras turned to Zhang Na. Mr. Zhang, I wonder if you have any connection with Professor Xie. Why is Professor Xie so helpful to Juyao Group? The media's first sentence piqued everyone's curiosity. They all wanted to know what close connection existed between the Bamboo Medicine Group and Professor Xie. That's why Professor Xie had to step in to help. Zhang Na chuckled twice. Origin? You know what, actually, there's quite a history between us. But it's actually quite simple. Professor Xie, as a national hero, is very concerned about the future development of medicine in South Korea. But Korean medical skills have not improved for a long time, which makes Elder Xie very anxious. Zhang Na answered with ease. She had already thought about the questions the media wanted to ask long ago. Finally, a specific drug for underlying diseases has appeared on the market. But he was framed by a villain. If this villain succeeds, this highly effective medicine will be completely wiped out of South Korea. Professor Xie, we are full of hope and believe that we can bring Korean medicine to a new level. Could this be considered a historical connection? Zhang Na's answer was perfect. This has brought to light the fact that the Juyao Group was framed. 1704, Chapter 1704 demanding an explanation. This also clearly demonstrates that the major groups are the victims. Furthermore, there is another major effect. That is to take advantage of the fact that all the news media are present to thoroughly publicize the Juyao Group. After all, no advertising campaign could achieve the same results as today. It's important to understand that the impact of this public opinion campaign was enormous. There are advantages and disadvantages. The downside was that the Juyao Group couldn't clear its name, which ultimately forced the group to declare bankruptcy. The benefits are naturally enormous. If Shinshu Pharmaceutical Group can prove its innocence, it will also prove that the medicine is not problematic. In this way, all the people who were previously concerned about this matter will now remember the name Shinshu Pharmaceutical Group. Next, the reporter asked several more questions, all of which revolved around Professor Xie. Zhang Na also provided answers to all of them. Of course, not all questions are answered directly. For example, a reporter asked if the Zhuyao group had any acquaintances who knew Professor Xie. Zhang Na didn't say this explicitly. There are two advantages to not explicitly stating them. One advantage is that it allows the public to speculate about the background of the Xinchu Pharmaceutical Group, but without revealing that Su Chen is a person. The second benefit. This also made other competitors who had been eyeing the Zhuyao group give up. Let them know that Professor Xie is backing the Zhuyao group. No matter what tricks you try, it will be ineffective. Alright everyone, that concludes today's interview. This incident is now concluded. Zhang Na stood up, preparing to announce the end of the interview, when a man walked over from a distance. You've completely shirked your responsibility. Then who should we victims turn to? Just because you say it's not true doesn't mean it isn't. Even if it wasn't the medicine from your bamboo medicine group that caused my brother's death, it's still related to you. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Just because you say it's none of your business, does that mean someone died in vain? We need to find a place for the deceased's family to demand justice. The man said angrily. After all, the compensation that was right in front of them was now easily resolved by the Zhuyao group. If he doesn't get compensation, won't he lose a lot more money? The man's question drew the attention of news reporters, who once again focused their cameras on Zhang Na. Zhang Na was speechless. It has already been proven that the deceased's family has nothing to do with the Zhuyao group, yet they still insist on making trouble. Just as Zhang Na was about to retort, her assistant came on stage and quickly reminded her. After all, this is in public, and there are so many news media outlets. The whole nation is watching. All words and actions can potentially affect the Xinchu Pharmaceutical Group. Upon hearing her assistant's words, Zhang Na calmed down. Fortunately, her assistant reminded her, otherwise she would have liked to reply that this had nothing to do with their bamboo medicine group. Demanding an explanation? I also want to get an explanation from someone. Although human lives are at stake, when it comes to economic losses, the Xinchu Pharmaceutical Group is the biggest victim. Therefore, our Zhuyao group has no obligation to help you find a place to seek redress, since we ourselves cannot find a place to seek redress. Zhang Na responded with a smile, perfectly avoiding the media's misinterpretation. The deceased's family members immediately turned green. They charged straight at us. In spite of. It's because your bamboo medicine group offended others that the affairs between your competitors are affecting us ordinary people. If your Zhuyao group doesn't give us an explanation, you're not leaving today. 1705, Chapter 1705 IQ and Stupidity. The man didn't care about the news media. I mustered up my courage and charged forward. Zhang Na's bodyguards immediately appeared beside her. Seeing the heartbreaking cries of the deceased's family demanding justice, Zhang Na also sighed helplessly. He had no idea how the deceased had negotiated with the Luo family before his death. Did the Luo family directly poison the person and then pin the blame on the Zhuyao group? Or did the deceased voluntarily commit suicide by poisoning himself after receiving compensation? But neither of these scenarios is what the public wants to see. Fine, since you insist on an explanation. Then I'll give you only one way out. Whether you can get this explanation or not is up to you. Zhang Na's words silenced the man. He wiped away his tears, looked at Zhang Na, and waited for a response. During our investigation over the past few days, we now know exactly who is trying to frame our Zhuyao group. But unfortunately, no one in the entire hire industry can afford to offend them. That's all I can tell you. After all, Zhuyao Group still needs to establish itself within hire and doesn't want to completely offend such a family. These words immediately aroused suspicion among the crowd. Meanwhile, in the Luo family's living room, Luo Haitian watched this scene with fury. The Zhang family. Bamboo Medicine Group. Are you openly challenging the Luo family? Luo Haitian said sternly. Although Zhang Na didn't mention the Luo family name. But that one sentence was enough to let all the viewers know that it was the Luo family. After all, the Luo family is the only family in Higher that no one dares to mess with. Everyone knows it. The situation on the scene was indeed just as described. After Zhang Na finished speaking, the room fell silent. The man also fell silent. If he still can't understand what Zhang Na is saying, then he's an idiot. From the elderly to children, everyone at Higher knows that the Luo family is not to be trifled with. If you provoke them, you will be killed. No wonder the Zhuyao group refused to tell the truth. It turns out the Luo family was behind it all. Mr. Zhang, your explanation is far too far-fetched. You're saying the Luo family are the murderers? I think you're trying to use the Luo family's reputation to suppress this matter. Suddenly, someone in the crowd spoke up. As soon as he spoke, everyone looked at him. The atmosphere instantly cooled down. A smile appeared on Zhang Na's face. After a couple of seconds, the man realized he might have said something wrong. No, everyone knows she's talking about the Luo family after all. The Luo family is the only one they wouldn't dare to mess with. Zhang Na shook her head helplessly. You said it yourself, so it seems you have evidence. After all, I never mentioned the Luo family once, and you were the only one here who dared to mention it. Instantly, all the news media swarmed around. The man was immediately overwhelmed by the news media. Luo Haitian was furious at the moment. Upon hearing someone publicly name the Luo family on television, his face instantly darkened further. This is Somion you hired to cause trouble? Luo Haitian looked at his son and grandson. At this moment, Luo Tong and his son were both deathly pale. They really didn't expect that the shill they hired would say something so outrageous. Isn't this tantamount to roasting the Luo family alive? No matter how powerful the Luo family is in Higher City. But no matter how powerful a family is, it can't withstand the pressure of public opinion across the country. If the Luo family were to resist, or if it were to truly attract national attention, that would definitely be a major disaster. Waste. Once he comes out, take care of him immediately. 1706, Chapter 1706 The Drama Queen Old Man Xia. Seeing that the media's focus had shifted, Zhang Na didn't waste any more time. In any case, the problems of the Hsinchu Pharmaceutical Group have been resolved. After what that man just said, most people know the truth behind it all. The Luo family is likely to enter a sensitive phase from now on. If we try to target the Zhuyao group, the chances of being exposed will be much greater. This is all thanks to the Luo family's actions, which have attracted a huge amount of attention to the Zhuyao group. This is far more powerful than any advertising campaign. Mr. Zhang. Zhang Na came downstairs. Suddenly she heard someone calling her. Turn your head away. Professor Xia was sitting in a van not far away. He smiled and waved at her. Professor Xia, what's going on? She thought Professor Xia had already left. Why are you still here after all this time? Professor Xia smiled. Hey, are you going home? Zhang Na nodded. Professor Xia smiled, looking somewhat embarrassed. Zhang Na instantly understood, so that's what Professor Xia meant. By the way, Professor Xia, would you like to come over for a visit? I just bought some excellent tea a couple of days ago. Zhang Na quickly replied. Professor Xia paused for 2 seconds, then nodded. Ahem, since Mr. Zhang has extended such a warm invitation, it would be impolite of me not to go. But this is an invitation from you, Mr. Zhang, not something I really want to do. What if my master asks? Zhang Na gave a wry smile and nodded. Of course, it was definitely my invitation. Professor Xia is so busy, I'm already very grateful for the honor you've given me. Although that's what she said, Zhang Na also found it funny. It was Professor Xia who wanted to go, but he didn't dare to say so. They were probably afraid that if they went there on their own, Su Chen would kick them out again. That's why I went there under her name. That way, Su Chen would have no reason to kick people out. But she felt utterly helpless. Professor Xia is clearly overthinking things. Will Su Chen give her face? If you really want to get rid of them, then calling them over won't make any difference at all. About half an hour later, at the Luo family's door. The news media flocked to the Luo family's house. Luo Haitian walked out with a livid face to face all the reporters. He looked at all the media with righteous indignation. The Zhuyao group is framing me. My Luo family operates with integrity and uprightness within hire. Rest assured, my Luo family will definitely pursue their slanderous acts. The Luo family doesn't cause trouble, but they are absolutely not afraid of trouble. Luo Haitian's few words changed the tide once again. At this point, the media reporters were no longer able to figure out who was lying. Both sides have their own version of events. Patriarch Luo, since that's the case. Then who was the person who spoke up for the Luo family just now? After all, the Zhuyao group didn't mention the Luo family at all. Luo Haitian glanced at the spokesperson. Who is he? How would I know? Perhaps it was someone hired by the Zhuyao group, deliberately trying to shift the blame onto my Luo family. You should talk to whoever said that. By the way, I've met the boss behind the Bamboo Medicine Group, judging from his style of doing things. If you really want to frame my Luo family, you might never have a chance to find that man again. Anyway, my Luo family has already taken the blame. We reserve the right to pursue the matter further. We'll leave the rest to the media reporters to speculate on. This statement immediately sparked another round of heated discussion. At this moment, Su Chen looked at Old Man Xie speechlessly. Shouldn't this old guy be very busy? How come it's only been 2 days and it's already over? 1707, Chapter 1707, 13 Needles of the Heavenly Gate. Little Master, I didn't want to come. Mr. Zhang specially invited me to come and taste the new tea, please don't misunderstand. Seeing Su Chen's look, Professor Xie quickly stepped forward to explain. Su Chen didn't say anything. He couldn't be bothered to believe what Old Man Xie said. Cough cough cough. Mr. Zhang, your new tea. Zhang Na quickly realized what was happening and ran to make tea for Professor Xie. After the tea was served, Old Man Xie took a sip. Tisk. Sweet on the palate, with an unforgettable aftertaste. It is indeed excellent tea. Mr. Zhang has good taste, and so does the young master. The two of them looked at Old Man Xie as if he were an idiot. Zhang Na, in particular, was almost completely bewildered by Old Man Xie. The tea she used just now was definitely not good tea. It's just ordinary tea that I use to entertain customers. I didn't expect Old Man Xie to have so many scenes. He described such unremarkable tea leaves in such flowery terms. If she hadn't known the price of tea, she might have actually believed what Old Man Xie said. Really, and then get out of here after you finish drinking. Su Chen said calmly. No, master. I've only just arrived. Good tea should be savored slowly. Otherwise, it would be a waste to have such fine tea leaves, wouldn't you say? Besides, I just attended an important interview. Even if you didn't achieve anything, you still put in a lot of effort. Master, don't be so heartless. Even Zhang Na couldn't listen anymore. She never expected that Professor Xie, who was famous throughout the country. How could someone say something like that in front of a young man in his 20s? If someone didn't know better, they might think he was possessed. After all, in the entire South Korea, would Professor Xie treat someone of Su Chen's age with the same attitude? I doubt that even the most prominent young masters in South Korea wouldn't deserve to be treated like this by Professor Xie. Just tell me what you want to do. Su Chen knew that Old Man Xie must have had a purpose in coming over. He wouldn't believe the nonsense that Zhang Na had invited him over. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Old Man Xie's eyes lit up. But he quickly calmed down. Since my junior master has taken the initiative to ask me, then I'll reluctantly ask for your guidance. Su Chen's face darkened. No, don't force yourself, don't force yourself. Since that's the case, you can stay as long as you want after you've had your tea. Considering you've worked hard, I won't kick you out. Su Chen interrupted Old Man Xie's spellcasting. Old Xie immediately stopped when he reached into his pocket. No, master, I was wrong, okay? I do have a question I'd like to ask you. Please enlighten me, master. Old Xia immediately corrected his attitude. He was just trying to crack a joke. Seeing Su Chen's seriousness, he instantly lost confidence. He wouldn't dare to really offend Su Chen. Master, I really want to understand how the acupuncture points in the Great Xia dynasty are so precise. And why do different acupoints stimulate different physiological responses? Furthermore, why can acupoints resonate with each other, resulting in such a wide range of therapeutic methods? Old Xia suddenly asked a lot of questions. Su Chen was also a little puzzled. This old man Xia probably didn't study acupuncture before. Why am I suddenly interested in acupuncture? I can teach you a formation. Any symptom can be resolved if there is an underlying medical condition. If you have the talent, I can teach you another set of acupuncture techniques. 1708, Chapter 1708 Profound and Extensive Medical Skills. It can even save those who are dying. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Old Man Xia's expression changed drastically. What kind of miraculous medical skill could save someone on the verge of death? Only the medical skills of the Great Xia dynasty dared to say and do this. If this were a Western doctor, no matter who stood in front of him and said such a thing, he would absolutely not believe it. Okay. I will definitely study hard and live up to my master's expectations. Professor Xia sat very upright. Seeing this man in his 60s or 70s acting like a child, Su Chen couldn't help but find it a little funny. I have no expectations of you, it's up to you to figure it out. The reason he wanted to teach Old Man Xia was simply to reduce Old Man Xia's nagging time in the future. After all, this set of acupuncture techniques is not something that ordinary people can learn. Even if Old Man Xia really has this talent, it would be impossible for him to learn it in less than a year or two. Su Chen took out silver needles. Watch closely. This is called the 13 needles of Heavenly Gate. Within 7 needles, all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases can be cured. The 8th needle can reveal various diseases. The 9th needle. It can cure diseases that are incurable in their early stages. The 10th needle can save lives. The 11th needle can extend life by 3 months. 12 needles, even a dying person can be saved. As for this last injection, its name is Yama's Forbidden Pass. As its name suggests, this 13th needle can snatch a person from the clutches of Yama, the king of hell. After hearing this, Old Man Xia was dumbfounded. His face instantly turned blood red. Snatching people from the clutches of the king of hell. Moreover, each needle has a profound and effective effect. This is an absolutely superb skill that no one in South Korea possesses. Even Zhang Na was stunned by what Su Chen said. She could imagine that Su Chen's medical skills must be quite good, at least better than Professor Xia's and the others. But no one expected that Su Chen's medical skills could reach such a level. Master, how many of the 13 heavenly needles do you know? Old Xia couldn't help but become curious. This is just a basic skill, 13 needles are something I can do with ease. Old Xia gasped in shock. Can it be done at any time? Fear. It was absolutely terrifying. Su Chen could perform acupuncture techniques that they might never be able to learn in their entire lives. The key point is that she's so young. Why is Su Chen able to reach such a pinnacle of medical skills at such a young age? So you need to learn the first 7 needles now. With just these 7 needles, you might gain a new understanding of medicine. Old Xia nodded earnestly, his earlier comical demeanor completely gone. Watch closely. Su Chen instantly pulled out the needle. One silver needle after another was stuck into Old Man Xia's head. Old Xia wasn't worried at all. Because he believed in Su Chen, and also believed in Su Chen's medical skills. He relaxed and opened every pore on his body. I could clearly feel the silver needles piercing the acupoints. The needle penetrates 3/10 of an inch. Old Xia immediately felt the sensation of the silver needle entering the acupoint. Su Chen was also taken aback. Old Xia was actually able to feel the needle penetrating several inches. It seems he underestimated Old Man Xie. Perhaps he'll master the first 7 needles in less than a year. The second needle should be inserted 5 and into Baihui, GV20. Am I right, little master? Su Chen nodded and told him to remember this feeling. When all 7 needles were inserted, Professor Xia looked as if he were wearing a mask of pain. Professor Xia, are you alright? Looking at Old Man Xie's expression, Zhang Na couldn't help but ask with some concern. 1709, Chapter 1709 Methods of Evasion. It's okay, this feeling is just too wonderful. It works better than any medicine. It's like all the blood vessels are flowing freely, and all the meridians are activated. Su Chen nodded. 7 needles at a time release all the toxins from the blood vessels and meridians, thus relieving all difficulties. At this moment, Old Man Xia was extremely excited. If he could learn the first 7 needles, his medical skills would definitely surpass that Old Man Du's. About 2 minutes later, Su Chen waved his hand. All the silver needles on Old Man Xia's head fell to the ground. With another wave of his hand, the silver needle was already on the table. The tip of the silver needle, where it was inserted, had turned black. This means that the toxins in Old Xia's body have been eliminated. Sharp. That's absolutely amazing. As expected of the medical skills of the great Xia dynasty. If South Korea could learn even a third of this, it would definitely be considered a medical superpower. Old Xia was lost in deep thought. In terms of medicine, South Korea is far behind. It's impossible to know how many years or generations it would take to catch up with the unreachable great Xia. Remember how you felt just now, and practice that slowly when you get back. Learn it 1 needle at a time. Each needle can have a different effect and can release different acupoints. Professor Xia nodded repeatedly. He immediately recorded all the acupuncture techniques that Su Chen had just used. Little master, I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. I'll come back to you to learn the rest after I've mastered it. Professor Xia got up to leave. Su Chen didn't say anything. Zhang Na was speechless. This old man is quite pragmatic. They'll risk their lives to come. They wouldn't leave no matter how hard they tried to chase them away. Now that they've learned what they're learning, they're in a hurry to leave. After Old Xia left, Zhang Na gave a bitter smile. Appa, is this what your great Xia dynasty calls it? Does one only visit the 3 treasures hall when there's a reason? Su Chen was stunned for a moment. Because Zhang Na just said you don't visit the temple without a reason in the Xia language. Seeing Su Chen's surprised expression, Zhang Na smiled. During this time, I have not only been studying medical knowledge, but also the Bactrian language. I've also discovered that Great Xia is truly a magical country. If nothing unexpected happens, I will probably go to Daxia to develop my career. Wait, after you leave, Appa. Su Chen nodded. He would be very happy to welcome Zhang Na to Daxia. After all, Wanyao Company will be severely lacking in talent in the future. Zhang Na is a trustworthy person, and I can help him after I go there. By the way, I sense that your bottleneck is loosening a bit. Is it time to break through? Zhang Na nodded. Yes, so I plan to rest for a few days and break through my strength. With this breakthrough, she will be able to enter the realm of a terrestrial immortal. Even in higher city, this level of skill would definitely be considered top-notch. Su Chen then took out a pill. It was handed to Zhang Na. Since we're going to break through, let's do it all at once. This pill can elevate you from the land immortal realm to the spirit realm. Zhang Na was shocked. Is there anything that could allow her to directly reach the spirit level? If that's the case, then her status in higher city will be quite different after she reaches the spirit level. Even martial arts dojos invite her to join. After all, it's extremely rare for someone her age to reach the spirit level. Although Su Chen had told her before that there was a way to help her break through to the spirit level. But she didn't take it to heart at the time, always thinking that Su Chen was just comforting her. Unexpectedly, Su Chen actually took it out. 1710, Chapter 1710 Zhang Na in Seclusion. Go quickly. Now that the group's problems are resolved, you don't need to do anything. Focus on breaking through to the spirit level, and you'll be able to establish a firm foothold here at higher. Zhang Na nodded, took the pills, and went to her room. She didn't want to say anything more. She got to where she is today entirely because of Su Chen's help. The best way to repay him is to improve my strength and abilities and focus on helping him. Although the problems of the Shinshu Pharmaceutical Group have been resolved. But the public opinion didn't disappear. The man was dead when the media searched for him. The scene has been investigated for 2 days, but no evidence has been found and no clues have been left. This confirms what Luo Haitian said at the time. The media and relevant departments immediately began to suspect the owner of the Zhuyao Group. Su Chen also saw this news. He never expected that the Luo family would bring the conflict back to the forefront in this way. It seems the Luo family truly deserves its reputation as the #1 family in Higher City. They certainly have some tricks up their sleeves. So what? Su Chen didn't care at all. If the Luo family continues to be aggressive, he wouldn't mind taking direct action to wipe them out. However, the Luo family was also in a sensitive situation at this time, so he did not continue to target the Zhuyao Group. But that doesn't mean the Luo family will give up. Unable to target the Zhuyao Group, they turned their attention to the Zhang couple. It is said that 2 days later, the Luo family sent people to take the Zhang couple away. After all, everyone knows that the Zhang family and the Luo family are related by marriage. The Zhang family intends to marry their daughter to Luo Chang of the Luo family. But now she's changed her mind, Zhang Na won't marry into the Luo family. The Luo family then used this opportunity to approach the Zhang family. The Luo family also announced that this was a private family matter. If anyone dares to interfere, the Luo family will show no mercy. The news media also couldn't find a way to make a story about it. After all, this is truly their own family matter. Su Chen ignored it after hearing about it. The Zhang couple are no good either. It's a good thing to let the Luo family catch them and teach them a lesson. He didn't believe the Luo family would dare kill the two of them. After all, many outsiders know about this. If the Luo family dares to commit murder openly, they will naturally not escape the punishment of the law. So what could the Luo family do with the Zhang couple after they were captured? It's nothing more than teaching them a lesson and then tormenting them for a few days. As for Zhang Na, at this critical moment of breakthrough, they are completely unaware of what is happening in the outside world. She has broken through to the land immortal realm. After taking the spirit breaking pill, he is currently attempting to break through to the spirit level. I should be able to break through to the spirit level in the next few days. Su Chen also planned to resolve the Zhang family couple's matter himself after Zhang Na successfully broke through to the next level. As for the Luo family, Su Chen plans to visit them in a few days. He wanted to see just how capable the Luo family really was. 3 days later, the media frenzy has died down. The Shinshu Pharmaceutical Group is also getting busier. Many industry peers came to discuss cooperation. Everyone wants to get the distribution rights for Zhuyao Group's 3 products, either offline or online. With Zhang Na absent, no one dared to make any decisions. When they contacted Su Chen, he simply told them to wait until Zhang Na returned to work before discussing the matter further. Anyone who approaches the company without authorization will be refused entry. The Zhang couple have suffered terribly at the Luo family's house these past few days. They've been trapped by the Luo family for 3 days without food or water. I feel extremely frustrated. I also want my daughter to go and save them. But it's like my daughter has disappeared. 1711, Chapter 1711 alarms the martial arts hall. Several days later at dusk. Higher City is completely clear and cloudless. The sky was also perfectly clear. However, a red beam of light descended upon the suburban hillside city. The sky instantly became overcast with dark clouds, and lightning flashed. Everyone was very puzzled. The sky was clear and blue just a moment ago. How did the weather suddenly change? Su Chen sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him, and a smile appeared on his lips. It looks like Zhang Na is about to break through to the spirit level. Aside from ordinary people outside, anyone who is a martial artist knows that this is a sign that someone is about to break through. The Luo family, the Song family, and the martial arts hall in Higher City. Everyone looked towards the direction of the hillside city. Higher City will soon have another spirit level expert. Go immediately and find out who the breakthrough was. Anyone who meets our martial arts hall's requirements must be reported immediately. The martial arts hall is located in the very center of Higher City. It belongs to the Korean national system. Anyone who joins the martial arts school enjoys the protection and benefits of the state. But the conditions are extremely harsh. Anyone who joins below the spirit level, one must possess the strength of a terrestrial immortal within the age of 18. Above the spirit level, and under 25 years old. Anyone who meets the requirements is welcome to join. But how easy is it to become a terrestrial immortal before the age of 18? Reaching the spirit level before the age of 25 is as difficult as ascending to heaven. After all, many martial artists at the spirit level spend their entire lives, even reaching their 70s or 80s, yet they still cannot break through that final barrier. Moreover, the condition of being under 25 years old. The Song family immediately understood when they saw the direction of Half Mountain capital. Among all the martial artists in the entire Half Mountain city, only Su Chen's family has a martial arts supreme peak. Although it's still quite a long way to break through to the spirit level. But they also knew very well that with Su Chen around, nothing was impossible. Moreover, that beam of light proved their suspicions. This is the villa where Su Chen lives. In addition, Zhang Na has mysteriously disappeared during this period. It's easy to guess that Zhang Na has broken through to the spirit level. As a peak 4th tier expert, how could Song Qingji not care? He flew into the sky and disappeared from the Song family's villa. When we arrived above the city of Half Mountain, the people from the martial arts gym were there too. Elder Song, do you know who broke through below? The people at the martial arts gym also knew that this hillside city was owned by the Song family. They immediately questioned Song Qingji. Song Qingji smiled and responded. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Zhang Na, the president of Zhuyao Group. You should wait and see if it really is her. She should meet your requirements. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Zhang is 22 years old this year. To break through to the spirit level at the age of 22, I've never heard of such talent in the entire Higher. The people at the martial arts gym changed their expressions drastically upon hearing Song Qingji's words. Breaking through to the spirit level at the age of 22? This is extremely rare even in their martial arts dojo. Even the head of the Higher City branch of the martial arts hall was only 24 years old when he broke through to the spirit level. Zhang Na actually served 2 years longer than the head of the division. A heavenly tribulation is about to descend. But without a doubt, this poses no challenge for Zhang Na now. What's more, Su Chen is also by Zhang Na's side. After the breakthrough, the sky cleared up again. But by then it was already night. Mr. Gu, shall we go down together? Song Qingji looked at the middle-aged man in the martial arts hall and said calmly. The opponent is also a 4th tier spirit master. But he's much younger than him. But since the other party is from a martial arts school, he should indeed address him as sir. The other person nodded and followed. Zhang Na broke through and ran out immediately. She jumped excitedly into Su Chen's arms. 1712, Chapter 1712 asking a few questions. I did it. I really did it. Thank you, thank you. Zhang Na was extremely excited. Before. She never imagined that one day she could reach the spirit level. The spirit level is not something everyone can reach. Her father, Zhang Yi, had also paid a heavy price to reach the spirit level. The Zhang family could have had so much more wealth. But all that wealth was squandered on her father's advancement to the spirit rank. To reach the spirit level, besides having immense wealth, what's needed even more is talent. Nevertheless, her father barely reached the spirit level when he was nearly 40 years old. He's already over 50 and only now has the strength of a second-tier spirit. Compared to Luo Haitian of the Luo family, he is far inferior. Although Luo Haitian is over 70 years old, he still possesses the strength of the peak of the 5th rank. Even if her father is over 70 years old in the future, he may not be able to have the same strength as Luo Haitian. Of course, the person she admired most was Su Chen. Compared to Su Chen, everyone else is utterly insignificant. Su Chen's brilliance completely overshadowed everyone she knew. She's about the same age as him, only 24 or 25. However, Su Chen's strength had already reached the peak of the 9th rank. He could even instantly repel 9 9th-tier powerhouses. Such strength and talent are absolutely unprecedented and will never be seen again. Cough cough cough. Upon seeing this scene, Song Qingji, who was just entering, couldn't help but cough awkwardly twice. He never expected that he had arrived at such an inopportune time. Zhang Na immediately realized that she might have been a little too impulsive. Yes, I'm sorry, Appa. I got excited for a moment, and then... Zhang Na's face instantly turned red. She just impulsively pounced on him. Could Su Chen really think she's a frivolous woman? It's alright, they're probably here to see you. Go check on them first. Su Chen said calmly. Then, after glancing at Song Qingji, he left the first floor. Song Qingji didn't say much to Su Chen either. After all, Su Chen's original plan was to keep his identity hidden. He brought in Elder Gu from the martial arts school, just to introduce Zhang Na. After all, Zhang Na's breakthrough has already met the standards of the martial arts hall, and she is fully qualified to join the martial arts hall. If Zhang Na can join the martial arts gym, her status and position will be different in the future. Not only can they enjoy an unassailable prestige in higher city, they can also enjoy benefits every year in the name of the martial arts school. At the same time, when one person attains enlightenment, even their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. If Zhang Na joins the martial arts gym, the entire Zhang family will become a protected group in higher city. Even the Luo family probably wouldn't dare to easily touch the Zhang family. Especially Zhang Na herself. If the Luo family still harbors any improper thoughts about Zhang Na, the martial arts gym will personally tell them. Nana, this is Elder Gu from the martial arts hall. A 4th-tier expert came to check after seeing someone break through here. Zhang Na's expression changed drastically when she heard that it was someone from the martial arts gym. She had just broken through to the next level when someone from the martial arts gym came. The news about this martial arts gym came out way too fast. Greetings, Elder Gu. Zhang Na greeted him respectfully. Old Gu smiled and nodded. Young lady, may I ask you a few questions? Old Gu said kindly. Zhang Na didn't hesitate and nodded immediately. The fact that people from the martial arts dojo came over is enough to show that she has a chance to join the dojo. If she could join the martial arts gym, her fate would truly be completely changed. The Luo family will never dare to bully her again. Her parents could no longer force her. 1713, Chapter 1713. Who is your master? Please ask, Elder Gay will answer to the best of my knowledge. Seeing Zhang Na's attitude, Old Gu nodded. He looked Zhang Na up and down, then slowly spoke. I don't know, how old are you right now? After Mr. Gu finished asking the question, Zhang Na immediately answered. I'm 22 years old this year, and I'm a local from higher. Old Gu was slightly taken aback. Oh, he broke through to the spirit level at the age of 22? Then I wonder who your master is? MRG's question made Zhang Na pause abruptly. Should she mention Su Chen? After all, Su Chen didn't want to reveal his identity. But the only one who could truly be considered her mentor was Su Chen. She went from a 7th level martial arts supreme to her current spirit level, all thanks to Su Chen. If it weren't for Su Chen, how could she have achieved what she has today? If she didn't say anything, she would feel guilty and would have the illusion that she wasn't repaying the kindness. But if I tell him, won't it expose Su Chen's identity? I've heard that Nana's father is also a spirit level expert, and Nana has been cultivating with him since she was a child. Later, I moved here and taught for a period of time, so if we really talk about her master, I'm afraid she herself can't say anything. Song Qingji interrupted. He could clearly see that Zhang Na was hesitant. They were clearly considering whether or not to reveal Su Chen's identity. So he immediately stepped in to smooth things over. Zhang Na is still young and may not know the pros and cons. She felt that Su Chen had been kind to her, and in this situation, she should tell everyone about Su Chen's kindness to her. But this will not only not help Su Chen, it may even harm him. Oh, you've been teaching for a while? Old Gu turned to look at Song Qingji. Song Qingji nodded. Yes, and coupled with her truly remarkable talent, that's what made her who she is today. Zhang Na realized what they were saying. She almost made a terrible mistake just now. Su Chen is the kind of person who doesn't care about fame and fortune at all. You can tell from his refusal to reveal that he is the owner of the Bamboo Medicine Group. So whether she says Su Chen is her master or not is completely unimportant. The most important thing is to continue concealing Su Chen's identity. Yes, it's all thanks to Elder Song, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to suddenly have a breakthrough at the last moment. Zhang Na quickly agreed, glancing at Song Qingji with a grateful look. Old Gu nodded in satisfaction. Since you're the one who taught her, it seems the little girl is indeed quite talented. Then let me ask you. A smile appeared on old Ji's face. Would you like to join my martial arts school? Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room fell silent. Although Zhang Na had already anticipated this. But when she actually heard those words, she still couldn't contain her excitement. Silly child, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and answer old Gu. Song Qingji gave a bitter smile. It's no wonder Zhang Na was stunned. This kind of news would leave anyone's mind blank for a moment. The entire city of Higher. In the past 20 years, fewer than 10 people have met the requirements of the martial arts hall. The last time someone was selected by the Budokan was 3 years ago. Therefore, the number of members in the martial arts dojo is quite small. The total number of members is approximately 1,000. And these 1,000 people are the strongest support for the entire South Korea. 1,000 spirit-level experts, this force is indeed not to be underestimated. Moreover, this is still at the spirit level, meeting the standards of a martial arts dojo. These spirit-level experts are all incredibly powerful. Including the strongest in South Korea, a peak 9th tier expert. 1714, Chapter 1714 Joining the Martial Arts Hall. That powerful figure is the owner of the Martial Arts Hall. It was thanks to that powerful figure's leadership that the Martial Arts Hall became the military backbone of the entire South Korea. I do. Of course I'd love to, joining a martial arts gym has always been my dream. Zhang Na responded excitedly. The two elders smiled. Joining the martial arts gym is not only Zhang Na's dream, but also the dream of millions of people in South Korea. But this dream is not something everyone can achieve. South Korea is inferior to those powerful countries in terms of military strength. Therefore, one must seek survival in dangerous situations. The reason they set such strict standards is entirely to select a supreme powerhouse who surpasses the spirit level from among these exceptionally talented individuals. If they can produce a human-level expert, then their great Han will have the ability to counterbalance those powerful nations. Good. In that case, take a look at our martial arts gym's contract first. I'll come back tomorrow and take you to the gym to report for duty in person. Mr. Gu took out the contract and handed it to Zhang Na. In that case, you should first consolidate your strength. Young lady, haste makes waste. Although you have already reached the spirit level, you still need to solidify your foundation first. Zhang Na nodded. With Su Chen around, she doesn't need these people to teach her at all. Su Chen's abilities surpass those of anyone else. After the Grand Secretary left, Song Qingji didn't stay any longer. I simply offered my congratulations to Zhang Na. After all, being able to join the martial arts hall is absolutely fantastic news. After the two left, Zhang Na took the contract and went upstairs. upstairs to find Su Chen. She tried her best to calm herself down. Knock on Su Chen's door. After receiving Su Chen's permission, she pushed open the door and went inside. Appa, thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had the chance to join the martial arts gym. They've already recruited me, here's the contract. Zhang Na immediately shared her joy with Su Chen. Su Chen held out his hand, gesturing for Zhang Na to show him the contract. Zhang Na sat down next to Su Chen, and the two looked at the contents of the contract together. Join the Budokan. Adhere to the culture and rules of the martial arts hall. At the same time, when the country is in trouble, we will move forward fearlessly. The martial arts hall is, after all, a state-owned enterprise of South Korea, so it should naturally prioritize the country's interests. When Su Chen saw this, he couldn't help but feel a sense of, gankai, mixed feelings of emotion and reflection. He could only hope that one day the two Koreas would not reach a point of direct confrontation. Otherwise, Zhang Na will join the martial arts hall, and he will represent the Great Xia. Once on the battlefield, they will definitely become enemies. Keep reading. The benefits and perks at this martial arts gym are truly exceptional. Anyone who joins the martial arts hall can receive 1 billion Korean won every month. At the same time, you can also enjoy different martial arts techniques and various auxiliary medicines. Furthermore, if Zhang Na is willing, she could even move to the Wudao community. That's a villa complex built specifically for the members of the martial arts dojo. The environment inside is perfect for cultivation, it's tailor-made for you. The purpose of the martial arts hall is to allow talented members to focus on their training without worry and improve their strength as quickly as possible. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. Even the National Martial Arts Academy of Great Xia wouldn't dare to do this. It involves both money and housing, essentially covering everything. Normally, I only need to do some tasks that I can manage. The Great Xia National Martial Arts Academy is merely a name, ordinary people dare not provoke it. The welfare benefits are nowhere near as amazing as those in South Korea. No wonder. No one in South Korea possesses a spiritual realm level of power. They were far too eager to cultivate a human spirit level being. 1715, Chapter 1715 Searching for Precious Medicinal Herbs. By the way, now that you've broken through too, you should also be informed about what's happening outside. After saying that, Su Chen took out his phone and opened the news. It lists the events that have happened in the past few days. And the fact that Zhang Na's parents have been invited to visit the Luo family. When Zhang Na saw this news, her expression changed drastically. My parents, they've been arrested. Zhang Na didn't believe in any so-called visiting. The Luo family would never be so kind as to invite her parents as guests. The Luo family couldn't outmaneuver her, much less scheme against the current state of the Bamboo Medicine Group. After all, public opinion has already arisen between the Luo family and the Zhuyao Group. If we continue to target the Hsinchu Pharmaceutical Group, we may become the target of public criticism in the future. But the Zhang family is different. You decide how to handle it. Since you're about to join the martial arts gym anyway, whatever you decide, they won't be able to pose a threat to you in the end. Su Chen's words gave Zhang Na a sense of security. Yes. She is now a trainee member of the martial arts gym. Once the contract is signed, she will be a full member when she reports to the martial arts gym tomorrow. As a full member of the martial arts dojo, who in the entire city of Higher would dare to lay a hand on her? Thank you, Appa. Then I'll go and rest now. I'll personally visit the Luo family tomorrow. Su Chen nodded. He could clearly see that Zhang Na seemed to have gained enough confidence since joining the martial arts gym. It seems that increased strength can indeed change a person. If this had happened before she was unable to join the martial arts gym, Zhang Na would probably have been in a state of great anxiety. After all, the Luo family is like the heavens within Higher. Without the help of the martial arts school, she had no chance to compete with the Luo family. In the end, we'll probably have no choice but to ask Su Chen for help. The next day, Zhang Na left home early in the morning. She knew where the Budokan branch was. I drove alone to the martial arts gym. Su Chen, however, was concerned about something else. Black Mountain Axe. Since the last incident, Black Mountain Axe doesn't seem to have made any other moves. But that doesn't mean he'll stop paying attention. After all, who knows what kind of despicable things a criminal organization like Black Mountain Axe might do. Therefore, just in case, he still needs to pay attention to Zhang Na's safety. However, he also knew that it probably wouldn't be needed anymore. After Zhang Na left, Su Chen also left. He plans to go over there with the Black Mountain Axe. For the past few days, he has been investigating the whereabouts of a certain medicinal herb. The medicinal herbs are extremely precious. Although it cannot compare to medicinal herbs of the same caliber as blood grass. But it's absolutely priceless. Because the medicinal herbs he was looking for were precious herbs that contained the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and could stimulate the potential of the human body. His purpose in finding this medicinal herb was very simple. Refining a spirit ascension pill that can help people break through their limits. In other words, it should be taken by those at the spirit realm level or above. A pill that can catalyze the increase of one's own strength. He had promised Hai Shaoshan and the others that he would find a way to help those at the spirit level break through their strength. Actually, he's always had a way. However, the medicinal herbs are extremely difficult to find. Besides, he didn't have much time to manage this matter at that time. Back then, his strength hadn't reached its current level. Everything should be focused on improving one's own strength. But things are different now. Now, as long as he doesn't cultivate, he's basically doing nothing. He could take advantage of this opportunity to refine the pills. Once he goes there, he can significantly increase the strength of the people around him. 1716, Chapter 1716. A chilling cold. So after arriving in Korea, once he had some free time, he kept inquiring about the spiritual medicinal herbs that were available there. At first, there was absolutely no news. The appearance of the Black Mountain Axe on the straight road finally gave Su Chen a clue. Because Black Mountain Axe is the largest criminal organization in all of South Korea. He has a lot of ill-gotten gains in his hands. Many treasures were even revealed by the Black Mountain Axe hand. This includes medicinal herbs that contain spiritual energy. Upon learning of this, Su Chen naturally had his own ideas. Since Black Mountain Axe is already thinking of robbing him. So it wouldn't be unreasonable for him to rob Black Mountain Axe. Su Chen was wearing a hoodie and a hat. We strolled leisurely to the front of a classic villa. There were many super luxury cars parked in front of the villa. Each one costs no less than 5 million. This is the financial strength of Black Mountain Axe. The villa in front of us is a rare century-old building in the entire Higher City. 50 years ago, it was bought by Black Mountain Axe for 30 million. In fact, the value of this villa is far more than that. Someone conducted an appraisal during that time. The villa's true value is probably at least $5 billion. Even 50 years ago, it would have been worth at least 200 million. But Black Mountain Axe's actions are ruthless, he'll stop at nothing to achieve his goals. It seems the original owner was intimidated and threatened by Black Mountain Axe. Finally, they chose to sell it to Black Mountain Axe for $30 million. Su Chen looked at the villa in front of him. It is truly a classic. The style is ancient, even the gate is carved with ancient patterns. 5 bodyguards stood at the entrance. The leader kept pacing around. He was holding a gun. Upon seeing Su Chen approach, the 5 men immediately became alert. No wonder they made that face. They were forced into this situation. Black Mountain Axe has done far too many despicable things. He also has a lot of enemies. Many of the official members of Black Mountain Axe have been hunted down. Internationally and internationally. In short, I just can't get a good night's sleep. Stop. The bodyguard captain suddenly pulled out a gun and pointed it at Su Chen. Black Mountain Axe branch, stand back. No one is allowed to enter without an invitation. The captain looked at Su Chen warily. If Su Chen takes another step forward, he will fire without hesitation. I don't like having a gun pointed at me. You'd better put the gun away. Notify Black Scorpion and Black Panther, tell them to get out here right now. Oh, right, just tell them I'm here to collect protection money. The 5 of them were stunned for a few seconds. Collecting protection money? Upon hearing this, the captain pulled the trigger. Nonsense. Collecting protection money from Black Mountain Axe? You want to die. The enemy aimed at Su Chen's head. Suddenly, the 5 of them felt the air around them cool down. They looked up at the blazing sun in the sky. Damn it! How can there be a chill under such a bright sun? Su Chen took a step. The sound was colder than the surrounding air. I don't want to say it a second time. Go and inform them. Or, you could try firing a shot. After all, you won't survive to fire the second shot. Su Chen's words were full of threat. The bodyguard's hands were trembling slightly. He's no fool to have gotten a bodyguard position. He had seen too many bizarre things at Black Mountain Axe's place. Why does this young man dare to utter such arrogant words? And why did you dare to come to Black Mountain Axe alone to rob it? And they can even accurately name the head of their branch. The chill he felt just now must have come from the young man in front of him. 1717, Chapter 1717. Aren't you afraid of death? The captain swallowed hard. He looked at the 4 people, feeling extremely troubled. However, in order to avoid making the wrong judgment and to avoid getting into trouble, he put away his gun and looked at the 4 men. Stop him since he knows our Black Panther boss, I'll go and inform him. If he dares to force his way in, then you take care of him. With that, the captain tossed the gun to the nearest subordinate. When his men received the guns, they were somewhat at a loss. You should know that they usually have no chance to touch this thing. We asked the captain to let them play with it several times, but the captain refused. Why are you being so merciful and generous today? Wait, I can notify them for you. But if you dare to act recklessly, I, a Black Mountain Axe, am not someone to be trifled with. The bodyguard captain spoke sternly to Su Chen. Su Chen kept his hands in his hoodie pockets and didn't say anything. He doesn't want to cause trouble if the other party is willing to notify him. His goal was not to kill anyone, nor to teach anyone a lesson. His goal was simple, as long as Black Mountain Axe could give him what he wanted. The bodyguard ran inside very quickly. He ran out about 2 minutes later, his face calm. Roll. Our boss wants you to leave. If you dare to force your way in, you might really get shot today. The bodyguard captain brought 2 more guns. All 3 guns were pointed at Su Chen. Su Chen hadn't expected that the Black Panther would forget about him. Alright, in that case, it seems I'll have to go in and look for it myself. After saying that, Su Chen walked forward. Can't you hear me? Back up. Aren't you afraid of dying? The bodyguard captain's face turned ashen. Having worked at Black Mountain Axe for so many years, this was the first time he had ever seen someone so headstrong. After all, the whole country knows the name of Black Mountain Axe. Who would dare to do such a stupid thing? This person in front of us actually doesn't take Black Mountain Axe seriously at all. It wouldn't matter if he actually shot and killed someone. It was their manager, Black Panther, who made him do it. I've already said it before, if you think you can hurt me, then feel free to try. Su Chen's steps were steady, without the slightest fear. What Su Chen just said sounded like a threat. The bodyguard captain instantly flew into a rage. Pull the trigger directly. If you're looking for death, don't blame us. Someone like you, Black Mountain Axe, can kill you without a second thought. No one will dare to hold us accountable. After saying that, all 3 guns were pointed at Su Chen's head and fired. I originally thought Su Chen's head would be blown apart. Blood and brain matter will instantly splash up in waves. Su Chen's body didn't move at all, but the bullet disappeared without a trace. It was like they hit thin air. Not a single shot hit. Impossible, could it really have missed? The bodyguard captain could hardly believe it. I've doubted myself, I've doubted the gun. I never doubted the young stranger in front of me. Fine, I'll hit you when you get closer, then let's see how you dodge. The bodyguard captain attributed the problem to missing the mark. If Su Chen gets any closer, those 3 guns would definitely riddle him with bullets. I thought the young man in front of me would stop after hearing these words. Unexpectedly, Su Chen actually sped up. Fight. Beat him, this guy's got a death wish. The bodyguard captain fired repeatedly. Gunshots rang out across the sky. The 3 men were panting heavily until they ran out of bullets. The bodyguard captain stopped what he was doing and looked up at Su Chen's position. 1718, chapter 1718. We meet again. How is that possible? What exactly happened? The bodyguard captain stared in astonishment at the man before him. Is it really possible for a normal human being to do this? He actually dodged 3 shots. Out of bullets? Su Chen asked coldly. The bodyguard captain's face turned ashen. He was 100% certain that the person in front of him had at least the strength of a spirit. Only with such supernatural power could one ignore attacks from firearms. But the other person looks very young. How could someone so young possess such formidable strength? I don't want to waste any more time. If you want to die, come on up. If you don't want to die, get out. Su Chen had already walked up to the group while he was talking. The ordinary bodyguards are waiting for their captain's orders. They all possess the strength of martial arts supreme masters. Even if several of them attack together, they might not be a match for each other. Let him in. However, the bodyguard captain compromised. His face was grave. Because he knew very well that he was no match for the man in front of him. Even if they all attack together, it wouldn't be possible. Even if they rush in now, they'll definitely be the ones getting beaten up in the end. At the same time, it's impossible to stop the other side's progress. Then, the group could only watch helplessly as Su Chen entered the villa. You all keep watch, I'm going in to check. The bodyguard captain still followed. After all, he was the one who put the person in there. He can't possibly ignore it completely. Upon entering the villa, Su Chen went straight to the central hall. The entire villa consists of 3 floors, 1 above ground and 1 below ground. The central hall is located semi-underground. At this moment, all the senior personnel of the Black Mountain Axe branch gathered here. Black Panther sat at the head of the table, looking intently at everyone present. The 7th-tier expert sent from headquarters won't arrive for another half hour. That person actually came over on their own initiative. I need a solution now, can any of you provide one? Black Panther looked at all the branch executives present. He's the strongest in the entire branch. Even he had no way to deal with it, let alone others. Useless trash, a bunch of useless trash. Black Panther said angrily. Why don't you ask me for a solution, I can give it to you. Suddenly, at the doorway, a strange voice rang out. All eyes turned to that direction. A strange man was standing at the top of the hall. The person who arrived was none other than Su Chen. Su Chen was a complete stranger to everyone else. But Black Panther and Black Scorpion could never forget that figure. You, who allowed you to come in? Black Panther stood up, clearly displeased. He knew that Su Chen was very strong. But this is still Black Mountain Axe's territory. Even if Su Chen is very strong, he shouldn't trespass into Black Mountain Axe's territory. Sorry to interrupt your meeting. I've come here to borrow something from you all. A smile appeared on Su Chen's face. His smile gave Black Panther a bad feeling. We at Black Mountain Axe don't have what you want, get out of here, this isn't a place for you to run wild. If you provoke us, our 7th tier Black Mountain Axe experts will be here soon, and they'll make sure you lose your life here. Black Panther's words were full of threat. Su Chen chuckled twice after hearing this. Is being 7th tier really what you're so proud of? I didn't originally intend to do anything, I just came to borrow something. Black Panther was extremely displeased with the smile on Su Chen's face. After all, Su Chen had made him lose a lot of money before. No, we Black Mountain Axe do not lend out anything. 1719, Chapter 1719. You have to agree whether you like it or not. Black Panther replied impatiently. He didn't believe anyone would actually dare to make a move at their Black Mountain Axe branch headquarters. Even if Chen Shu is stronger than him, this is Black Mountain Axe. Looking at the Black Panther, Su Chen sneered. He came here today with absolutely no intention of seeking Black Panther's approval. Yeah? It seems we have no choice but to resort to force. I'm definitely going to borrow those things. I'm asking you this because I don't want you to suffer in vain. But you don't seem to like the gentle approach. After he finished speaking, a slight fluctuation appeared on Su Chen's body. A sinister smirk appeared on his face. Black Panther's expression changed drastically. Everyone, be on alert. At that moment, everyone from Black Mountain Axe gathered around Black Panther. How dare you cause trouble on my Black Mountain Axe's territory? Young man, do you have a death wish? Among them, an elder shouted sternly twice. They tried to intimidate Su Chen by using the reputation of Black Mountain Axe. But Black Panther knew perfectly well. If Chen Shu were afraid of the words Black Mountain Axe, he wouldn't have dared to make a move against them at the Bamboo Medicine Group. Boom! The old man had barely finished speaking. Black Panther and Black Scorpion immediately felt that familiar feeling again. They would never forget that immense pressure until their deaths. Moment. Almost at the same time. All the members of Black Mountain Axe were prostrate on the ground. Men, women, young and old, without exception. They were all pressed to the ground by immense pressure, completely unable to get up or move. What exactly do you want to do? Black Panther was extremely displeased. Chen Shu relied on his strength to bully them. Isn't this going too far? I already told you I only needed to borrow one thing. If you just agree, there won't be so many problems. Black Panther's face twitched. Is this the attitude you should have when borrowing something? But now that we're under someone else's roof, we have no choice but to bow our heads. After careful consideration, their headquarters has now sent people over. As long as we can stall Chen Shu for now. The experts from their headquarters should arrive in about 20 minutes. Once the powerful figures from headquarters arrive, that will be Chen Shu's death day. You said what do you want to borrow? Although Black Panther was very unwilling, he had no choice but to appease Chen Shu in order to buy time. Tai Ling flower. Su Chen's 3 words almost startled Black Panther and the others. How did you know that my Black Mountain Axe possesses the spirit flower? Black Panther stared at Su Chen in disbelief. That's a rare treasure from Black Mountain Axe. You don't need to know how I know, you just need to tell me who can make the decision about this. Su Chen was well aware that Black Panther definitely couldn't make a decision about the Sunflower Project. So he came to this branch just to follow the clues here and lure out the higher-ups at Black Mountain Axe headquarters. Black Panther was silent for a few seconds, then his eyes suddenly lit up. I really can't make that decision. But the head office agent will be here soon, he should be able to make the decision, why don't you wait? As soon as Black Panther finished speaking, the invisible pressure around him instantly dissipated. Everyone wiped the cold sweat from their brows. They all looked at Su Chen with strange eyes. Their strength is worlds apart from theirs. To deal with them with such strength is simply a matter of overwhelming them. Su Chen thought for 2 seconds. Why did the powerful Black Mountain Axe have to come at this time of year? Clearly, Black Panther brought in a powerful figure to deal with him. If that's the case, wouldn't it be a bit disrespectful of him not to cooperate with Black Panther? 1720, Chapter 1720. The Suffering Couple. Fine, I'll only give you 20 minutes. Su Chen sat down. Everyone stared in terror at the person sitting motionless. Having experienced Su Chen's power just now, none of them dared to speak recklessly anymore. Black Panther and Black Scorpion exchanged glances, clearly communicating with their eyes. Black Panther was holding his phone, seemingly contacting someone. Su Chen ignored this. Today, it doesn't matter who comes to Black Mountain Axe. He absolutely had to get his hands on that Tai Ling flower. Meanwhile, the Luo family. No one in the Luo family knew that Zhang Na had been recruited by the martial arts academy. Zhang Yi and his wife were already bruised and swollen. They kept begging the Luo family to let them go. They will definitely bring their daughter over after they get home. The Luo family has no intention of letting the Zhang family go. Their goal is no longer to have Zhang Na become their daughter-in-law. Instead, he took all the hatred from before and retaliated against the entire Zhang family. Their purpose in doing this was to lure Zhang Na out. They will make demands as soon as Zhang Na comes over. Since the Zhang family broke the contract first, Zhang Na should pay the price. You two old geezers, you don't need to pretend to be pitiful. That bitch Zhang Na is living with that scumbag Chen Shu before she's even married. I will not let this matter rest. I, Luo Changhai, have never suffered such humiliation. When she comes, I'll torture her slowly. My demands aren't high, I just want 50% of the shares in the Zhuyao group. If she doesn't give it to you, you two old geezers will just have to die. Luo Cheng's words made Zhang Yi and his wife tremble with fear. So many days have passed, and there's still no sign of their daughter appearing. They were quite strict with their daughter from a young age, and now they have a clear understanding that their daughter shouldn't have to pay such a heavy price because of them. Besides, the Zhuyao group doesn't belong to their daughter. Their daughter has absolutely no say in the 50% stake. So they're probably really going to die today. If the Luo family really wants to kill them, they have absolutely no chance of surviving. No, young Master Luo. Even if Nana is unwilling to give it, we will try our best to persuade her. We hope you can give us some time. As long as young Master Luo is willing to let us go back, we will definitely find a way to get the shares of Zhuyao Group to you. Zhang Yi smiled ingratiatingly. The two men were already bruised and battered, but they still greeted Luo Cheng with smiles. But Luo Cheng didn't believe Zhang Yi's nonsense at all. If he lets them go now, they will probably go to Chen Shu immediately after they leave, seeking his protection. Chen Shu's strength was so great that even the Luo family dared not act recklessly. Unless it comes to a point of no return, they have no way of asking their relatives in the capital for help. Just then, the bodyguards at the front door walked in. Master, young master, Zhang Na from the Zhang family has arrived. Should we let her in? The bodyguard's words brought a smile to Luo Cheng's face. After waiting for so many days, it has finally appeared. He waved his hand quickly. Let it in right away. I want to see what her purpose is in coming here. Now that you're here, none of your family will be leaving peacefully today. Luo Cheng smiled with satisfaction. In his opinion, he had finally won this time. 2 minutes after the bodyguard left, Zhang Na followed him. When Zhang Na saw her parents' expressions, her brows furrowed slightly. 1721, Chapter 1721. Going alone to the Luo family. Although her parents weren't very good to her, they were still her parents. She couldn't just stand by and watch as her daughter was beaten black and blue. Luo family, aren't you going a bit too far? Zhang Na walked into the Luo family's main hall, looking at the 3 generations of the Luo family with a somewhat angry expression. Too much, ha 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 ha. Luo Chang laughed twice. You're my fiancé, and now you're living with some nobody. I didn't say you went too far, but you're saying I went too far? Your behavior today is all because they failed to discipline you properly. Even if you beat them up, or even kill them, what can you do about it? Luo Chang said with great confidence. Zhang Na has already entered the Luo family's gates, and now everything is decided by the Luo family. Luo Chang can do whatever he wants. Luo Haitian, who was sitting in the first seat, felt that something was not right. Zhang Na is just a young woman, yet she dared to come alone. Something is amiss. Moreover, judging from Zhang Na's appearance, she clearly didn't seem to be afraid of the Luo family at all. Now that you're here, the Luo family won't waste any more words. I was just talking about compensation with those 2 old men. Anyway, you've already slept with other men. In the entire city of Higher, who doesn't know that you are my fiancé, Luo Cheng's fiancé? What you're doing is like putting a green hat on my head. So you have to compensate me now. Luo Cheng sneered. My demands aren't high. Aren't you the head of the Bamboo Medicine Group? 50% of the shares, you can sleep with whomever you want, it has nothing to do with me anymore. Otherwise, your parents wouldn't be alive today. Luo Cheng's words left Zhang Na utterly astonished. What's the difference between the Luo family's actions and blatant robbery? Does the company hold 50% of the shares in the Zhuyao Group? In the entire Higher City, who doesn't understand the potential of Zhuyao Group? Zhuyao Group is already a leading pharmaceutical company in Higher City, and in the future, it will become a top group in South Korea. Luo Cheng actually dared to shamelessly ask for 50% of the shares. What is this if not robbery? Luo Cheng, who would agree to your conditions? Also, I'm here today to inform you to release the people, not to discuss compensation. Furthermore, even if there is to be compensation, it should be you compensating my parents, not me compensating you. The marriage was not agreed to by me, it was your Luo family who bullied and forced my Zhang family. If you know what's good for you, let my parents go right now, or else. As she spoke, Zhang Na slowly took out an ID card from her pocket. Luo Cheng looked shocked when he heard Zhang Na's words. This was simply the funniest joke he had ever heard in his life. How dare they make the Luo family pay compensation? Zhang Na, who gave you the guts? Believe me, I can kill them right now, you'll regret it later. As he spoke, a throwing knife appeared in Luo Cheng's hand, ready to stab Zhang Yi and his wife, who were not far away, to death at any moment. Wait! Luo Haitian suddenly spoke. His eyes were fixed on the documents in Zhang Na's hand. Then suddenly, an aura enveloped Zhang Na. What's wrong, Grandpa? Luo Cheng also sensed that something was off about his grandfather's expression. Zhang Na calmly allowed Luo Haitian's aura to envelop her. She knew that Luo Haitian was testing her strength. 1722, Chapter 1722 Changes in Facial Expression. Before she arrived yesterday, Su Chen had already told her about all the possibilities. Patriarch Luo, I believe you will make the right choice. I already informed you when I came if I can't take my parents with me today, or if you harm my parents and fail to meet my conditions. Or perhaps, I have been hurt by you. Then you will have to take full responsibility for all the consequences that follow. Zhang Na's words caused Luo Haitian's expression to change drastically. He has already figured out Zhang Na's strength. He regained his breath, his face grave. I never expected this. Luo Haitian gritted his teeth. What's wrong, Grandpa? Luo Cheng frowned. Why had his grandfather's attitude suddenly changed? Does Zhang Na have some trump card that surpasses the Luo families? Shut up! Luo Haitian roared. He stood up and slowly walked towards Zhang Na. Zhang Na remained calm and composed. Actually, she was still a little uneasy when Luo Haitian walked towards her. After all, Luo Haitian was a peak 5th tier expert. If Luo Haitian were to actually attack her, she would have no chance against him. Moreover, if Luo Haitian wanted to kill her, her fate would be sealed instantly. But before she came, she had already reported to Master Gu of the martial arts school and the head of the branch. At the time, old Gu even said that he could go with her, and the Luo family would definitely release her. But this is her own business, and she doesn't want to involve others. So she came alone. Before we arrived, Elder Gu and the person in charge had said that as long as we showed our martial arts hall's personal identification, it would definitely have a deterrent effect on the Luo family. If Luo Jiahai hadn't released them back then, the martial arts school would have had a reason to cause trouble for the Luo family. This is the confidence of the martial arts hall, and this is Zhang Na's current trump card. But since this was her first time using it, she was also worried that something unexpected might happen. Luo Haitian walked up to him and his gaze lingered on the identification document. Really? Luo Haitian frowned. You really joined the martial arts gym? Luo Haitian's few words were like a thunderbolt to the Luo family. Zhang Yi and his wife exchanged a glance, their faces lighting up with joy. Their daughter actually joined a martial arts gym? It's true, it seems Nana's strength has already broken through to the spirit level. This student has broken through to the spirit level. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yi laughed twice. His daughter is 22 this year. If she can really break through to the spirit level at this age, she would indeed meet the requirements of the martial arts hall. He never expected that in just 1 year, his daughter would be able to make such a huge leap. The Luo family. Do you think you can afford to mess with a martial arts dojo? Zhang Yi suddenly became tough. Now that his daughter has joined the martial arts dojo, he has nothing to worry about. The entire Korean people are well aware of what the martial arts hall means to the whole of South Korea. Even if the Luo family had 100 times the courage, they probably wouldn't dare to provoke the martial arts school. So if the Luo family doesn't let them go today, and doesn't compensate them, that would be a terrible disaster. Old man, what the hell are you barking about? Luo Cheng suddenly kicked him. This kick shattered the tranquility. Luo Cheng! Zhang Na shouted sternly. Do you really want to be enemies with the martial arts dojo? I don't mind, let Elder Gu and Elder Du come over now. Zhang Na took out her phone. Now, all she needs to do is make one phone call, and the 2 top experts from the branch will arrive on the scene immediately. 1723, Chapter 1723. A Fearsome Identity. The martial arts school never gets involved in the disputes and conflicts of ordinary people. However, when it comes to matters involving members of the martial arts dojo, the dojo will not hesitate to help. Luo Haitian, you should know how powerful Elder Du is. Do you have the guts to face him, or do you think your relatives in the capital can help you fight against the martial arts dojo? Zhang Na gestured to Luo Haitian, indicating that if he didn't know what was good for him, she would immediately make a phone call. Luo Haitian's anger had reached its limit. He never expected that a mere little girl would now pose a threat to him. But he had no way to solve it. Although Zhang Na's words contained a threat, that was the truth. The Luo family can't afford to offend the martial arts gym, nor can they fight against it. Let alone the Luo family. In all of South Korea, no family dares to stand up to the martial arts dojo. That's the top organization in South Korea, and it's also South Korea's backing. To be an enemy of the Budokan is to be an enemy of the entire South Korea. Smack! Smack! After a few seconds of gloomy silence, Luo Haitian suddenly slapped his grandson Luo Cheng across the face. You beast, who gave you permission to lay a hand on me without my permission? Luo Cheng was completely stunned by that slap. He had beaten Zhang Yi and his wife quite a few times before, and his grandfather hadn't said anything then. Why have you changed your attitude now just because of 2 sentences? Zhang Na said. Grandpa, do you think we're afraid of a small family like the Zhang family just because they've joined the martial arts academy? Why did you hit me? Luo Cheng was furious. In his opinion, who had the Luo family ever feared? Within the entire higher group, the Luo family fears no one but the Zhang family. Shut up. Do you even know the point of joining a martial arts dojo? I always ask you to work harder, but all you do is play all day. The fact that we're being bullied now is a testament to your incompetence and that of the entire Luo family. In front of Zhang Na, Luo Haitian gave Luo Cheng a lecture. Then, he turned to look at Zhang Na. Look, I've already taught him a lesson, so this matter is considered settled. As for the marriage, since you don't want to marry into my Luo family, we won't force you from now on. The Luo and Zhang families will have no further connection. Luo Haitian said in 2 sentences that he wanted to gloss over everything he had done recently. Zhang Na sneered. Luo Haitian, do you feel ashamed to say such things? Or do you think you can resolve this long-standing conflict with just a few words? You framed the Zhuyao group and hurt my parents. Furthermore, the poisoning I suffered 3 years ago was also your doing. Do you think you can solve these problems with just a few words? Zhang Na counted them all out. To be clear, she doesn't have the ability to make the Luo family fear her. He had to swallow all his grievances alone. But things are different now. Now that she has joined the martial arts gym, she has enough trump cards to make the Luo family fear her. Seeing Zhang Na's appearance, Luo Haitian's expression changed slightly. He had originally intended to settle things today and simply stay away from the Zhang family in the future. But it seems this matter can't be resolved peacefully today. He has no way of really hurting Zhang Na. He was very familiar with the way the martial arts dojo operated. Now he can easily take action and keep Zhang Na in the Luo family forever. But the martial arts dojo won't let this go easily. He knew very well that if that happened, the martial arts school would definitely investigate thoroughly. If any member of the martial arts dojo dies, the department's higher-ups will investigate thoroughly until they find the real cause. What are you talking about? I don't understand. 1724, Chapter 1724 Leaving Evidence. Obviously. The Luo family is determined to deny it to the death. After all, in their view, even if Zhang Na knew that they were the ones who did these things, she had no evidence to prove it. As long as Zhang Na can't find any evidence, there's nothing she can do to them. Zhang Na wasn't surprised at all. I knew the Luo family would say something like that. She no longer wants to dwell on the past. She even wanted to thank the Luo family. If it weren't for the Luo family poisoning her, if it weren't for the Luo family driving her to the brink of despair, she would never go to the primeval forest alone. If you don't go to that primeval forest, you will naturally not have met Su Chen. Therefore, half the credit for her meeting Su Chen goes to the Luo family. It was thanks to meeting Su Chen that she later had these opportunities. Otherwise, even if she hadn't been poisoned, even if she had had more than a year to cultivate, she wasn't very confident that she could reach the spirit level by the age of 25. If you can't join the martial arts hall, how does she change her destiny like she has today? Even then, she will still be a tool for her parents. Her parents would force her to marry Luo Chang no matter what. Thinking about all this, Zhang Na couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Fine. Fortunately, all of this was stopped because they ran into Su Chen. Don't worry. I'll find the evidence sooner or later. Now, you should talk about compensation for my parents. Zhang Na coldly observed everyone in the Luo family. Luo Haitian looked at Zhang Yi and his wife, whose faces were bruised and swollen, and felt helpless. If he had known that Zhang Na would reach the spirit level and successfully join the martial arts hall at this time, he wouldn't have had the couple captured. Yesterday he saw someone break through at the location of halfway up the mountain, and strange phenomena appeared in the sky. But unexpectedly, it was Zhang Na. Then tell me, how should we compensate you? Our Luo family will cover all the medical expenses, and will also provide some nutritional supplements and a loss of $100,000. How about that? Luo Haitian offered compensation. But when Zhang Na heard this, her eyes revealed anger. The Luo family is simply going too far. They detained her parents for so many days and injured them so badly. It was just medical expenses and $100,000. This is completely treating beggars like dirt. Patriarch Luo, do you think the conditions you've offered are reasonable? Or should I have old Du come over, beat you up, and lock you up for a few days? And then you'll just get $100,000 in compensation? Luo Haitian's face showed a look of astonishment. Zhang Na is trying to threaten him again. The Zhang family, a mere family, has actually dared to climb above the Luo family. Just because a member of a martial arts dojo came from there? Zhang Na, even though you're a member of the martial arts gym, I also respect the martial arts dojo, but don't go too far. Otherwise, the martial arts school doesn't have eyes everywhere. If you walk by the river often, you're bound to get your shoes wet. Luo Haitian squinted his eyes. These words were also a reminder to Zhang Na that if she dared to provoke the Luo family, she would not have a good ending either. Even if the Luo family can't do anything openly, but we can still deal with her secretly. After all, sometimes, as long as there is no way to prove anything, the martial arts school really can't find out the reason, and there is no way to convict the Luo family. Very good. A slight smile appeared on Zhang Na's lips. I have uploaded everything you just said to the martial arts hall. In the future, if something happens to me under mysterious circumstances, or if my family members are murdered under mysterious circumstances, your Luo family can't escape responsibility. Zhang Na took out a voice recorder. This caused Luo Haitian's expression to change drastically. 1725, Chapter 1725 Huge Compensation. You actually schemed against me. Luo Haitian finally understood. Everything Zhang Na said and did just now was deliberately designed to make him say what he just said. In this way, his words and actions toward the Zhang family will be completely monitored by the Martial Arts Academy. With this evidence, if anything happens to the Zhang family, everything will be blamed on him. Excellent tactic. You silly girl, I never realized it before. Today has taught me a lesson. Fine, name your terms. Although Luo Haitian was unwilling, he knew that today's events were already a fait accompli. The Luo family still couldn't hold their heads high in front of the Martial Arts Academy. Therefore, we have no choice but to stop here today while Zhang Na takes the person away. The Luo family will also have to pay compensation. $10 million. Plus, the properties your Luo family owns in Half Mountain City. As soon as Zhang Na spoke, Luo Cheng's eyes widened. Are you crazy, woman? Do you know how much these are worth? Are there two worthless lives worth that much money? Don't fucking dream about it, my grandpa will never agree to that. Luo Cheng hadn't said a word the whole time. He couldn't understand why his grandfather was so angry that he hit him. But now he couldn't hold back anymore. Zhang Na, relying on her slight advantage, actually dared to make exorbitant demands on the Luo family. He bet his grandfather would never agree to Zhang Na's request. After all, it's a property in mid-levels, plus a compensation of $10 million. In total, it's at least $50 million. Is this loss to be used to compensate those two insignificant couples? Unless his grandfather is mentally unstable. I told you to shut up. You unfilial son, aren't you ashamed enough already? Luo Haitian roared angrily again. Looking at Zhang Na in front of him, Luo Haitian felt a little regretful. This girl has such an extraordinary talent. If only his good-for-nothing grandson wasn't so bad. If they could bring Zhang Na home as their granddaughter-in-law, then the Luo family would now have a relative who has joined the Martial Arts Academy. That would be like adding wings to a tiger for the entire Luo family. But these are just things we can imagine. That good-for-nothing grandson of his made a mistake from the start. He shouldn't have treated Zhang Na as just a woman to play around with. Now look what's happened. The Luo family not only failed to support this incredible opportunity, they even lost a lot of money. I promise you, the transfer can be processed at any time. Luo Cheng was speechless. But the anger burning within him was already raging. What a despicable woman, what a stinking woman. How dare you defy him? They even dared to make the Luo family pay so much compensation. Since Patriarch Luo agreed so readily, the grudges between our Zhang family and your Luo family will be wiped clean from now on. But please don't forget what I said today. Luo Haitian did not respond and ordered his men to release Zhang Yi and his wife. Daughter, you finally come to save us. Zhang Na's mother cried as she held Zhang Na's wrist. Yes, those Luo family bastards. Now that my daughter has joined the martial arts gym, I knew she could do it. From now on, the Zhang family is no longer afraid of the Luo family. You have no right to fight against the Zhang family. The couple seemed to have completely forgotten the pain once the wound had healed. At this moment, all I could think about was how to save face. Alright, let's go. 1726, Chapter 1726 None of my business. Zhang Na didn't want to stay any longer. Being able to suppress the Luo family made me feel extremely pleased. But she also knew that everything she had today was given to her by Su Chen. If it weren't for Su Chen, she would be nothing at all. Not to mention rebelling against the Luo family. Wait. I'll settle accounts with you all slowly once I recover. Zhang Yi said viciously. The anger that had been building up inside him for a long time had been simmering for him. He had even thought that he would never have a chance to take revenge in this lifetime. But now the Zhang family can avenge this grudge. Now that they've joined the martial arts school, who is the Zhang family afraid of? After leaving the Luo family's gate, Zhang Na drove her parents home. All the way, Zhang Yi kept talking about how to get revenge and wash away his anger. The couple chatted back and forth. Enough! Zhang Na roared. The car fell silent instantly. Mom and Dad, I don't care what you're going to do. But I will not allow you to cause trouble in my name. Although I am already a member of the martial arts dojo, that is precisely why I need to cherish my reputation even more. You're using the name of my martial arts school members to bully the Luo family. How are you any different from the Luo family of the past? Zhang Na said angrily. They themselves were oppressed, so why should they treat others the same way now? The couple looked at Zhang Na. Their daughter would never have spoken to them so loudly before. It seems their daughter has changed a lot during this time. Alright. Whatever you do is none of my business. If any problems arise, I will no longer help you. What I can guarantee is that the Luo family will not dare to bully you again. But if you go out of your way to bully others and they fight back, then you only have yourself to blame. Zhang Na also made her stance clear. She didn't want to join the martial arts gym only to find herself cleaning up the mess her parents had made. You? Zhang Na's mother pointed at Zhang Na, as if she wanted to curse. Zhang Yi pulled her hand back. Alright, what our daughter said is actually right anyway, we've received the compensation. Let's do as Nana says from now on, the Zhang and Luo families will have all their grudges wiped clean. A smile appeared on Zhang Yi's face. Zhang Na didn't know whether her father was being sincere or not. In short, everything she just said was the truth. From childhood to adulthood, she has lived a very tiring life for her parents. Nana, should the house transfer paperwork be done using your mother's or mine? Most of the properties in our family are registered in my name and your mother's name, so let's do the same this time. With this house, we can move in and live with you. It's easier for family members to live close together and take care of each other. Zhang Na glanced at her father in the rearview mirror. She had a pretty good idea of what tricks her father was up to. However, this time her father's wishful thinking backfired. Take these $10 million as compensation. As for that property, I plan to keep it in my name, consider it a gift for Appa. After all, he has helped me a lot, without him, I wouldn't be who I am today. After Zhang Na said this, the mother's mouth dropped open. Ah? Nana, are you out of your mind? That's a property worth tens of millions of dollars, and you're actually going to give it away? Zhang Na's mother looked at Zhang Na with great confusion. After all, no matter how rich the Zhang family is, they wouldn't give away their property. 1727, Chapter 1727 Liam O. That's worth tens of millions after all. If you give it away, it's like throwing money down the drain. It's too late to take it back now. You can't make a decision on this matter. For you, it's tens of millions, but for me, it's just a statement. Zhang Na said it with great determination. In the past, she would always obey her parents in everything. Even if you resist, it's useless. Her parents would not allow her to resist in the slightest. But now she's decided to change herself. You must say no to everything she doesn't want, is dissatisfied with, or is unwilling to do. Zhang Na's mother wanted to say something more. Fine, just shut up. Can't you see that Nana has made up her mind? Zhang Yi winked at his wife, clearly plotting something again. Zhang Na had already seen through Zhang Yi's thoughts. But she didn't expose him. Her father is probably plotting against her relationship with Su Chen again. If Su Chen can truly become the Zhang family's son-in-law without any problems, it doesn't matter who owns the property. Therefore, this is the kind of plan her father should make. But she knew very well that the hope was extremely slim. She couldn't handle someone like Su Chen. At the same time, she could also sense that Su Chenji was not there. He treated her merely like a younger sister, without any affection whatsoever. After dropping her parents off at home, Zhang Na left immediately. With the Luo family's affairs settled, many company matters still await her decision-making. I've heard that a mountain of contract documents has been piling up lately. Meanwhile, Black Mountain Axe Branch. Su Chen had been waiting for almost 20 minutes. He crossed his legs and looked calmly at everyone present. 1 minute left. If your powerful expert doesn't arrive soon, you'll be the ones who suffer. Su Chen kept staring at his phone. He has never liked people being late. If it takes longer than he expected, then he can only solve it in his own way. The horse is coming, it's coming right away. He's already at the door. Black Panther quickly got up. He has been in constant contact with headquarters via mobile phone. It allows us to know the exact location of the agent. Even though I already knew the agent had arrived at the door. But he still rushed out to greet him. If this goes on for too long, what if that kid surnamed Chen cripples one or two of them? So it was you who ignored my Black Mountain Axe. Before Black Panther even left the hall, he heard a cold voice. Immediately, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Liamo, kill him right now. How dare he look down on us, Black Mountain Axe. You have to teach him a lesson. Yes, Agent Liamo, you must help us get revenge. Everyone erupted in excitement. Clearly, this Liamo has become the savior of everyone present. Their voices arrived before they did. He does have some skill. But not many. Stop sneaking around outside, come in. Su Chen said coldly. The opponent's strength is probably at the early stage of the 7th rank. Although it's nothing in his eyes. But in reality, even within the entirety of China, he would definitely be considered a top-tier expert. After all, a 7th-tier expert isn't someone you can find just anywhere. Zhongzhou, one of the top 3 cities in the entire Great Xia dynasty, does not have a single 7th-tier individual. Although there are quite a few 7th-rank experts in Dragon City, it has indeed gathered almost all the 7th rank and above powerhouses in the entire Great Xia dynasty. In South Korea, 7th-tier items will only become even rarer. 1728, Chapter 1728 giving you a chance. Not to mention Higher City. In Higher City, if a 7th-level expert appears, their influence is practically absolute. You've got some guts, kid. No sooner had he finished speaking than the other person appeared in the living room. The extreme speed of the shot caused a gust of wind to sweep through the entire room. Stop with so much formalism. I presume you already know what happened. Now, if you can make the decision, tell me whether or not I can borrow the item. If you can't make the decision, then take me to someone who can. Su Chen turned his gaze back to look at the other person. He's already an old man with white hair. The other party has an extraordinary presence, with the air of a master. Shouldn't such an elderly person belong to the righteous path? Why would someone be an agent of an organization like Black Mountain Axe? Want to borrow a sunflower? Young man, you've got quite the nerve. Can you tell me what the sunflower means to me, Black Mountain Axe? The other party also spoke in a cold voice. Su Chen shook his head. Have no idea. Does that mean sunflowers can also be the prized possession of your Black Mountain Axe? Then I can only say that your Black Mountain Axe doesn't seem to be all that great. Su Chen's words almost made everyone at Black Mountain Axe vomit blood. What do you mean their Black Mountain Axe isn't any good either? And why did Qin Shu underestimate the sunflower movement so much, yet still need to borrow from it? Although sunflowers are not considered a prized possession in their Black Mountain Axe. But it is indeed very valuable. If they were to lend their services to others so easily, the losses for Black Mountain Axe would be absolutely devastating. By the way, now that you're here, I need to make things clear to you. I didn't really borrow it. Su Chen's words surprised everyone again. Suddenly someone burst into laughter twice. Looks like the kid chickened out when Liamo took over. But now that you're here, don't even think about running away. Agent Li will absolutely not let you go. In an instant, smiles appeared on everyone's faces. Only Black Panther kept his eyes fixed on Su Chen. Because he realized things weren't that simple. If he were truly afraid of Li Mo, he wouldn't have such a relaxed expression on his face. However, he observed that Chen Shu's face showed no panic or fear, and even seemed to have a hint of mockery. You should know that Li Mo is a 7th level expert. He is one of the best among all the Black Mountain Axe. And their Black Mountain Axe, at best, is only a peak 8th tier warrior. Does Chen Shu really have the confidence to fight against Black Mountain Axe to the end? I'm not lending it, I'm asking for it directly. I can't pay it back after I use it. Su Chen sneered. Upon hearing this, the laughter suddenly intensified. Still being stubborn even when death is imminent. Let's see how you get the Tai Ling flower. Li Mo also looked at Su Chen indifferently. The young man in front of him actually made him feel a little afraid. He hadn't felt this way in many years. Or perhaps, the other person's composure made him waver. May I have your name? Li Mo looked at Su Chen and asked. Chen Shu. Li Mo thought for 2 seconds. I don't think you really want to be my enemy, Black Mountain Axe. In that case, I might consider letting it go. You can leave now, just don't come to my Black Mountain Axe again. Li Mo's words shocked everyone. They're actually letting them go? Acting Agent Li Mo, he's ignoring our Black Mountain Axe, aren't you going to teach him a lesson? Suddenly someone asked. Li Mo's gaze swept over them, his eyes revealing a murderous intent. 1729, Chapter 1729. My connection with the Chun family. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Li Mo asked in a cold voice. The man was instantly speechless. Although they didn't know why Li Mo let the person go. But since that's what they said, they naturally can't make the decision. But Su Chen remained seated on the sofa, a faint smile on his face. What, I gave you a chance, and you still want to stay? Li Mo frowned. Decades of experience have given him a keen intuition. The Chen Shu standing before us is definitely not an ordinary person. Too calm, too abnormally calm. Didn't I say I had to get the spirit flower today? Since your attitude is not bad, I won't make things difficult for you as long as you are willing to hand over the Tai Ling flower. I promise I won't harm you. Su Chen also thought that Li Mo was not bad. At least he's eccentric, but not that domineering. In that case, he might consider letting the other party off the hook. Presumptuous. You brat, do you really think I have no temper? I'm giving you face because your surname is Chen, and I have some connection with the Chen family. Li Mo said sternly. Although he could sense that the young man in front of him was no ordinary person. We don't want to cause too much conflict. But that doesn't mean he'll swallow his anger. If Chen Shu really wanted to offend him, then of course he wouldn't keep giving him face. The Chen family? I have no connection with any member of the Chen family, so you don't need to consider their feelings. I can give you a chance to make a move. If you can pose a threat to me or harm me in the slightest, I might consider leaving. Su Chen stretched out his hand and beckoned to Li Mo in a provocative manner. You! Li Mo was so angry that her face turned red to the roots of her neck. Kid, you asked for this. Li Mo stopped wasting words. Come out and fight, don't destroy my Black Mountain Axe branch. As soon as Li Mo finished speaking, she was sent flying. Su Chen remained seated on the single sofa. With a thought, the sofa flew out with Su Chen Jun. Su Chen, still sitting on the sofa in the air, maintained an extremely arrogant attitude. Boy, how can you behave like this in front of a strong person? Don't you even have the most basic respect? Li Mo was extremely dissatisfied with Su Chen's attitude. But Su Chen laughed. A strong person? Who are you talking about? Do you consider yourself strong? In Su Chen's eyes, Li Mo was not a strong person at all. A powerhouse like Li Mo could easily crush a group of people with a flick of his wrist. Therefore, Li Mo is no strong man at all. In his eyes, he is nothing more than an ant. Hateful. Li Mo was utterly enraged. Chen Shu in front of him had repeatedly looked down on him. No matter how extraordinary or complex they may be, he will make them pay the price today. Liemo unleashed his full power, slamming a powerful punch at Su Chen. But there was an invisible wall in front of Su Chen, preventing him from moving forward an inch. What's going on? Korean martial artists mostly defeat their enemies with their fists. A small number of them will use weapons. Liemo, standing before us, possesses incredibly powerful punches. His punching power is stronger than that of other experts of the same level in the Great Xia dynasty. Didn't you eat? Your fist couldn't even touch me, so how could it hurt me? Su Chen's words spurred Liemo to work even harder. But it still couldn't move forward even an inch. Liemo finally understood. Chen Shu's strength is far superior to his. He was no match for them at all, let alone able to harm them. But he still didn't give up. He gathered all his strength into his fist and slammed it down. 1730, Chapter 1730 Defeating the Enemy in One Move. 1 punch. 2 punches. 3 punches. None of them had any effect. That barrier was like an impregnable fortress, impossible to cross even an inch. Looks like you really haven't eaten. Su Chen sneered and suddenly stretched out his hand. Liemo suddenly felt a tremendous attraction. He instantly flew towards Su Chen's location. Su Chen immediately grabbed his neck. With your abilities, do you really think you can become a high-level expert in Black Mountain Axe? His eyes immediately filled with shock. Chen Shu in front of us is simply too strong. They're not even in the same league. They are even more powerful than the strongest member of the Black Mountain Axe. The leader of Black Mountain Axe, a peak 8th tier expert. Even someone of that stature couldn't possibly be so indifferent and dismissive in the face of him. It's impossible to make him so powerless with such a casual remark. Even if a peak 8th tier cultivator is incredibly strong, it can't be too abnormal. But Chen Shu in front of him gave him that feeling. It's incredibly difficult to book a table at Tianxiu. What do you want? Liemo knew he was no match for Liemo, and his momentum weakened as well. Who would want to die for no reason? Being assertive now won't do him any good. Given Chen Shu's strength, the Black Mountain Axe clan has no ability to avenge him. He'd rather compromise than do that. Don't you know what you want? Didn't I just say that I only want the Tai Ling flower? If you can give me the Tai Ling flower, we'll call it even. After all, you stole from me once, so it's only fair that I steal from you once, right? The Black Panther, who heard this from afar, turned even darker than his name suggested. Rob? They were indeed there to collect protection money from the Bamboo Medicine Group. But at that time, we gained absolutely nothing. Instead, he was taught a lesson by Su Chen and even had to pay a lot of compensation. Not only did I lose a lot of money back then without saying a word, but now they're actually coming to my door to steal my things. People usually call the Black Mountain Axe bandits and tyrants. But compared to Chen Shu in front of them, their petty actions are hardly respectable. Two can't make that decision. Liemo hesitated for 2 seconds, but because of those words, he felt his breath instantly shut out. This caused him to be unable to breathe. It was as if all the air had been sucked out of Zhou Wei. Liemo nodded quickly, indicating that she agreed to Su Chen's request. The next second, the long-lost air returned to my body. I can go to headquarters and negotiate with our Black Mountain Axe boss. We must do everything we can to bring the Tai Ling flower back. Given your strength, we at Black Mountain Axe have no choice. After Liemo finished speaking, Su Chen let go of her hand. He left Liemo behind and said calmly, "You know it yourself, that's enough. You have 2 days if you don't show me the Tai Ling flower by then. I will personally go to your Black Mountain Axe headquarters. At that point, there will be no room for negotiation, Black Mountain Axe will be annihilated." Su Chen's words sent shivers down Liemo's spine. Having experienced Su Chen's strength firsthand, he knew very well that Su Chen truly possessed this ability. He single-handedly swept through their entire Black Mountain Axe territory. In all of South Korea, how many guys can do that? Let alone experts of the same level, even some reclusive 9th-tier experts wouldn't dare to boast like that in the face of Black Mountain Axe. If it were from the beginning, he would definitely have laughed at Su Chen's arrogance. Black Mountain Axe cannot be destroyed simply by having strength. After all, Black Mountain Axe has come this far not solely because of its peak 8th-tier status. 1731, Chapter 1731 Willing to hand over the Tai Ling flower. It's mostly thanks to their connections at Black Mountain Axe. In critical moments, they can still mobilize 1 or 2 9th-tier experts. But is a 9th-tier expert really a match for Chen Shu? Liu Mo was guessing what was going on in her mind. The final result left him shaking his head in frustration. Judging from the pressure they just faced, they had absolutely no chance to resist. He once had the honor of meeting the strongest warrior in South Korea. They are also the guardian deity of South Korea. That super strong expert at the peak of the 9th rank. When it appeared, the surrounding air became extremely oppressive. I feel like I could suffocate at any moment. The Chen Shu standing before him now felt so familiar. He couldn't believe that Chen Shu, at such a young age, possessed such extraordinary strength. Peak of the 9th rank. In the entire Great Korea, there are only 3 people who can reach the peak of the 9th rank. The strongest of these 3 is already close to the human spirit level. Chen Shu gave him the feeling that he was not much different from that of the strongest person. Don't worry, I'll convince our boss. Liu Mo said with absolute certainty. Even the Black Mountain Axe had no choice but to give up the Tai Ling flower. Otherwise, it would be a catastrophic disaster for Black Mountain Axe. When Black Panther and the others below saw Liu Mo admit defeat, their expressions changed drastically. Even Liu Mo was no match for him? Just how strong is this guy? Black Panther swallowed hard, somewhat incredulous. In his opinion, Chen Shu was probably only around the 6th rank. But now they've shown overwhelming strength. Just as he was dazed and pondering what to do, Su Chen looked at him. You must give me an explanation in 2 days. Don't even think about running away, my eyes are on you at all times. Anyone who attempts to flee will be killed. After uttering the last word, Su Chen had already disappeared into the horizon. The word death sent a chill down everyone's spine. It was just a single sentence, so why did it make them feel like death? Liu Mo approached Black Panther and the others, his face grave. Agent Li, what should we do now? How about we call the boss over? I'm afraid only the boss can punish him. Black Scorpion said with great reluctance. After all, they have already been oppressed twice. When has Black Mountain Axe ever suffered such humiliation? However, Liu Mo shook his head. His strength far exceeds our imagination. Even if the boss intervenes, there is no hope. Liu Mo's words completely shocked everyone. Their leader is at the peak of the 8th rank. Even the peak of the 8th rank is no match for Chen Shu. Just how powerful is that guy? Then, what should we do? This guy is too arrogant. Are we Black Mountain Axe really going to swallow our anger? Liu Mo thought for 2 seconds. Do as he says first. I rushed back to headquarters immediately, told the boss what happened, and let's see what he has to say. Say. Liu Mo suddenly sighed. Black Mountain Axe has probably really bitten off more than it can chew this time. Although he was only going back to report, he knew very well that they had no choice but to meet all of Chen Shu's demands. The Tai Ling flower is very precious. But no matter how precious it is, you still need to be alive to use it. Don't leave the branch office during this time, lest he think you're trying to escape and then attack headquarters. After saying that, he immediately left. But Liu Mo's words had already caused widespread panic. All eyes turned to Black Panther. Brother Leopard, is headquarters abandoning us? 1732, Chapter 1732 Not to be shared outside the circle. They're trying to use us to delay Chen Shu, giving them more time to escape. Someone suddenly spoke, and those words struck a chord deep within people's hearts. Black Panther remained silent for a few seconds without saying a word. To be honest, he was thinking about this too. If they are really being used as scapegoats, then they have truly been wasted. Don't panic. To run away with all the members for a single Tai Ling flower, I don't think the boss is that foolish. I'll ask about the situation again when Agent Lee gets back. I don't think that guy would really go on a killing spree. Although he also disliked Chen Shu, he didn't think he would really kill them. After all, what Chen Shu needs is the Tai Ling flower. Killing them won't get us the spirit flower at all. If you want the Tai Ling flower, shouldn't you go directly to the headquarters? Visiting their branch was clearly pointless. Also, nothing that happened today is to be told to anyone. We Black Mountain Axe can't afford to lose face like that. Black Panther said somewhat awkwardly. They, the Black Mountain Axe, truly cannot afford to lose face, and have never lost face before. The entire force was threatened by a young man. One man, with just 2 sentences, instilled panic in all forces. Su Chen returned to the villa, and Zhang Na had just arrived shortly after. He asked Zhang Na how things were going. Zhang Na was rather curious as to why Su Chen would go out. Su Chen has been staying at home and hasn't gone out during this time. Where did he go today? Not bad. The Luo family has been quite compliant since they learned that I've joined the martial arts school. In South Korea, one's status at a martial arts dojo determines most things. Seeing Zhang Na's happy expression, Su Chen smiled faintly. Although the Luo family complied. Regardless of whether it's just for show. Since I have offended him many times before, he naturally won't let it go. He has already given the Luo family a chance. He wouldn't have bothered with the Luo family's petty squabbles at all. But the Luo family almost brought Zhuyao Group to the brink of bankruptcy. Moreover, Luo Haitian is not one to save money. Based on this alone, he would never allow the Luo family to continue dominating Higher City. Although I don't want to get involved in the affairs of powerful local families in South Korea. But the other party has bullied him many times. Life is full of people who bully you, and even a good horse is ridden by others. He won't give the Luo family any more chances to trip him up. After Zhang Na carried a pile of documents that needed to be processed upstairs, Su Chen also went back to his room to continue his cultivation. The next morning, he left home before Zhang Na. Zhang Na has a habit of rushing to the company as soon as she gets up. She had no idea whether Su Chen was home or not. When Su Chen arrived at the Luo family's residence, he was stopped by the security guard at the entrance as usual. After all, he's a new face, so we can't just let him in. Get lost, how could a poor kid like you possibly know the Luo family? The bodyguards at the door not only tried to drive Su Chen away, but even made sarcastic remarks. Seeing that the other party wouldn't open the door, Su Chen didn't waste any words. He walked inside step by step. The two tried to forcefully stop them. But it was instantly revealed by an invisible force. I've come to the Luo family today, not to offer kind advice. Su Chen's voice instantly reached the entire Luo family area. Even Luo Haitian was alarmed. What's going on? Who's making a scene outside? Luo Haitian's voice also came out. Master, Patriarch, it's that Chen Shu. He forced his way in. They attack anyone they see, we can't stop them at all. 1733, Chapter 1733. A surge in strength. A bodyguard rushed into the house to report. Upon hearing this, Luo Haitian's expression changed drastically. How dare you be so arrogant? That little girl from the Zhang family has the protection of a martial arts academy. Do you have something similar? I'd like to see what you're really capable of. Luo Haitian exclaimed, wow. And arrived in the center of the courtyard as fast as lightning. Su Chen was already standing in the center. Young man, isn't your behavior a bit too impolite? Luo Haitian's face was cold. When he saw Su Chen, he was also very shocked. He had heard before that this Chen Shu was very young. He didn't believe it at the time. How strong can a young junior be? If he were younger and had the same level of skill as him, he would probably have joined a martial arts dojo long ago. Now that he saw Su Chen, he finally believed what his son and grandson had said. This guy is really young. And judging from their appearance, they are indeed quite strong. You are the head of the Luo family? Su Chen asked coldly. Luo Haitian didn't say anything, he just stared coldly at Su Chen. After all, Su Chen is so young, and he is also wondering if he might be a member of the martial arts hall. What, do I need to introduce myself? Luo Haitian paused for another 2 seconds. What is your purpose in trespassing into my Luo family's residence? If it were for the sake of the Zhang couple, we would have released them yesterday and even compensated them. You don't actually think the Luo family is so easy to bully, do you? Or are you also a member of the martial arts dojo? Luo Haitian asked tentatively. However, Su Chen shook his head. Martial arts hall? Heh, they're not qualified yet. I'm here for 2 reasons. A smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. The first thing you need to answer is this: were the events that happened at my Zhuyao group caused by your Luo family? Su Chen's questioning tone greatly displeased Luo Haitian. Even if Chen Shu has exceptional talent, he might not necessarily lose if they were to actually fight. But this also made him want to kill. Such a talented fellow is actually a match for the Luo family. This is definitely not a good thing for the Luo family. The Luo family has always had a unique way of doing things. If we can't be friends, or if we can't be used by the Luo family, that must be nipped in the bud. Otherwise, with such talent, the carrier will surpass the Luo family sooner or later. That would pose a huge threat to the Luo family. If you don't speak, it means you agree. Since you've tacitly agreed, I can give you a chance. Show me the sincerity of your Luo family, and I'll spare your Luo family bloodline. Su Chen's words almost made Luo Haitian burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Boy, you're far too arrogant. You may have some strength, but you don't have the right to yell at me. Also, do you have any evidence that my Luo family caused this? Don't slander my Luo family without any evidence, or you will pay a very heavy price. Luo Hai's weather is just as impressive. After learning about Su Chen's talent and strength, his killing intent towards him intensified. The Luo family must kill such people as much as possible, otherwise the consequences will be endless. Yeah. Then, the second question. Does your Luo family intend to hand over the evidence yourselves, or will I take matters into my own hands? Luo Haitian's expression changed slightly. Didn't Chen Shu understand what he just said? Should we make the Luo family hand over the evidence themselves? They're obviously here specifically to be funny. Boy, you trespassed into my Luo family's residence and attacked anyone you saw. 1734, Chapter 1734. A weak strength. You're not leaving here peacefully today. Luo Haitian also knew that the time to make a move had come. This is Luo family territory. With the Luo family's resources, he is 80% confident that he can kill them. Since they barged in on their own initiative, it's only right that the Luo family kills them in self-defense. No one has the right to hold the Luo family accountable. Even if Zhang Na brings people from the martial arts gym afterward, it won't work. The martial arts hall is South Korea's biggest protective shield, but that doesn't mean it can be nonsensical. Just then, many powerful members of the Luo family appeared. Luo Haitian sneered. Lend me your power, and I will kill this brat right here today. The Luo family has a total of 4 spirit-level experts. Peak of the 5th tier. 1 person at level 2. 2 people at level 1. Upon hearing Luo Haitian's words, the 4 men immediately took action. The spiritual energy within his body flowed continuously into Luo Haitian's body. Luo Haitian himself possessed the strength of a peak 5th order cultivator. After obtaining the spiritual power of the 3 people, he actually surpassed the 6th level of strength. Unexpectedly, the Luo family had such a trump card. After all, if an ordinary person receives the spiritual power of another, and is also in peak condition, their body will be broken apart because they cannot withstand the external spiritual power. However, Luo Haitian was able to enhance his own strength by borrowing the spiritual power of others. It seems that the Luo family also possesses special methods to make external spiritual energy harmonious and usable. Boy, prepare to die. Luo Haitian's muscles bulged out of their sockets. His strength also surged several times over. But even with his 6th tier strength, he was like a clown in front of Su Chen. Bang! Luo Haitian kicked off, charging towards Su Chen with tremendous force. His fist looked as if it could shatter the sky. The sound of something cutting through the air surprised Su Chen as well. Is the power really that great? This is clearly why the Luo family has been able to stand as the #1 family in South Korea. Although on the surface, Luo Haitian's strength is only at the peak of the 5th rank. However, with such a technique for gathering spiritual energy, it is not difficult to reach the mid-stage of the 6th rank. That kind of strength might be enough to deal with others. He. Su Chen sneered. Is this what you're so proud of? Su Chen slowly raised his hand, extending only one finger. Arrogant and conceited. Die. Luo Haitian was overjoyed when he saw Su Chen extend only one finger. In that case, he might be able to kill Su Chen with a single punch. However, when his fist slammed into Su Chen's fingers, it could not go any further. Those powerful fingers were as hard as iron plates. Luo Haitian narrowed his eyes slightly. What kind of technique is this that can withstand his current power? How is this possible? Luo Haitian withdrew his fist and attacked Su Chen's lower body directly. However, Su Chen was countless times faster than him. Just as he raised his hand to attack, Su Chen kicked his fist. Luo Haitian's fist slammed directly into the ground. The floor dented instantly, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. Luo Haitian pulled out his fist and slammed it at Su Chen's center. Su Chen kicked him in the knee. Snap! Luo Haitian immediately knelt down. At this moment, Luo Haitian felt that he had lost all feeling in his legs. It seems to have broken. How could a single move break his leg when he was at full strength? Luo Haitian's expression changed drastically. That stinging sensation instantly assaulted my entire body. Chen Shu's strength was actually on par with Chen Shu's in the slightest. And it can even be put in his hands. 1735, Chapter 1735 Voluntarily handing over evidence. Kid, you're dead. Despite the pain, Luo Haitian forcefully pulled his leg out of the stone slab. As a spirit-level martial artist, it doesn't matter if my leg is broken. He can still maintain his peak fighting ability. Oh, your patience is quite good. Su Chen sneered. When Luo Haitian's fist came crashing down, he had already caught it with his palm. The next second, Luo Haitian screamed in agony. He knelt down on the ground. He just broke his leg, and now he's broken his arm too. Only now did Luo Haitian truly realize Chen Shu's strength. Better than him. That's so much better. And it's overwhelmingly powerful. Who are you? Luo Haitian's face was contorted in pain. He doesn't believe Chen Shuzhen is a member of the Chen family. In the brief exchange with Su Chen just now, although Su Chen took a few steps back, but they had him completely under their control. It broke through the defenses of someone who had already reached the 6th rank of strength very easily. Even if the strongest member of the Chen family came, they probably couldn't achieve such an effect. Who is it? Someone your Luo family can never afford to offend. Pity. I've given you chances before, but you've never cherished them. After breaking Luo Haitian's hand, Su Chen slammed him heavily to the ground. One foot stepped on the other hand. 6th rank, and you think you're invincible? I'll ask you one more time, are you going to produce the evidence yourself, or am I going to sever your Luo family bloodline right now? If you don't hand over the evidence, I'll make you watch your entire Luo family line die before your very eyes. After saying that, Su Chen stretched out his hand. Luo Chang, who was hiding in the distance and trembling all over, was instantly pulled towards Su Chen. When Luo Chang saw that even his grandfather was no match for him, he knew that the Luo family was doomed today. He simply couldn't understand why Chen Shu, who was so young, was so incredibly strong. You have 3 seconds to think. Su Chen spoke coldly, his tone filled with an extremely chilling killing intent. Luo Haitian gritted his teeth. Today, the Luo family is truly facing a terrible disaster. If he had known from the beginning that Chen Shu was so powerful, he would never have let anyone provoke him. It's even more impossible for them to be so reckless as to confront the Zhuyao group. 2. Su Chen applied slight pressure to his hand. Once the three sounds arrive, Luo Chang could die at Su Chen's hands at any moment. Grandfather! Grandpa save me, save me! Wah-ah! Luo Chang was crying, and a foul smell was coming from his crotch. I was so scared by the sight before me that I peed my pants. Luo Haitian sighed helplessly. I'll give it to you. Let him go. He knew very well that he had no choice but to compromise. Provide evidence, and the Luo family might be blacklisted and scorned by the public. People will point their fingers at you and hurl insults at you. The Luo family's status in higher city will plummet in the future. At least it can preserve the bloodline and prevent it from being extinguished. If you had done this earlier, you wouldn't have made such a fool of yourself. Su Chen threw Luo Chang to the ground and dusted off his hands. Luo Haitian struggled to his feet. Luo Tong and his men finally arrived from a distance. Go, give him the evidence. Luo Haitian said with dissatisfaction in his heart. Today, the Luo family has suffered such a tragic turn of events. Unexpectedly, it was all because of this seemingly insignificant Chen Shu. About 10 minutes later, Luo Tong ran back quickly. He was holding a lot of receipts. These are all expense receipts from the Luo family's bribery of people to frame the Zhuyao group and to plot against the Zhang couple. 1736, Chapter 1736 Expelling the Luo family. In addition, there are also expense records for hiring people. All the evidence is in there. It's all inside now. You can let my grandfather go, right? Luo Chang roared, his heart filled with rage. From childhood to adulthood, the Luo family had never suffered such humiliation. It's all because of Chen Shu right in front of us. Ever since Chen Shu appeared in higher city, the Luo family has gradually fallen behind. We've obtained the evidence, now it's time to discuss compensation. Su Chen's words stunned the father and his two sons. It turns out that besides the evidence, Chen Shu also wanted compensation. Just as Luo Chang and Luo Tong were about to refuse, Luo Haitian, who was on the ground, sighed deeply. Fine, name your price, and my Luo family will compensate you. Luo Haitian compromised. It wasn't that he didn't want to refuse, but rather that refusing would be pointless. Once that evidence is exposed, once the media reporters find out, it will soon spread throughout higher and even to other cities. In this way, the Luo family is not far from bankruptcy. So there's really no point in holding on to these assets now. It would be better to satisfy Chen Shu as much as possible, that way at least Chen Shu would be more lenient. Perhaps Chen Shu will not report the leaked evidence because of their sincere attitude. I want the entire Luo family. Su Chen's terms caused the entire Luo family to gasp in shock. What kind of request is this? They actually dared to threaten the entire Luo family. It's important to know that the entire Luo family's market value is definitely no less than hundreds of billions of US dollars. This is outrageous. Of course, I don't care about any of your family's businesses. The entire Luo family I'm referring to is only what we can see right now. Now, take all of you from the Luo family and find a new place to live. This place is mine. And everything inside. Su Chen said coldly. In fact, he didn't even want this dilapidated house. He just inexplicably felt a special energy. Right here in the Luo family's house. Something that could make him feel something special was clearly not an ordinary thing. That's why he asked for the Luo family villa. No. You can have the villa, but there are some things I have to take with me. Luo Haitian's expression changed drastically. He never expected Chen Shu to make such a request. Could it be that his family's treasure has been discovered? Otherwise, why would they specifically ask for his villa and all the things inside? Do I need to say it again? I'm the kind of person who doesn't like to repeat myself. A murderous intent surged forth, directly piercing Luo Haitian's gaze. This caused Luo Haitian to tremble uncontrollably. Call your entire Luo family and get out. You only have 10 minutes. Luo Haitian was speechless. He slowly rose to his feet, his face ashen. In the end, he had no choice but to nod in agreement. Grandfather. Dad. At worst, our entire Luo family will fight him to the death. If we gather the entire Luo family, we might just win. Luo Tong certainly didn't want to suffer such humiliation. After all, this is about the face of the Luo family. If the entire Luo family were to leave, it would be a huge loss of face. However, Luo Haitian shook his head. Do as he says, move it. Others may not know, but he has already fought with Chen Shu, so he knows very well. Let alone the Luo family, even if he went to the capital and called his relatives to join him, they still wouldn't be a match for him. Chen Shu's strength far exceeded his expectations. 1737, Chapter 1737 Searching for the Secret Passage. I'm moving out with my family right now, but I have one request. Could I take one thing with me? Luo Haitian looked at Su Chen with pleading eyes. At this moment, he no longer harbored any resentment. He knew very well that the Luo family was doomed. It's also their own fault. If they hadn't been playing dirty tricks behind the scenes, they wouldn't have been able to completely enrage Chen Shu. Naturally, they wouldn't force Zhang Na to unleash her potential and join the martial arts gym. Chen Shu wouldn't personally go to Luo's house to overthrow the Luo family. Given the past grievances between the Luo and Zhang families, they should not have suffered such a heavy price. So now, after thinking it over, he understands very well that everything was caused by the Luo family themselves. What do you think? Su Chen would never let Luo Haitian take away any worries. He wanted to figure out exactly what that special energy was. What if what Luo Haitian wants to take is that thing? Luo Haitian sighed, as if he had aged decades. Alright. Consider it a debt my Luo family owes you. Luo Haitian compromised, he knew he had no other choice. Even if Chen Shu doesn't agree, there's nothing he can do. Faced with overwhelming strength, could he possibly put up a futile resistance? If we resist now, it will be pointless and we'll just be courting death. As a result, the Luo family members all moved out of the villa. Within 10 minutes, everyone left empty-handed. They didn't even take a single personal item from the servants or bodyguards. This is Su Chen's order. He was also worried that Luo Haitian might use underhanded tactics to get the servants to take away his valuables. That's why he said that no one was allowed to take anything with them. After everyone in the Luo family left, Su Chen began searching for that special energy. It seems to be in the very center. It feels very pure from the outside, but the closer you get, the more you can feel that there is also a hint of wildness in the purity. Su Chen pushed open the door. There's a photo of Luo Haitian hanging inside. This should obviously be Luo Haitian's room. Once inside, Su Chen became increasingly sensitive to that special energy. This room is clearly very close to the source of that energy. But Luo Haitian's room was very clean. Apart from some books, there was nothing special about it. There wasn't even a single box. The wardrobe is also completely transparent and has nothing special about it. But Su Chen trusted his intuition, it couldn't possibly be wrong. It must be in this room. As for its location, it obviously requires careful investigation. But he didn't have much time. Judging from Luo Haitian's expression just now, what he wanted to take away should be this thing that can emit special energy. If he doesn't find the item now, Luo Haitian will definitely sneak back and take it away when he's not around. He can't possibly stay here every single moment. Su Chen sat down and unleashed his spiritual power, which instantly filled the entire room. Since we can't see it, we can only use spiritual power to investigate. Spiritual energy is ubiquitous, and the place where it is most concentrated is definitely where that thing is located. 10 minutes passed, and the spiritual energy in the room had become so dense that it was terrifying. Su Chen still didn't stop. He infused the walls, ceiling, and even the floor of the room with spiritual energy. In about 10 minutes, he was able to pinpoint the location of the object. Right at his feet. 1738, Chapter 1738 Red Crystal. It's about 20 meters away. No wonder ordinary people can't sense this special energy. It was buried so deep. If his strength hadn't already reached the half-step human spirit level, he probably wouldn't have sensed this special energy. After Su Chen got up, he began to check the things in the room. He didn't believe there wasn't a secret passage 20 meters underground. You can't just dig a hole and bury it, wouldn't that be foolish? Clearly, Luo Haitian himself wanted to study that thing, which is why he wanted to take it with him when he left. Otherwise, how could they have hidden the thing so deep inside? That's because that thing was extremely precious to Luo Haitian. Suddenly, Su Chen's gaze fell on a red gemstone on the bedside table. The gemstone is located in the center of the headboard. It looks like just an ordinary decoration. But now it seems so sensitive to him. He gently touched it with his hand. There was even dust on it. This made Su Chen even more certain that something was amiss. Logically speaking, given the Luo family's large and wealthy household, their rooms should be cleaned by servants. It's cleaned every day. Luo Haitian's room was spotless in every corner. Only this headboard. There's dust here. Clearly, Luo Haitian didn't have the maid wipe the headboard. That's why it gets covered in dust over time. A smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. If that's the case, then this ordinary ruby is clearly the switch. Su Chen pressed down with a little force. The ruby did indeed trigger the effect. The next second, the wardrobe suddenly split in two, and a ladder leading to the underground appeared in the partition floor. Su Chen jumped in without thinking. Luo Haitian is truly exceptionally vigilant. They hid it so well. The method of concealment is so advanced that only an extremely powerful individual could possibly discover it. Once underground, it was pitch black all around. With a single thought, Su Chen's spiritual power illuminated the entire basement. The interior was simply decorated, but very spacious. A pillar stands in the center. There was a box on the pillar. It's obvious that Luo Haitian's treasure is inside. Su Chen walked over and opened the box. He has no fear of any authorities. What level of genius is Luo Hai? Don't say there are no traps or mechanisms, even if there were, so what? Could a trap set up by a peak 5th tier expert really threaten a half-step human spirit level expert? So he opened the box without thinking. When the box was opened, a pile of blood-red crystals appeared. It glows with a red light. A thumbs-up laugh. There are probably 30 or 40 of them. Su Chen picked one up. Is it this thing that emits the violent aura and spiritual energy? Su Chen was also a little puzzled. He believed he knew a great deal. He knew a little about any precious item from all over the world, but he had never seen or heard of the thing in front of him before. But the pure energy emanating from it surprised him. This pure energy is no longer just a rare and precious treasure. Whether the human body can absorb such violent and special energy is still unknown. However, Su Chen was not afraid. If someone of Luo Haitian's level can keep things in his possession, he can too. Thinking of this, Su Chen gripped the red crystal tightly and channeled his spiritual power to absorb the energy from it. The next second, Su Chen instantly sensed that something was wrong. Before he could even absorb the violent energy, it rushed into his body on its own. 1739, Chapter 1739 Luo Haitian returns. And it was ramming around inside his body. Upon realizing something was wrong, Su Chen quickly sat down and began to regulate his breathing to stabilize the energy. However, that energy was clearly not so easy to deal with. When Su Chen's spiritual power touched that energy, the energy dissipated. It flowed into his limbs and bones. A sharp pain shot through me. It aimed straight at Su Chen's crown. This feeling made Su Chen scream in agony. This feeling. Su Chen felt like his mind was about to explode. My body felt like it was being torn apart. The last time he suffered this kind of pain was when he absorbed dragon blood. This red crystal has the same effect as dragon blood. Su Chen instinctively collapsed to the ground and rolled around. It's like Guan Yin reciting the tightening headband mantra to Sun Wukong. I don't know how much time has passed. Su Chen fainted immediately. One can only imagine how terrifying the pain must have been. It could make Su Chen, someone who could even withstand dragon blood, faint. That special energy was clearly terrifying. After an unknown amount of time, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the pitch-black place, he sat up. Zhou Wei tentatively activated his spiritual power, and his spirit light up again. He checked his body again. There was no damage whatsoever. Even their physical strength has been improved. He went from the peak of the 7th rank to the 8th rank. Moreover, his physical body seemed to have been tempered, becoming much stronger than before. Whoosh! Su Chen swung a claw at the air. Instantly, space itself rippled. He didn't have the power to vibrate space with a single claw strike before. I never expected that these red crystals could produce such a powerful effect. Just then, a sound came from above. It looks like someone is about to come down. Su Chen withdrew his spiritual power, and everything returned to complete darkness. There was a thud as the ice hit the ground. Then came the sound of footsteps. A few seconds later, the lights came on again. So there were lights underneath. Su Chen was standing right next to the central box. After the lights came on, Luo Haitian stood not far in front of him. Luo Haitian was stunned for a moment. He had considered the possibility that he might have been discovered. I also wondered if the things had already been taken. So, taking advantage of the darkness before his injuries had fully healed, he rushed over, wanting to take back what was rightfully his. Eh? You still found out? Luo Haitian sighed. What is this thing, and where did you get it? Su Chen wasn't angry. It's perfectly normal for Luo Haitian to behave this way. After all, if it were him, and he had such a treasure hidden in his home, he probably would have done the same thing as Luo Haitian. Luo Haitian didn't say a word in response to his question. I'll ask you one more time, what is this thing? Tell me, and I might spare your life. Luo Haitian sneered. He. Spare my life? It's pointless. That was the only thing I had that could turn things around since I'm going to lose it anyway. What difference does it make whether I live or die? Once you expose the evidence, my Luo family will be completely finished. You might as well kill me now. When he saw that Chen Shu had already obtained the item, he was completely desperate. He knew there was no hope left. I also know that all meaning has been lost. If the crystal is still in his possession, he believed that he would definitely reach the 9th level of power in his lifetime. He can eliminate any enemy at that time. But that's assuming that no one else gets it. 1740, Chapter 1740 Impressive Strength. Now that Su Chen has obtained the item, it means his dream has been shattered. Su Chen could also see that Luo Haitian was determined to die. When a person is already determined to die, how can they possibly care about other people's threats? Therefore, Luo Haitian clearly didn't care about what he said at all. Actually, I don't have much of a grudge against your Luo family. I see you're someone who can take things in stride. I'll give the Luo family a chance. Su Chen said calmly. Although Luo Haitian is a ruthless person, he is also a strong person who can bend and stretch. That's something that caught his eye. Otherwise, how could someone who was contemplating suicide possibly care about the death of others? Luo Haitian made the compromise decision so that his whole family could be safe. If Luo Haitian truly hurt him, or hurt the people around him, then he certainly wouldn't let it go. But the premise is that Luo Haitian did not do that kind of thing. All they do is engage in business competition and resort to underhanded tricks. When Luo Haitian heard what Su Chen said, he looked up at Su Chen, puzzled. What's the meaning? Su Chen smiled. Tell me what this is, and I might consider not exposing your Luo family. In addition, your Luo family can do things for me. I will protect the steady development of your Luo family. Su Chen's words made Luo Haitian's heart skip a beat for 2 seconds. They took in the Luo family, and even protected their development? He thought for a few seconds, and finally asked the question that was on his mind. Then can you tell me your true strength? The ambitions of the Luo family are not limited to higher. If you are not strong enough, how can you protect the Luo family and help it reach a higher stage? After Luo Haitian finished speaking, Su Chen sneered once again. Strength? No one in the world dares to question my so-called strength. After saying that, Su Chen released his aura. 7th rank. 8th rank. 9th rank. Luo Haitian stood in front of Su Chen and felt immense pressure. The pressure from Su Chen's aura made it hard for him to breathe. Even so, that aura still did not stop. Mid-stage of the 9th rank. 9th tier advanced stage. Peak of the 9th rank. How is this possible? Feeling such abnormal power, Luo Haitian was drenched in sweat. He thought Chen Shu might be at the 8th rank. It could also be the early stage of the 9th rank. Unexpectedly, Su Chen's strength had reached such a monstrous level. You think that's all? The entire ground was shaking. Even the walls were starting to give way. Luo Haitian knelt on the ground, sweat pouring down his face in large drops. It fell to the ground. His eyes widened, his shock beyond words. He originally thought that if a 9th-ranked person could help his family, he could take revenge on Su Chen. But now it seems that the Luo family has absolutely no chance. Chen Shu's strength has clearly reached the half-step human spirit level. This is equivalent to the strength of the strongest martial artist in South Korea. With such strength, even if he could mobilize the strongest person in Korea, it wouldn't be guaranteed that he could succeed. Originally, he planned to take the crystal and then use a portion of it to hire 9th-tier assassins. It seems all of this was in vain. No one can rival them. So, do you still question what I'm saying now? Su Chen's displayed strength has deeply impressed Luo Haitian. Luo Haitian knelt down in complete submission before Su Chen. He is still filled with lingering fear. What exactly did the Luo family do to Scorpion? 1741, Chapter 1741 Suspected Extraterrestrial Civilization. How dare they provoke a half-step human spirit level expert? If Chen Shu really gets angry. With a single thought, the entire Luo family would not be spared even if they died 1,000 or 10,000 times. This is red crystal. A product from outer space. I saw it by chance when I went to the desert in the no man's land. There were signs of a meteorite falling near the red crystal at the time. I sensed the immense energy contained within it, which is why I brought it back to study it carefully. Unfortunately, with my strength, I simply cannot absorb it. I almost lost my life several times. Luo Haitian confessed everything. Faced with overwhelming power, he chose to submit. With Su Chen's strength, if they could really make good use of the Luo family, then the Luo family will definitely be able to go even higher than before. Very good. Your attitude will determine the fate of your Luo family. Get up. Su Chen said calmly. At this moment, Luo Haitian was extremely uneasy and dared not get up. If he could, he would rather kneel before Su Chen for the rest of his life and serve Su Chen. I apologize for this. I told you to get up, and I don't want to say it a second time. Su Chen's words made Luo Haitian stand up immediately. He could no longer harbor any resentment towards Chen Shu in front of him. He was even more determined, he would do as Su Chen said. You've studied it for so many years, what's so special about red crystal? Luo Haitian nodded. We have indeed made some discoveries. Although the red crystal fell with the meteorite, I found a trace of special residual energy on it. But because so much time has passed, that energy has already disappeared. I did a special analysis at the time, and that energy must have come from an extraterrestrial civilization. Upon hearing this, Su Chen frowned slightly. Alien? From a scientific perspective, this has always been a mystery. No one knows whether there are other life forms beyond Earth. Decades of research have yielded no results. Su Chen's gaze fell on Hong Jing. Could this thing really come from a civilization outside of Earth? I also took samples of the meteorite from that time and brought them back for research. Aside from the fact that the materials are different from those on Earth, such as soil and rocks, there isn't much difference. Only red crystal. Therefore, I believe it's possible that an alien planet exploded, carrying red crystals, and crashed onto our Earth. Luo Haitian's story became increasingly futuristic. Su Chen was starting to doubt it. But Luo Haitian's argument was reasonable and well-founded. It's obvious they're not just trying to fool him. An alien civilization. It has to be said that this is also major news for Su Chen. After all, if there really is an extraterrestrial civilization, it wouldn't be a good thing for any country on Earth. That's all I know about red crystal. As for its role, I also have some insights. I'll write down everything I know for you in a moment. I only hope that you can. Luo Haitian became extremely respectful at this moment. He harbored no hostility towards Su Chen whatsoever. I always keep my word. Alright, I'll keep 2 of these for you to continue your research. Use them if you can. After all, you went through so much trouble to find it. As for what I just said, you can take it all as fact. I won't expose the evidence, and your Luo family can do things for me. But on the condition that you follow my rules. Su Chen spoke the last few words with great seriousness. Luo Haitian nodded quickly. Yes, the entire Luo family will certainly follow Mr. Chen's words. 1742, Chapter 1742. Absorbing the second one. Su Chen nodded. As long as the Luo family sincerely admits their mistake. From now on, I can work for him with peace of mind, and as for what happened before, he can let bygones be bygones. But if the Luo family only agrees on the surface but secretly wants to find an opportunity to deal with him, then he will wipe out the Luo family directly. If it weren't for the need to protect his identity, he might have already wiped out the Luo family. How could they possibly give the Luo family even the slightest chance to admit their mistake? Of course. He knew the Luo family wouldn't dare to play any tricks. Luo Haitian had clearly sensed his strength. If Luo Haitian still dares to have any crooked thoughts under these circumstances, that only proves that the Luo family is incredibly bold. After Su Chen left, Luo Haitian plopped down on the ground. He was almost scared out of his wits just now. He had never felt this way since reaching the spirit level. Asphyxia. Helpless. Panic. All the painful feelings assaulted my heart. Facing such a powerful expert, he had absolutely no chance. Thankfully, I escaped unscathed. Fortunately, Chen Shu was very magnanimous. She actually forgave him, and also forgave the Luo family. After calming down for 2 minutes, Luo Haitian stood up. I feel a little better than before. He was also very clear that although there was an immediate threat of annihilation, looking back now it was terrifying. But let's look at it from a different perspective. If it weren't for these events, how could the Luo family have possibly formed a relationship with Chen Shu? For the Luo family, establishing a relationship with Chen Shu would only bring benefits, not harm. Chen Shu's strength will definitely elevate the Luo family's status. The Luo family was already at the very top of Higher City. One step further and you'll find yourself in the capital's prestigious family estate. If only this could have a place in the capital. Then, as the current head of the Luo family, he will have the face to meet his ancestors after he dies. He needed to inform everyone in his family about this as quickly as possible. Make sure everyone in the family obeys Chen Shu's orders from now on. At the same time, all past grudges are wiped clean. From now on, I will focus on working for Chen Shu. Only by serving Chen Shu well can the Luo family's future be bright. After returning to Half Mountain City, Su Chen originally intended to hand over the evidence against the Luo family to Zhang Na. But later, because of the blood crystal incident, he promised Luo Haitian not to expose what the Luo family had done. Therefore, the evidence they had couldn't be handed over to Zhang Na. Anyway, the Luo family will be working for him from now on. The tension between the Luo family and Zhang Na could only be eased. Besides, with him around, he didn't believe the Luo family would dare to have any improper thoughts about Zhang Na. Furthermore, Zhang Na is now a member of the martial arts gym. Even without his deterrent power, the Luo family wouldn't dare to act rashly just because of their connection with the martial arts academy. Back in his room, Su Chen took out the blood crystal again. A tiny blood crystal could cause such a huge change in his physical body. However, the pain is not something that most people can endure. If your willpower isn't strong enough, you might even have thoughts of suicide. He still possesses a willpower forged by dragon blood. An ordinary person would find it impossible to endure such intense pain. No wonder Luo Haitian said he had no way to absorb the energy from it. Because it is so violent, once inhaled, it will cause the body to explode and die. So even though Luo Haitian had the blood crystal in his hands for so many years, he never even considered absorbing it. 1743, Chapter 1743 Giving Away Hands. Su Chen held the second blood crystal. After thinking for a few seconds, I absorbed it directly. Although the process is painful, the benefits it brings are self-evident. Soon, Su Chen endured the most extreme pain. The reason I fainted before was because I wasn't prepared. I had no idea it would cause such severe pain. But this time it's different. After preparing himself mentally, he remained constantly vigilant about the violent energy that might overwhelm his mind. As long as you can avoid your brain being impacted by that aura, you can better avoid losing consciousness due to pain. With precautions in place, Su Chen was able to fully experience the entire absorption process this time. When the pain reaches its extreme, it feels like your skin is about to break apart. There was even the sound of bones cracking. But he knew very well that it wasn't actually bone shattering, but rather bone strengthening. The second one absorbed the nutrients for an entire night. It wasn't until noon on the second day that all the blood crystals were successfully digested. His physical strength has reached a new level. Su Chen felt the changes within his body and smiled with great satisfaction. Blood crystals are really a good thing. But this also gave him a growing sense of danger. Blood crystals are absolutely invaluable treasures for all people on Earth. But it comes from outside Earth. Although Luo Haitian's statement and analysis are very consistent. But what if the truth is not like that? If the truth is not as they say, then extraterrestrial civilizations may have already discovered the existence of their Earth. If that were the case, Earth would be in danger. After all, the purpose of extraterrestrial civilizations exploring other civilizations in the universe is unknown. It's good that they're friends. If they become enemies, it will be a devastating disaster for Earth. Of course, he believes that if it really is an alien civilization, it will most likely be an enemy. Humanity can only survive by becoming strong. Only by facing anyone in the future can you have the ability to protect yourself. Su Chen had a casual lunch at home at noon. With a single thought, he arrived above the Black Mountain Axe branch. Several powerful auras have appeared in the Black Mountain Axe branch. There was also the aura of an 8th level expert among them. Clearly, the strongest member of Black Mountain Axe has arrived. Su Chen's appearance put everyone in the Black Mountain Axe on high alert. "Sir, please do not lay a hand on me. Let's talk this out." Suddenly, a powerful aura surged forth. Standing in front of Su Chen was a middle-aged or elderly person. He bowed respectfully to Su Chen. "The spirit flower you requested, sir, is ready with my Black Mountain Axe. Please come with me to retrieve the Tai Ling flower, and let me, Black Mountain Axe, apologize to you while I'm at it." The other party was very respectful. Su Chen didn't say much, and slowly descended with his hands behind his back. Everyone stood in 2 rows, all bowing their heads respectfully to welcome Su Chen. Mr. Chen, we meet again, please come in. Black Panther gave an awkward laugh. He was filled with remorse at that moment. If he had known this would happen, he shouldn't have gone to rob the Zhuyao group in the first place. Now they've offended such a powerful figure for Black Mountain Axe. Su Chen nodded without saying anything more. Upon entering the hall, one finds a coffee table in the living room guarded by numerous bodyguards. A box was placed on top. At this moment, wisps of spiritual energy were leaking out from inside. Su Chen immediately confirmed that it must be the Tai Ling flower inside. With the Tai Ling flower, he can refine the Spirit Ascension pill. That way, he can improve the strength of everyone around him. Haste makes waste. He's just taking it one step at a time. After all, the enemy in front of him wasn't very powerful. There's really no need for too many strong individuals. 1744, Chapter 1744 Netherworld Grass. But the appearance of the blood crystal made him realize that the future would be full of changes. Things weren't as simple as he thought. To protect themselves, they must increase their own power. Sir, I am Black Mountain, the person in charge of Black Mountain Axe. Inside are the Tai Ling flowers prepared for you, please take a look, sir. Black Mountain walked up to the box and opened it. A golden flower, now leaking a magical artifact, lay inside the box. Su Chen walked over and took a look. 2 black buds in the flower's stamen caught his attention. These should be the seeds of the Tai Ling flower. But in our Great Korea, there is no suitable place to grow Taeyang flowers, so the flower buds have remained there until now. Seed. Su's face lit up with joy. I didn't expect there were seeds. Isn't this divine intervention on his part? South Korea may not have suitable soil. But the Great Xia dynasty has it. The Lu family's medicinal garden is the perfect place to grow medicinal herbs of the caliber of Tai Ling flower. Su Chen was very satisfied with the seeds of the Tai Ling flower. It can be said that the seeds are more precious than the finished product of the Tai Ling flower. The finished product can only be used once, and there is no way to cultivate new Tai Ling flowers. But seeds are different. With seeds, new Tai Ling flowers can be cultivated. Through repeated cultivation, it is even possible to grow Tai Ling flowers in large quantities. Once the number of Tai Ling flowers reaches the required level, the spirit level experts around him can continuously increase their strength. This is absolutely terrifying. Imagine if you could use Spirit Ascension pills to continuously enhance the strength of a spirit level expert. Each one of them can reach the 9th order spirit level. What would it mean if he had 10 9th tier warriors under his command? What kind of concept is 100 9th tier individuals? If they could cultivate such large numbers of people, not to mention the entire Great Xia, no one would dare to be his enemy. Even the whole world would probably have to defer to Su Chen's attitude. Very good, well done. This time, we'll consider you innocent. Su Chen put away the Tai Ling flower. He had originally thought that even if he handed over the Tai Ling flower, he would still want to get some benefits out of it. But what they brought out were the seeds of the Tai Ling flower. With a treasure of this caliber, he really had no reason to continue extorting money. Please wait a moment, sir. Heishan hesitated, looking at Su Chen with difficulty. Is there something else? Su Chen asked. Montenegro nodded. Actually, I have something I'd like to ask you for help with. But this favor will definitely not be done for nothing. Since you require such precious medicinal herbs, I do know a place where there are 2 bone cleansing flowers. And 1 more netherworld grass. Su Chen wasn't tempted at first. After all, the bone cleansing flower wasn't very effective for him. Although it is considered a precious medicinal material, it can change a person's constitution. It can even prolong life. However, his current physical condition has almost reached a level where even the bone cleansing flower cannot produce any effect. So even using the bone cleansing flower wouldn't have any effect. But at this moment, his eyes changed slightly, and he looked at Black Mountain. What kind of help? This can be seen as a tacit agreement with Montenegro. The bone-cleansing flower is not important. But the netherworld grass is important. The purpose of the netherworld grass is to enhance the soul and spirit. Whether it's for him to improve his strength or for his mother to enhance her strength, it's an absolutely excellent choice. Therefore, he must obtain the netherworld grass. He may have inquired about the whereabouts of the netherworld grass many times before. However, the growing conditions for the netherworld grass are even more demanding than those for the blood grass. It must be an extremely dark place, or it cannot be exposed to sunlight. At the same time, it is a place where the earth can absorb spiritual energy and has vitality. 1745, Chapter 1745 The Mafia. There's only one place in the whole world that meets this requirement. That's the northern polar region. That was a place of polar night. A place where sunlight never reaches, yet there is a great deal of biological activity. Therefore, that location is the only place where the netherworld grass can grow. He had originally planned to go to the Arctic to see if he could find the nether grass. But later, because he obtained dragon blood, he temporarily gave up the idea. After all, the Arctic region is extremely complex. It is said that those who go in may not come out alive. Of course. That refers to the vulnerable, or ordinary people. With his current strength, there is absolutely no place that can trap him to death. People can survive in places like primeval forests where only 1 in 10 survives. The danger level in the Arctic is probably not much different from that in the primeval forest. My enemies are those of Black Mountain Axe. I would like to ask you, sir, to help me eliminate Black Mountain Axe's international enemies. At the same time, I've heard that the netherworld grass and the bone-cleansing flower are currently at their branch. As long as we eliminate their branches, Mr. Dong will naturally be able to find them. Su Chen's expression changed slightly. Organizations outside of China. That means those organizations have absolutely no connection with South Korea. It's the power of other countries. Which country is it from? Su Chen continued to ask. Beautiful country. They belong to the American Mafia. Their methods are far more ruthless than those of our Black Mountain Axe. So for many years, we have not been their match. But their Mafia boss is a level 9 superhuman. Heishan said helplessly. He's only at the peak of the 8th rank right now. If a real fight breaks out, Black Mountain Axe is no match for the Mafia. So when Chen Shu appeared, Montenegro saw hope. As long as they show sincerity, then they can ask Chen Shu for help. He believed that if the item could impress Chen Shu would not refuse. But Su Chen did hesitate for a few seconds. The power of the United States. The international community is currently searching for him. If he actually makes a move, his location will likely be exposed instantly. But that netherworld grass was indeed something he needed. He might regret it if he didn't get the netherworld grass. How long will the items be stored at their branch? After thinking it over, Su Chen asked the question he had been planning to ask. About a year. A year from now, their Mafia bigwigs will come and take the stuff back to America. A year is enough time for him to do many things. Perhaps, after a year, it's time to leave this great South Korea. He has been in South Korea for over a year. If nothing unexpected happens, he is confident that he can break through to the human spirit level within 3 years. A year later, he might find a very secluded place to cultivate and break through to a higher level. Okay, I promise you. But during this year, you Black Mountain Axe must report their whereabouts and status to me at all times. Notify me immediately if anything goes wrong. Su Chen agreed to Heishan's request. Montenegro's eyes lit up slightly. It seems his initial calculations were correct. He had investigated Chen Shu from the very beginning. But we didn't get anything. But what kind of existence is Black Mountain Axe? The Chen family has no such person as Chen Shu. And there is no such powerful figure in Great Korea named Chen Shu. So they stopped asking about the name Chen Shu. Instead, they investigated based on Chen Shu's appearance. 1746, Chapter 1746. The mission assigned to the Luo family. Really? Chen Shu's appearance made progress in his investigation. During his investigation, his subordinates learned that Chen Shu had come to South Korea because of an international manhunt. Moreover, Chen Shu is not his real name. Chen Shu's real name is Su Chen. He was once an invincible war god in the chaotic northern lands. When he learned of this information, his expression changed drastically. I never expected it to have such a powerful background. So he made two plans at the time. If Su Chen agrees to his plan, then he will keep the secret for Su Chen. Even if necessary, he could cover for Su Chen. But what if Su Chen is unwilling and refuses their request? He would immediately send someone to contact those international experts who were hunting down Su Chen. In short, Black Mountain Axe makes a profit both inside and out. Now, Su Chen has chosen to stand on the same side as Black Mountain Axe. This shows that Su Chen made the absolutely right choice. However, what Black Mountain didn't know was that it was fortunate he didn't directly reveal that he already knew Su Chen's identity. Otherwise, the entire Black Mountain Axe would be buried with it. Su Chen is simply not someone who can be threatened. If Black Mountain offers such conditions to threaten Su Chen, it only shows that Black Mountain is extremely stupid. Su Chen fled to South Korea not because he was afraid of those international powerhouses. Rather, they simply didn't want to get involved in too much trouble. But if he himself has been threatened with this matter, then Su Chen will naturally not compromise. There's only one outcome with the Black Mountain Axe. That is annihilation. Pass the word down. No one is allowed to reveal any information about Mr. Chen. All information must be kept completely sealed within our Black Mountain Axe organization. Anyone who leaks information will be killed on the spot. Montenegro also made a very decisive decision. Now that they were on the same side as Black Mountain Axe, he naturally had to prevent Su Chen's identity from being discovered during this period. He still had to rely on Su Chen to help Black Mountain Axe eradicate the mafia. Back at the villa, Su Chen spent every moment refining the Spirit Ascension pill. These pills, once refined, will reach the spiritual entry level. To successfully refine it is definitely no less difficult than refining the blood coagulation pill. The next morning, Su Chen notified Luo Haitian to come to his villa. Zhang Na, who had just left home early in the morning, saw Luo Haitian standing at the door and her face froze instantly. Luo Haitian looked extremely embarrassed. Good morning, Mr. Zhang. 2M here to see Mr. Chen, he sent me. Luo Haitian's words surprised Zhang Na. When did Su Chen's relationship with the Luo family improve? Mr. Zhang, I'm so sorry for offending you in the past. Don't worry, I've already spoken to that kid Luo Chang. I will treat you with utmost respect from now on and will never offend you again. I just hope that I can work for Mr. Chen with peace of mind. Luo Haitian kept talking non-stop to himself. It took Zhang Na a while to understand. It's likely that Su Chen visited the Luo family in private. With Su Chen's strength, the Luo family naturally had no chance to resist. Now you can tell just by looking at Luo Haitian, who is as well behaved as a kitten. Moreover, Luo Haitian was leaning on a cane, clearly having been thoroughly taught a lesson. Go in, he's inside. Zhang Na drove away without any concern. Luo Haitian quickly nodded with a smile and then entered the villa. Chen Shu sent him a text message early in the morning, but he naturally didn't know what it was about. But since Chen Shu notified him, he would of course rush there immediately. Upon seeing Su Chen, Luo Haitian greeted him respectfully. Come here first. 1747, Chapter 1747, guaranteeing with the lives of my entire family. After Luo Haitian passed by, Su Chen placed the seeds of the Tai Ling flower in front of Luo Haitian. I want to send these two items to one person in Xia. Do you have any way to get it in? After much deliberation yesterday, I decided to send the seeds to Lu Xuanhu first. Let the Lu family plant the seeds first, and then nurture them carefully. By the time he returns to Great Xia in the future, he should have already reaped a great harvest. However, sending such a precious item back to China is quite difficult. The Song family's connections are inferior to the Luo family's. Although the Black Mountain Axe family is stronger than the Luo family in terms of power. But he could clearly see that the man from Montenegro was always after his own interests. He wasn't comfortable with the seeds of the Tai Ling flower. Meanwhile, Black Mountain Axe has the Mafia as an enemy lurking in the shadows. He was also worried that the Mafia would intercept him halfway through. Therefore, after careful consideration, the Luo family is the most suitable to complete this task. Luo Haitian glanced at it and also showed a shocked expression. These medicinal seeds are extremely expensive. However, it's not difficult to send it to the Great Xia. My Luo family also engages in trade. Just take it to your subordinates and send it over. Luo Haitian patted his chest and said with absolute certainty. Is he reliable, or do you trust the people you arranged? You know, the value of this thing might not even be enough for the entire Luo family to compensate for. So you'd better think this through. If it doesn't work, I won't blame you, I'll find someone else. But if you promise this now, and there are any problems along the way, I'll tell you the worst case scenario. Su Chen's words made Luo Haitian tremble slightly. He knew Su Chen was definitely serious. These two seeds are indeed very precious, the Luo family cannot afford to lose them. He also knew that if he wanted to work for Chen Shu with peace of mind, he had to show his attitude. Before gaining their trust, Chen Shu would likely be wary of anything the Luo family did. I guarantee with the entire Luo family that I will complete the mission for Mr. Chen. Luo Haitian accepted the mission with complete certainty. If he wanted to work for Chen Shu, he had to be prepared. Otherwise, they would never be able to gain Chen Shu's trust, and in that case, how could the Luo family climb any higher? How long will it take? Su Chen asked calmly. Seeing Luo Haitian's absolute guarantee, he still decided to hand it over to the Luo family. Since the lives of the entire Luo family have already been used as collateral, then there shouldn't be any problems with this escort. It will take about a week. When I get back, I will arrange for the most trustworthy person to personally deliver it to Daxia. Su Chen nodded. A week was no problem at all. You make the arrangements first, I have some other things to give you later. Oh, by the way, here, you can give this to your unfilial son. I've said it before, as long as you sincerely help me, you'll definitely get your share of the benefits. Su Chen took out a spirit-breaking pill. This is... Luo Haitian had no idea about its function. After all, there weren't many pills available in their Great Han. Many of them originated from the Great Xia dynasty. A pill that can enable a powerful cultivator at the earthy mortal level to break through to the spirit level. Boom! Upon hearing this, Luo Haitian was stunned. Directly reaching the spirit level? Could it be? Luo Haitian looked at Su Chen in horror. Zhang Na also took this kind of pill. Given Luo Cheng's age, if he breaks through to the spirit level at this time, he might still be able to join the martial arts academy. Luo Haitian was radiant. No wonder Zhang Na was able to reach the spirit level at such a young age. 1748, Chapter 1748 Domestic Achievements. It turns out it was because of the pills Chen Shu gave him. That's why he was able to raise his strength to the spirit level in such a short time. Of course, you'd better tell him to stop, or he'll try to force others to do things again. I will cripple him in the same way he achieved his strength. Su Chen said calmly. This also served as a reminder to Luo Haitian. After all, Luo Cheng's character had been clear to him, as his grandfather, from beginning to end. Once your strength truly improves and you reach the spirit level, given his grandson's character, he'll probably be gloating everywhere. Mr. Su, rest assured, I will definitely follow your instructions and keep a close eye on him at all times. Although it's possible to not give the elixir to his grandson. But he still couldn't resist the temptation of being a member of the martial arts dojo. After all, his grandson Luo Cheng is only 24 years old, so he can take advantage of this opportunity to advance to the spirit level. Under these circumstances, you would definitely be able to join the martial arts school. This is also a shortcut to elevating the status of the Luo family. Members of a martial arts dojo aren't something anyone can just have. Once everything is ready, I'll deliver the things to your Luo family. But this matter must be kept secret, the fewer people who know, the better. What I want is absolute certainty. Luo Haitian dared not utter a single word of rebuttal to Su Chen's words and nodded hastily. On the way back, Luo Haitian kept thinking about how to perfectly complete this mission. Something that would be escorted with such care and caution must be extraordinary. Everyone has desires. Once they realize that the thing is priceless, they will probably be tempted by greed. The Luo family cannot tolerate any mishaps. Therefore, whoever can take on this task is extremely important to the future of the Luo family. Luo Haitian even considered that he could make the trip himself. But after careful consideration, he rejected this approach. After all, what Qin Shu wanted to see was the Luo family's competence. If he has to make this trip himself, then it's impossible for him to do everything personally in the future. Perhaps then Chen Shu wouldn't give the Luo family important positions. Therefore, he must stay at home to oversee things. Firstly, it demonstrates that the Luo family is capable of handling this. Secondly, it's also convenient so that I can serve Chen Shu at any time. He was still very uneasy about entrusting the communication between Chen Shu and Luo Chang and his son Luo Tong to them. After Luo Haitian left, Su Chen took out the phone that De Xia had used before. He contacted Jin Song. I've been in Korea for a year now and haven't been in touch with Jin Song at all. After all, it's also to hide one's own location. But now he needs Jin Song's help to connect him with the tailing flower seeds. The only option is for Jin Song to communicate with the Lu family. As long as it's something he wants to do, he believes the Lu family won't refuse. Jin Song was overjoyed when he received Su Chen's call. He had known for over a year that Su Chen was in South Korea. But he couldn't contact Su Chen. At the same time, I also understand Su Chen's way of doing things. Since Su Chen didn't reveal his location, there must be a reason. The fact that Su Chen is taking the initiative to contact him must mean something. Commander Su, just give the orders. Now, the entire Great Xia, Yaozhou, the Demon Sea, and Zhengzhou. The entire intelligence network is now fully operational. Even Longdu has completed 80%. This is all thanks to your connections in China, Coach Su. Let our intelligence network take root quickly. As for the 20% of the area that Longdu hasn't completed, it's the most hidden place in Great Xia, impossible to infiltrate, and General Yang also said that we can't obtain access. 1749, Chapter 1749 The Great Favor of the Spirit Alliance. So now, throughout the entire Great Xia, as long as you say the word, I can immediately report any news to you. Jin Song proudly reported his achievements over the past year. Su Chen wasn't too surprised by this. He knew Jin Song's abilities very well. Furthermore, the Spirit Alliance within China will provide assistance to his people. And the Yang family father and son. After all, he himself has value, so the higher-ups of Daxia would naturally not really ignore him completely. I hope talking to you now won't reveal my location, right? Su Chen asked first. What he's most worried about is Tianmen. If his location is exposed, it must be due to intelligence intervention from Tianmen. If Tianmen finds out, he will definitely reveal his location to other countries. So this is the issue he's most worried about right now. Of course, locating his phone will take some time. Otherwise, he would never have made that call to Jin Song. Don't worry, Commander Su. I completely cut off all location tracking functions on your phone using virtual data 6 months ago. Including the call function on your phone. Your phone can only be used as a one-way communication tool right now. You can't make or receive calls from anyone. The only person I can contact is myself. Jin Song's words surprised even Su Chen. The phone was in his possession the whole time. But Jin Song was able to do so many things without his knowledge. It has to be said that Jin Song has completely mastered the data and information aspect. Alright, then I'll arrange something for you now. Su Chen told Jin Song about the Tai Ling flower seeds. and have him record the cultivation methods and all the precautions. After receiving the items, I immediately delivered them to the Liu family and instructed them to plant the tiling flower. The two talked for more than 10 minutes before hanging up. During this time, Jin Song also told Su Chen that the current situation in China is not optimistic. When the people of Tianmen couldn't find him, they started reaching out to his friends and everyone he was connected with. Some time ago, they even suppressed the Hai family. This led to the Hai family going bankrupt and becoming ordinary citizens, with even making a living becoming a problem. Secondly, several families in Zhengzhou were also affected to varying degrees. Either family members mysteriously disappear while they are away, or they suffer severe property losses. Others may not know, but Jin Song knows very well. All of this was Tianmen's doing. Tianmen wanted to retaliate in this way. They also wanted to force Su Chen out in this way. When Su Chen learned of this, he was filled with immense anger. He never imagined that Tianmen would be so ruthless and insane. The mighty Heavenly Gate possesses a powerhouse at the human spirit level. It also has several 9th-tier experts. Yet they do things that bully ordinary people. Only someone from Tianmen would have the audacity to do something so despicable. Su Chenxiang suppressed the anger in his heart. He knew very well that going back now would be pointless. He is no match for Tian Shan. Besides the Hai family, whose situation is the worst, there's also the Xiao family. They also lost 80% of their assets. They even went so far as to sell their entire family property and move to Jiangcheng. Wang Wenlan and Xiao Ningning have also been attacked to varying degrees before. But each time, they were stopped by the Spirit Alliance. So after a while, the people from Tianmen stopped bothering Wang Wenlan and Xiao Ningning. When Su Chen heard this, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion for the Spirit Alliance. Several times, the Spirit Alliance saved him. 1750, Chapter 1750 Guaranteeing with my life. Even though he's not in Great Xia now, the Spirit Alliance is still helping his friends and family in its own way. However, the help from the Spirit Alliance should not be too obvious. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to going against the Heavenly Gate. If such a radical conflict were to erupt, and the two major powers were to clash violently, it would be a disaster for the entire Great Xia dynasty. Therefore, the Spirit Alliance can only adopt the strategy of saving the baby if possible. As long as Tianmen doesn't completely sever their bloodline, it's merely a matter of data assets and some family members. Then the Spirit Alliance can only turn a blind eye. Upon hearing this news, Su Chen felt even more eager to seize the time and break through to the human spirit level. Once he breaks through to the human spirit level, Tianmen will be unable to do anything to him, let alone threaten his friends and family. As for his mother in Longdu Prefecture, Su Chen also inquired about her. Jin Song has some connections with General Yang and his son, so he should know some of the news. Jin Song told him that his mother was perfectly safe in Longdu Prefecture. Even the Tianshan Mountains cannot cause trouble in Longdu Prefecture. Otherwise, we will become the enemy of the entire Great Xia. No matter how strong Tianshan is, it wouldn't dare to lead the entire Tianmen to fight against the Great Xia. That would be extremely unwise. However, Tianmen is gradually shifting its influence overseas. Perhaps he also sensed that the higher-ups of Daxia were deliberately distancing themselves from him. As a result, they have been helping Su Chen all along, so Tianmen's status in the Great Xia is far less than before. This is Tianmen's own fault. Tianshan was once hailed as a genius and enjoyed the support of the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia dynasty. But Tianshan's ambitions are too obvious. The Great Xia dynasty was also very clear that if Tianshan were to truly surpass all the strongmen, if even Feng Xuanzi of the Spirit Alliance is no match for him, it will likely be a disaster for the entire Great Xia. Therefore, after seeing the true nature of Tianshan, the higher-ups of Daxia began to gradually withdraw the benefits from the area below to Tianmen. This will allow us to provide more support to the Spirit Alliance. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen's expression remained calm. As long as his mother is safe and his family and friends are not threatened, he can endure it. Tianmen will repay his friends and family, and everything he has done to them, one day in double measure. Before hanging up, Su Chen told Jin Song to focus his attention outside of Daxia, and even, if possible, to keep an eye on the space satellite station. Su Chen had a bad feeling that Tian Shan was not his greatest enemy. His greatest enemy is probably in the heavens. Ever since the blood crystal appeared, he has felt extremely uneasy. I have a feeling that Earth is about to face an unprecedented catastrophe. Unprecedented. 5 days later, Su Chen handed over the prepared Tai Ling flower seeds to Luo Haitian. After several days of deliberation, Luo Haitian decided to have his son Luo Tong and grandson Luo Chang personally escort him. Originally, Luo Chang was very resistant to his grandfather's attempt to curry favor with Su Chen. The resentment was also quite strong. He even boasted that if he ever had the strength, he would personally kill Chen Shu. Luo Haitian originally wanted to hide Chen Shu's true strength. But seeing his grandson's stubbornness, he could only briefly reveal the level of Chen Shu's strength. They also took out the spirit-breaking pill. The moment Luo Chang saw the spirit-breaking pill, his eyes widened in astonishment. It was as if, in that instant, all the resentment had vanished. Luo Haitian also specifically told him that this was given to him by Chen Shu, which can be considered as an indirect way of shaking hands and making peace. After thinking it over, Luo Chang agreed to wipe the slate clean. 1751, Chapter 1751 Benefits. After all, he had already brought out something of such immense value, so what reason did he have to remain angry? Luo Haitian, along with Luo Tong and Luo Chang, arrived at the half-mountain capital. Upon seeing Su Chen, Luo Tong greeted him politely. But Luo Chang didn't say anything. Although he has said that everything is settled, it doesn't mean he will back down. Looking at his grandson's appearance, Luo Haitian shook his head helplessly. This kid really won't shed a tear until he sees the coffin. Don't be fooled by his current tough stance, it's only because Luo Chang is relying on him that there won't be any problems. If Chen Shushan gets angry and really wants to kill, Luo Chang can't possibly be unafraid. They'll probably back down in an instant. Are you planning to have them send the goods to Great Xia? Su Chen glanced at Luo Chang. He didn't know what Luo Tong's situation was. But Luo Haitian actually sent Luo Chang to deliver it, and he immediately felt that it was a bit unreliable. Don't worry, Mr. Chen. I have sworn on the lives of my entire family that there will be absolutely no problems, they will complete the mission. Luo Haitian said with absolute certainty. He certainly wouldn't have risked the lives of his entire family if he wasn't absolutely certain. Therefore, the fact that he was able to get Luo Chang to come meant that he had already given instructions in advance and had absolute confidence. Alright, you can set off today. Once you get there, just contact them and hand over the items. Su Chen handed the 2 flower stamens directly to Luo Haitian. Packing it in a box would actually attract more attention. So Su Chen told them to just put it in their pockets and take it with them. After Luo Haitian took it, he left with the father and son. 3 generations of a family, grandfather, and grandson, headed to the pier together. They do not intend to choose an air route. After all, the flight routes are not safe for them, and they are somewhat too deliberate. There were so many strangers on the plane. Even chartering a plane would attract unnecessary attention. So they chose to stick to the usual trade routes. As long as the delivery of goods is normal, then helping Chen Shu deliver things is just something he does along the way. Remember, this mission must succeed, failure is not an option. Otherwise, our entire Luo family will be wiped out. No matter how many grudges there were in the past, if the Luo family wants to climb to a higher position, they have to do as I say. Changer, it's time for you to shoulder important responsibilities. Luo Chang was taken aback. After thinking for a few seconds, he slowly nodded. He has always been a spoiled brat and has never cared about family matters. Grandpa basically didn't care about his lifestyle or his abilities. Because the Luo family has already reached the very top of Higher City. It's no longer very likely that they can move up the social ladder, so the Luo family has stuck in their ways in Higher City. But now his grandfather talked to him a lot, and for the first time, he seriously asked him to do something. Most importantly, this matter has already implicated the entire Luo family. Don't worry, Grandpa, I know what I should and shouldn't do. My dad and I will complete the mission. Luo Chang said very seriously. Once he returns, he will be able to take the spirit-breaking pill and advance to the human spirit level. At that time, you will be able to get a spot at the martial arts hall. In just one day, for some reason, he felt that living this way was much more meaningful than before. So despite his dissatisfaction with Chen Shu, he put aside his resentment. Just as Grandpa said, there are no permanent enemies, only permanent interests. 1752, Chapter 1752 Seclusion. For the next week, Su Chen was constantly absorbing blood crystals. He absorbed 10 pills in 1 week. 15 more to go in the height of summer. He has absorbed more than a dozen during this period. During the process, he discovered that blood crystals could not only enhance the physical body, but also strengthen it. For example, he said he absorbed the energy of the blood crystal into his arm and used his arm to refine that energy. That arm will receive a significant strengthening. His punching power should have reached 1,000,000 kilograms. But after the enhancement, he tested himself again and found that he had reached at least 18 million kilograms. Even the space around it trembled, and that was just from throwing a punch. If one unleashes their fist power, infused with spiritual energy, it can even cleave through space. Therefore, Su Chen used each blood crystal to strengthen his limbs. In a whole week, his physical strength had reached a terrifying level. At that moment, he was filled with power. He could sense that his own condition was truly invincible below the human spirit level. Even if he can't beat an ordinary human spirit level opponent, he should be able to escape without any problem. Of course, this level of strength is still insufficient when facing a veteran human spirit level like Tian Shan. It takes at least 30 years for someone in the Tian Shan mountains to reach the level of a human spirit. With Tian Shan's talent, it is said that he has reached the peak of the third-tier human spirit level in the past 30 years. He still had the courage to face the newly entered first-tier human spirit level. But he really didn't have confidence in reaching the third-tier human spirit level. Unless he can truly reach the level of a human spirit. Even if he's only at the first level, with his various methods, even if he can't win, it's unlikely that Tian Shan can kill him. Within a week, the Luo father and son had safely delivered the seeds to Jinsong. This also stopped the absorption of blood crystals. He has now reached a saturation point in absorbing blood crystals. Unless one's own understanding can reach a new level. Otherwise, there won't be much of a breakthrough in self-strengthening. So he stopped absorbing the blood crystals. He took out the Tai Ling flower and began refining the Spirit Ascension pill. He did not take the Spirit Ascension pill himself. He planned to refine it first and then use it to improve the strength of the people around him. Zhang Tiangang is already at the early stage of the 9th rank, so taking this might still have an effect. The Snow Maiden of the 9 heavens is already at a high level, and her own talent is already very strong, so there is not much point in her taking it. He planned to use the rest to train Huang Xiong. That's a formidable fighter. With such fierce and daring spirit, fighting against opponents of higher levels is no problem at all. If Huang Xiong can be trained to reach the 9th level, his abilities will likely become the second Zhang Tiangang. The refining of the Tai Ling flower is not simple. It took Su Chen a full half-month to refine the spirit-breaking pill. Therefore, he personally sent the Luo family to deliver the pills to Daxia and give them to Jinsong. Jinsong will arrange everything for him. After taking care of everything, Su Chen went into seclusion. He doesn't plan to emerge from seclusion until he reaches the 9th level of physical strength. According to his estimate, a year would be enough. Before going into seclusion, Su Chen gave Zhang Na a Spirit Ascension pill. Tell her to take it in 6 months and hurry up and break through to the 2nd stage. After all, Zhang Na is now a member of the martial arts gym. If her skills stagnate as a result, it will be difficult to explain to the gym. Luo Chang also reached the spirit level during these 2 weeks. The entire city of Higher was in an uproar. In less than 2 months, 2 geniuses who reached the spirit level before the age of 25 have appeared in the entire city of Higher. 1753, Chapter 1753 Departure, the Mafia. This has never happened at Hire before. Let alone Hire, even in the capital city, the probability of such a thing happening is extremely low. Therefore, this incident attracted the attention of the martial arts hall's higher-ups. After all, the emergence of two young geniuses at Hire in such a short period of time is definitely a remarkable event. But none of this mattered to Su Chen. If he wanted to, not to mention 1, even 10 wouldn't be a problem. The spirit-breaking pill is far less valuable than the spirit ascension pill. The ingredients for the spirit-breaking pill can be bought anytime as long as you have money, so they are not very valuable to him. At that time, he was unaware of these things. His mind was completely focused on achieving a breakthrough. His physical strength has now reached the advanced stage of the 8th rank. There has been no further breakthrough in the 5th level of the 5 Thunder Fist. However, the Jiang family's strongest technique, thunderous movement, has already reached the threshold of the 3rd level. In this way, he can continue to consume a blood crystal. With the blessing of the blood crystal, he can more easily break through to the 9th level of physical strength. I want to break through to the human spirit level. His physical strength must reach the peak of the 9th rank. Break through barriers with force. A year has passed quickly. Throughout the year, Black Mountain Axe reported the Mafia's activities to Su Chen multiple times. Upon learning that powerful members of the Mafia might arrive in the next few days to take away the nether grass, Su Chen had no choice but to leave seclusion early. His current physical strength has reached the peak of the 8th rank, and he may break through to the 9th rank at any time. After Su Chen emerged from seclusion, he immediately went to the Black Mountain Axe branch. Black Mountain stood outside the door with several powerful figures, waiting. Upon seeing Su Chen, Black Mountain Axe hurriedly came to greet him. Greetings, Mr. Chen, these are the people I arranged, and I myself will also be going there in person. At that time, we will follow Mr. Chen's instructions in everything. Su Chen glanced at the people Black Mountain had arranged. Most of them are 6th or 7th tier powerhouses. Black Mountain is the only one at the 8th rank. Su Chen glanced at it indifferently and then slowly spoke. No need, they won't be of any help. Lead the way for me, the two of us can go. Black Mountain was not surprised by what Su Chen said. If he didn't know Su Chen's identity, he might really think Su Chen was just bragging. After all, the Mafia has 9th level experts. Black Mountain had heard a lot about Su Chen's strength. Ordinary 9th level opponents were no match for him. Therefore, he believed that Su Chen alone could completely crush the entire Mafia. Just like how he single-handedly intimidated Black Mountain Axe back then. Alright, then I'll lead the way for you, sir. You all, be ready to provide backup at any time. After making the arrangements, Montenegro soared into the sky. Su Chen followed behind with ease. The Mafia's branch is located 300 kilometers off the coast of Hili City. Because they needed to cross the ocean to get back, they have been guarding this coastline ever since. It's said that the powerful figures in the Mafia were in seclusion and hadn't had time to come over. That's why the branch's subordinates kept the news under wraps, waiting for the strong one to break through and come in person. Unfortunately, secrets can't stay hidden forever. Black Mountain Axe, as their opponent, was constantly watching their actions. Naturally, Black Mountain Axe also learned about their acquisition of the Netherworld grass. Half an hour later, the two had arrived in the airspace above the sea. The location of the Mafia branch is now fully visible. Sir, are you going straight downstairs? 1754, Chapter 1754 Prepare what I need. Su Chen nodded. Of course, we should just go down directly, otherwise, we can't possibly take action right in the air. What if we destroy the Netherworld grass? Meanwhile, everyone in the Mafia branch was anxiously busy. Many boxes were pulled out of the house, some of them even required 3 people to move. You can see how heavy the contents are. Hurry up, Mr. Kamov is coming soon, and everything must be ready before he arrives. A blonde American shouted loudly. It's obvious he's the person in charge here. And that Kamov should be the Mafia member who just broke through to the 9th rank. Su Chen stopped in his tracks. What's wrong, Mr. Chen? Black Mountain looked at Su Chen with a puzzled expression, wondering why he had stopped. First, locate the netherworld grass. Until then, do not make any rash moves. Su Chen's spiritual power instantly covered the entire branch, and the netherworld grass carried a trace of extreme cold. Its unique aroma is unmatched by ordinary medicinal herbs. He could detect even the slightest leak. Really? Su Chen immediately sensed a chilling aura emanating from the box at the very front. Although the iron box allows the aura to be concealed to the greatest extent. But for Su Chen at his current level, even a fraction of that is enough. With that, Su Chen waved his hand. The box containing the netherworld grass flew into Su Chen's hand. Those below also noticed something amiss and immediately rushed toward the box. Who is it? The branch manager is a 7th-tier powerhouse. His expression changed drastically at that moment. To be able to take something right under his nose, the other party must be stronger than him. My friend, what you're doing is inappropriate. We are members of the Mafia. Mr. Kamav is already on his way, he is a rare 9th-tier expert. Friend, you should put your things down. The other party didn't say anything to provoke Su Chen, and Kamav would arrive in a few minutes. He couldn't allow anything to go wrong before that happened. Kamav, in Mr. Chen's hands, what is Kamav? Montenegro has spoken. The two figures appeared before everyone in the Mafia. The other side also spotted Montenegro. When they saw Black Mountain, their expression changed drastically. It's you! You dare steal from the Mafia, Black Mountain, are you looking for death? Montenegro paid absolutely no attention to what the other party said. If it were before, he might have been a little afraid. But now that Su Chen is here, with his strength, no one present can be his opponent. What can the Mafia use to threaten him? Seeing that Heishan ignored him, the other party turned his gaze to Su Chen. Friend, I'm an agent for a Mafia branch, my name is Molybdenum. The Mafia must have persuaded you to come. You'd better not listen to them. Otherwise, my friend, you might be in danger with those two 9th-tier Mafia experts. I am just giving you a friendly warning. Molybdenum Wire had already discerned that the young man before him was stronger than a certain strength. He's probably at the 8th rank, but definitely no match for a 9th rank opponent. So while his tone was threatening, it was also persuasive. He didn't want to escalate the conflict at this time. After all, Kamav wasn't there, and he was no match for him. Two 9th-tier beings, Su Chen sneered. Is it that impressive? Or is this all the Mafia is capable of? In my opinion, you're not much different from Black Mountain Axe. Black Mountain, standing to the side, twitched his lips helplessly, a bitter smile playing on his lips. 1755, Chapter 1755. The Most Harmonious Robbery. Su Chen not only looked down on the Mafia, but he also looked down on Black Mountain Axe. Although it was true, he still felt somewhat ashamed to say it so openly. But what could he do? Su Chen's power could only silence him, and he dared not utter a single complaint. You! Molybdenum Wire never expected that the young man in front of him would be so arrogant. They are the Mafia, and no one in the world dares to underestimate them. After all, they are a well-known force throughout the world. Now I'm asking you, I'm taking these things, do you have any objections? And there's the bone-cleansing flower. Su Chen's words left the other party speechless. Ask them if they are willing? Do you think they would agree to something like this? Molybdenum frowned, looking up at the sky, praying in his heart that Kamav would appear soon. If Kamav comes, these two won't be so arrogant. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to deal with Black Mountain. After all, Black Mountain is the leader of the entire organization, with the strength of a PK Thorder. His strength is absolutely enough to crush him. Friend, you're really putting me in a difficult position. These are all things that my Mafia worked hard to acquire. Aren't you afraid of incurring unnecessary hatred towards our Mafia by doing this? Su Chen shook his head. Hatred is nothing to fear. It's alright if you Mafia members dare to resist, just wipe you out. Molybdenum Wire's eyes were fixed on Su Chen. He had never seen such an arrogant person before, especially at such a young age. What's going on with this Black Mountain axe? Normally, when facing the Mafia, one can only hide in the shadows and struggle, daring not to put up any resistance. Today, he brought along a young man and actually dared to approach the Mafia. Friend, if you really do that, you'll only be harmed by Montenegro. Our Mafia boss will be here soon, why don't you wait for him and ask him? Or are you afraid of his strength and dare not wait for him to come? The mention of molybdenum wire made Su-Chen sneer. That's the most basic form of reverse psychology. It seems the other party still doesn't understand the situation. I thought someone in the Mafia could defeat him. Since that's the case, then he'll make the Mafia members clearly understand what the difference in skill is. Okay, then we'll wait, but before that, could you help me clean up these things? I need to take what I need with me later. Molybdenum wire clenched his fist. There are countless bizarre ways robbery can happen. But this was the first time he had ever encountered this method. Why does it seem both domineering and somewhat civilized? What, can't I ask you for a favor? Or should I do it myself? As soon as Su-Chen finished speaking, the entire space trembled. A murderous intent permeated the scene, causing even molybdenum wire to break out in a cold sweat. Okay. I'll give you the list right now. Sensing the killing intent, Molybdenum Silk naturally felt some fear. He could tell that the young man in front of him was much stronger than him. It's probably similar to Montenegro. No wonder the two of them dared to wait here for Kamov to come. If two peak 8th tier experts were to fight Kamov together. For a moment, Molybdenum Silk was also a little unsure. After all, Kamov had just broken through to the 9th level. However, after careful consideration, he realized that he was probably overthinking it. A 9th tier expert is definitely not someone that a mere 8th tier expert can contend with. Let alone two peak 8th tier players. Even 3 people couldn't do it. Each level represents not only a leap in strength, but also a tremendous improvement in all aspects. 1756, Chapter 1756 Black Axe. With that in mind, Molybdenum Wire decided to do as Su-Chen and the others said first. Once Mr. Kamov arrives, their deaths will be imminent. 2 minutes later, Molybdenum Silk handed the item list to Su-Chen. Su-Chen was also somewhat surprised after taking a look. I never expected the Mafia to have so many good things. Although there weren't many medicinal herbs, there were plenty of raw materials, especially refined iron and meteorite iron. These are excellent materials for forging magical artifacts. If we get some and give them to Old Manly, he might be able to forge some good things. This, and these. Su-Chen pointed to many items on the inventory list. Pack up everything I just mentioned, I'll take it with me later. After saying that, Su-Chen turned his gaze to Black Mountain. And you, is there anything you need? Take a look. Su-Chen handed the order to Heishan. Black Mountain gave a wry smile. The robbery was carried out with such composure. They were far more professional than Black Mountain Axe. I don't need anything, except for one thing. Black Mountain's face turned cold, his gaze fixed on the molybdenum wire. You once took my Black Mountain Axe, and today it's time to return it, isn't it? The reputation of Black Mountain Axe originated from this black axe. It can be said that the black axe symbolizes the meaning of their existence. But 5 years ago, a powerful member of the Mafia took a fancy to their Black Mountain Axe and borrowed it under the pretense of borrowing it. Black Axe has never appeared since that incident. It is said that it has already been embezzled by powerful members of the Mafia. Over the years, Black Mountain Axe has been trying to find a way to get Black Axe back. Unfortunately, despite his many efforts, Heishan has been unable to break through to the 9th rank. Moreover, he was well aware that even if he broke through to the 9th rank, it would be useless. The Mafia's 9th tier expert is a veteran 9th tier member. Meanwhile, the Mafia now has 2 9th tier powerhouses. They have completely widened the gap between themselves and Black Mountain Axe. In this lifetime, his chances of reclaiming the Black Axe through his own strength are slim. Unless you encounter a miraculous event, there is absolutely no possibility of it. Therefore, he was always looking for an opportunity to befriend powerful people. Only with the help of others can he get the Black Axe back. So many years, until Su Chen appeared. Therefore, when he finds out Su Chen's true identity, he will hand over the Tai Ling flower without hesitation, along with 2 seeds. It's because he wants Su Chen to help him get back what belongs to their Black Mountain axe. That black axe. Molybdenum frowned. He knew perfectly well what Black Mountain was talking about. That black axe was highly prized at the time and was later kept at the Mafia headquarters. Unexpectedly, Black Mountain Axe's goal was that very black axe from back then. That black axe is said to be an extremely powerful weapon. If Black Mountain takes the black axe back, perhaps with his own strength, he could fight against a 9th-tier expert. That's why the powerful members of the Mafia took action and snatched Black Axe first. After all, the Black Mountain Axe has always been of a lower status than the Mafia. If Black Mountain Axe were to rise again, it would definitely not be something his Mafia wanted to see. Black Axe isn't here, it's at headquarters. You can't get it now even if you want to. I can only say this with a sigh, said the molybdenum wire. At the same time, he also harbored resentment towards Montenegro. In his view, it must be because Black Mountain wanted to retrieve Black Axe that he colluded with others to do this to their Mafia branch. 1757, Chapter 1757, Fulfilling the Promise. Is that so? If you can't get it back, I guarantee that no one here will leave alive today. Montenegro has already made its stance clear. He knew this was his only chance. Once he misses this opportunity, it will be very difficult for him to find a powerful helper like Su Chen in the future. So today, whether he lives or dies, he must get the Black Axe back. Black Mountain, you're being far too arrogant. What can Black Mountain Axe use to fight against our Mafia? You wouldn't be relying on this gentleman, would you? He is indeed very strong, but if we're really going to fight against our Mafia, isn't he a bit lacking? They were very careful when talking about molybdenum wire. He was also worried that if he said something that would offend Su Chen, he would die at the hands of these two before Mr. Kamov arrived. You underestimate Mr. Chen. He is someone your entire Mafia cannot afford to offend, nor can they contend with. With Mr. Chen's strength, wiping out your Mafia would only take a single thought. Su Chen looked at Black Mountain. Although he had revealed his strength to Li Mo, he had only shown that he was at the 9th level. He didn't release all his energy. But why does Black Mountain seem to know him so well? He was able to clearly know that he only needed a single thought to wipe out the Mafia. Does Heishan know his identity? A murderous glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Heishan instantly sensed the murderous aura and immediately realized he had said the wrong thing. He almost revealed that he knew Su Chen's identity, so he quickly changed his tone. Mr. Chen is so young, yet he already possesses the strength of a 9th level expert. I would like to ask, does your Mafia have any chance of fighting him? Given time, Mr. Chen will be an insurmountable figure for your entire Mafia. Therefore, you must return the Black Axe to me today, otherwise, even if Mr. Chen doesn't take action, as long as you can help me suppress Kamov. With my own strength, I can leave your entire branch littered with corpses. Heishan said firmly. That was his intention. He originally wanted to bring more people with him. If the Mafia doesn't return Black Axe, then they'll fight the Mafia to the death. But later Su Chen only agreed to take him alone. He alone is enough as long as the 9th-ranking member of the Mafia doesn't have a chance to attack him. With his strength, no one in the entire Mafia will be his match. Mr. Chen, please forgive my unreasonable request. As long as Mr. Chen is willing to help, Black Mountain Axe, will serve you like a slave from now on. Black Mountain was afraid that his words might offend Su Chen, so he quickly turned to look at Su Chen and said respectfully. Su Chen nodded. Since I've already promised you, I certainly won't go back on my word. I've received what I wanted, and you can also choose something you like. I'll make them agree. Su Chen didn't dwell too much on whether Black Mountain knew his identity. If Black Mountain truly knew his identity, and so much time has passed without Black Mountain revealing it, then it proves that Black Mountain would not reveal his identity. He didn't need to exterminate all the Black Mountain Axe people. It's good that Xian Su knows, so that Heishan Fu can still do things for him in the future. After all, South Korea will be one of the regions where he will develop his industries in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chen. He was overjoyed to hear Su Chen's words. 1758, Chapter 1758 Kamov's arrival. If Su Chen is willing to help, then the Mafia will have no chance today. Black Axe, he must retrieve it himself today. No one can stop it, not even the Mafia boss. You? Molybdenum Wire frowned. These two are saying these things in unison. Do they really think the Mafia is a pushover? But there was one thing that still shocked him. The young man before me is actually a 9th tier expert. At this moment, his face looked extremely pale. A ninth tier expert, wouldn't that be the same level as Kamov? As Montenegro said, if the young man in front of him can hold off Mr. Kamov, then Montenegro will be the strongest person present. He has no way to fight against Black Mountain. That would be a disaster for their branch. Okay, then I'll call headquarters and ask them to send the Black Axe over right now, if possible. Molybdenum Wire made an excuse to leave. Montenegro simply didn't believe Molybdenum Wire's nonsense. Would Molybdenum Wire so obediently notify them to send the Black Axe? They probably heard that Su Chen was a 9th level expert, so they're now looking for an opportunity to call headquarters for help. But none of this mattered to him. With Su Chen around, even if the entire Mafia came, it wouldn't make a difference. Molybdenum Wire returned after making the call, a smile on its face. About 2 minutes have passed. Su Chen looked towards the horizon, and he could sense an aura rapidly approaching. Mr. Kamov. Molybdenum Wire's face lit up with surprise. He felt immense pressure facing Montenegro and the young man before him. Making just one mistake could cost you your life at any moment. With Kamov coming over, he can finally hand over power to Kamov. As for what Kamov does, that's none of his business. Molybdenum Wire. Kamov in the sky, his voice reached everyone's ears even before he arrived. You said someone came to steal the treasure, where is it? Kamov asked angrily. He had just heard the news, they even dared to steal from the Mafia. He wanted to see which eye the other person was blind in, or if they were just destined to die before they could live. Mr. Kamov, it's the two of them. Molybdenum Wire pointed at Black Mountain, but with Su Chen present, his tone wasn't overly angry. Kamov quickly closed in and landed directly below. When he saw Montenegro, his expression froze slightly. How could he not know Black Mountain? Black Mountain Axe was an organization that their Mafia had always ridiculed. He never expected that they would suddenly dare to come here today and claim that they wanted to rob their Mafia. Black Mountain, I didn't expect it to be you. If I'm not mistaken, you haven't broken through to the 9th rank yet. You're still at the peak of the 8th rank, but I've already broken through to the 9th rank. When have you ever dared to be an enemy of my Mafia? Kamov really couldn't understand it. Was it that Black Mountain Axe was going to be finished, so Black Mountain didn't want to live anymore and took his own life in this way? Mafia? The Mafia isn't invincible. Alright, now that you're here, hurry up and have someone bring my Black Mountain Axe over. Kamov frowned. He's no idiot to have reached the 9th rank. Haishan must have something to rely on to suddenly have such great courage. He didn't believe it was really just a simple desire to die. Suddenly, he saw the young man next to Black Mountain. Could it be because of this young man? His gaze remained fixed on Su Chen, as if trying to sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Su Chen. 1759, Chapter 1759. The materials cannot be taken away. As long as he can find out Su Chen's strength, he can determine Black Mountain's actions. But after observing for a long time, Kamov still couldn't discern the young man's strength. The more I looked at him, the more familiar he seemed. I feel like I've seen these young people somewhere before. Who are you? Have we met somewhere before? Kamov looked at Su Chen and asked calmly. The other party looked at him with such calmness, even though they knew he was a 9th level expert. It's obvious that they have absolute confidence. Really, I don't quite remember. I've met too many people. Generally speaking, I definitely won't remember those who aren't famous or who are too weak. Su Chen's words made Kamov's lips twitch. Too weak? Is he weak? He is now a 9th-tier expert, a top-tier existence in the entire world. Now he's being called weak by a young man. Really, then your strength is more than just level 9? Otherwise, you wouldn't dare to help Black Mountain Axe fight against our mafia. Kamov had already landed on the ground and didn't care about the existence of the Black Mountain at all. At this moment, what he cared about most was the young man in front of him. This young man gave him a very dangerous feeling. This danger was even greater than when he faced the mafia boss. So you know that, yet you still won't do it? The things I just mentioned are ready, I'm taking them with me. Also, when will the Black Axe from Black Mountain be delivered? Kamov looked towards Montenegro. When did Black Mountain Axe find such a powerful expert? The difference in levels is more than just one realm. Mr. Kamov, look at them. Molybdenum Wire frowned. Now that Kamov is in place, he has some confidence in what he says. He didn't believe that with Kamov and Montenegro, he would dare to act recklessly. Friend, tell me who you are, and what benefits Black Mountain Axe gave you. My mafia will pay double. Kamov's words made Montenegro's face darken. But Suchin smiled. The benefit he offered was these treasures that led me to you. In essence, the benefit is yours. Suchen's words instantly made everyone present turn pale. This is using their resources to hire strong people. This was the first time they had ever seen Black Mountain Axe do this. So, can you come up with double the amount right now? If you can provide it, I wouldn't mind agreeing to your request. Kamov's face turned ashen. These things belong to the mafia. Moreover, these materials are extremely precious. It has taken the mafia several years to collect all the treasures they currently possess. Asking them to pay double now is just ridiculous. Refined iron and meteorite iron are minor issues. The most crucial thing is still that netherworld grass. They only have one of those plants in the entire mafia, and they're trying to find a second one. It's as difficult as climbing to heaven. It seems that only by expending a great deal of effort and manpower to search in the Arctic can we hope to find it. But how could the mafia possibly do such a thing? The Arctic is fraught with far too many dangers. Once you go there, even a spirit-level expert might not be able to come back alive. Let's choose another one. You really can't take these materials with you. Black Axe can be arranged to be delivered to you. Kamov spoke calmly. Clearly, all he wants now is to settle things peacefully. To preserve all of the mafia's valuable materials at minimal cost. But how could Suchen not see through his little trick? What if I say no? 1760, Chapter 1760. The Rocky World. Kamov frowned, and after hearing Suchen's words, he shook his head helplessly and said, "If that's the case, then there's nothing we can do. These items took my mafia several years of hard work to find. If you take them all, the mafia will suffer a huge loss. Please give the mafia some face." Kamov has taken a stand. If it were just one or two things, the mafia could accept it. But Suchen wanted far too much. Even the mafia, with its vast wealth, cannot afford such a price. Suchen shook his head. "No, I have to take these things today. If not, then get your boss here. You should know that if I wipe out your mafia, all of this stuff will belong to me too. So you had no choice." Kamov's expression changed drastically. The other party was far too arrogant. They even boasted that they could wipe out the mafia. Don't they know that the mafia is one of the top organizations in the entire United States? Who dares to claim they can wipe out the mafia? Unless a top-tier ninth-order expert intervenes, no one would dare to say such a thing. If you insist on covering it up, then the mafia has no choice but to play along. From the very beginning, I have already lowered my stance, yet you still insist on pushing me into the mafia. Black Mountain, you'll pay the price for what you just did. Unable to threaten the young man in front of him, Kamov turned his attention to Montenegro. He hopes Montenegro will back down. The existence of the mafia is enough to threaten Black Mountain Axe, and he doesn't believe that Black Mountain can remain unmoved. However, Montenegro didn't care at all about what he said. With Su Chen around, nothing the Mafia says can threaten him. Alright, since that's the case, then we have no choice but to fight. Kamov's armor suddenly changed shape. This is what makes the strong people of the United States so special. Their strength depends on the level of enhancement of their equipment. Each person's equipment has unique features. Some possess the fire element. Some of them possess the element of wind. Some possess the power of ice and snow. Like the Ice and Snow Emperor, he was a super strong person who possessed armor of ice and snow power. His power of ice and snow is absolutely incomparable to that of the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens. It is said that a single thought can freeze the heavens and the earth, and freeze all things. If we were to rank strength, the Ice Emperor would definitely be among the top 5 in the world. The armor worn by Kamov in front of us exudes a hint of earth elemental energy. Clearly, his armor is imbued with the power of the earth. Combined with his own 9th tier strength, Kamov's power was amplified to the maximum extent. Earth Prison. Kamov preemptively attacked Su Chen and his companion. The entire ground trembled violently. Suddenly, several pillars rose up from the ground. Then they trapped Su Chen and Heishan firmly inside. The stone pillar is of extremely high quality and cannot be destroyed by ordinary people. But Su Chen is no ordinary person. A cold smile crept across his lips. With a snap of his fingers, all the stone pillars instantly collapsed, turning into a pile of mud. Kamov was mentally prepared. But he was still somewhat shocked that Su Chen was able to break through his earth prison so quickly. However, at this moment, he was already preparing for his next achievement. Several more pillars rose from the ground and crashed down on Su Chen and his companion. If you were hit by that, you'd either die or break a few bones. Su Chen glanced at it and then waved his hand.